All right. A couple of other logistical things. The toilets are all the way out and around past the call pods. If you want to, you're welcome to use the call pods if you need to take a call or something like that. They're actually quite cozy. And as I mentioned, the food is in the next room. That's also where the lunch will be as well. Come on to this. A seat here, and a seat there. This is probably the easiest one to get to. This entire day is being recorded. So, and we'll make a copy of the screen recording, what's being seen on screen, available to you, along with the audio. And as you'll see in the Google Doc, there'll be a Notebook LM, which will contain the transcript of today, so that after everything is done, if you have questions like, oh, I forgot to ask that question, or I had to step out, you can go back and literally ask questions of the talk as it was given. Otherwise, I think we're ready to get started. So, let me make sure all the recordings are on. They are. Fantastic. All right, and make sure I'm in the right system. People do ask, is Copilot okay? Yes. Copilot is the Pepsi of AI. It is fine for today. Our agenda is to go over what this stuff is, use cases, piloting, policy. So we have a very full day. We'll start by saying, why do we care about this stuff? Well, Gartner earlier this year said that they estimate by 2028 brands' organic search traffic will decrease by 50% or more. They're wrong. They're 3 years off. This is happening today. I'm sure you've seen it. If you've done any work in your Google Search Console, you've seen the alligator, where impressions are going up and clicks are going down, which no one particularly likes. So this is happening now. The Tony Blair Institute here estimated that employment impacts will be 5% of the workforce by 2030. They are also off by a considerable amount. The employment impacts are being felt now. We are seeing structural loss, and Dario Amode of Anthropic estimates that structural employment is likely to be between 10 and 20%. The most impacted roles will be junior level roles because those are the tasks that can be handed off to AI most easily. This is every profession. So students learn twice as much using AI as they do to an active learning classroom. This is a study from earlier this year about AI-based tutors. And these tools are passing the Turing test now 73% of the time. If you're unfamiliar, the Turing test is when you sit down in front of a computer and you have a chat and you don't know whether it's a human or a machine. 73% of the time, today's models can now pass the Turing test, because we have no idea whether we're talking to a human or not. It is every discipline. So a recent paper, this came out last week, 61% of the time humans can't tell whether or not they're listening to music that's was generated by a machine or not. Right? Now that's partly because, like, if you're like me, you have no taste in music, and so can't tell the difference. But in general, this is happening. And as a paper as of Tuesday, this is from Wharton Business School, this stuff is in production. So it's no longer theoretical. 3 out of 4 leaders at several hundred companies now are seeing positive returns on their AI investments. We've gone from 2023 of what is this stuff to let's make it work for us. So these are the reasons that we might want to care about AI. Obviously, I probably don't have to tell you all this because you're in this room. But when you're talking to people in your companies or your clients, these are the things that they need to know, that these are very, very, very big changes. So let's talk about some key concepts. There's 3 kinds of AI. So there's regression, classification, and generative. Regression is, I have an outcome, I have a bunch of data. What does this data look like the outcome? So if you've done lead squaring or attribution analysis or anything along those lines, you've done regression. You may not know it. There's organizing your data, classification. How do I sort this data into different piles? Organization, again, you've been using for close to 25 years. The first time you've used it was when your email said, hey, you want me to automatically put things in spam. Right? That's classification software. And then today, generative AI, which came about first in 2017. That's when the first papers started coming out about it, and then obviously became a production thing in 2022. Generative AI is predicated on these 2 other disciplines. These are from the 1950s. So they're not new. It's just that we now have the compute power to do them. When we're trying to deploy AI, there's 2 general strategies. The first is to optimize. Optimization means do what you're always doing, but do it bigger, better, faster, cheaper. And you need to do that in order to free up time and budget and people to do the second branch, which is innovation. Or people love the word transformation. Either way is fine. If you only use AI for this, things don't get better, right? It gets cheaper, but the biggest competitive challenge is that somebody else is doing innovation. So an example of innovation is generative AI essentially negates skill to a great degree. It gives you skills that you don't have, right? So as an example, I do not have a musical bone in my body, period. I cannot sing well, I cannot play any instruments, and sheet music may as well be Sumerian. However, I can go to a tool and give it a prompt and generate something that is credible. Not great, right? It's not going to win a Grammy, but is it good enough background music for a YouTube video? Absolutely. And so these tools give you skills, but you have to have the brain space to figure out, how do I use this to create something? These are the best coding tools on the planet. You can generate pretty much any piece of software you ever wanted if you think about it. So as you approach your business, how do you think about doing things you've never done before? Real simple example that predates AI by decades. There was a company in occupied Korea in the 1930s called Mitsubishi. They imported dried fish and seaweed. After the occupation ended and they were able to reclaim things, they switched, they changed what they did. They still did import-export, but they changed what they did. Today, the company is known by their Korean name, which is Samsung, right? And you will not find any dried fish at Samsung for sale, unless you're in the employee store. As we think about innovation, come on in. That's all right. There's a space right there in the middle here and a space in the middle here. This one's probably easier to get to.
Yeah.
You can just scoot this table forward here. No, you can come this way. Up front. And just, that's fine. No worries. So the application of this stuff is for innovation. If you're not innovating and doing something new and different with generative AI, you're really only making what you currently do slightly better. But that's how you free up the resources. Generative AI tools are probabilistic, which means that when you give them a prompt, if you give them the same prompt, copy and paste it, you will get slightly different results. They'll be semantically the same, but they'll be slightly different because they are probability engines. They always do probabilities. A lot of things in business are deterministic. 2 plus 2 in a base 10 system always equals 4. There's no arguing that. The more rules that you have, the harder it is for AI to compensate. Right? So one of the questions people always ask is, why is it so hard to get these things to make a slide deck? Well, because a slide deck is 8 different tasks. Right? It is design, it is spatial reasoning, and you have things like brand standards and logos and colors and fonts, and the more rules you apply, the harder it is for them to work. So as you think about what tasks are appropriate for AI, the more rules, the harder it's going to be for it to figure out. The fewer rules, the easier it is for it to generate results that often probably be fine for a first draft that you can then apply additional ruling to. The big picture of what we're going to be talking about today looks a lot like a Caesar salad. And this is kind of funny, but as a general analogy, your recipe for it is a prompt. And here's the challenge. A lot of people think, prompting, I've got to get really good at prompting. Yes, you do. It's important. But it's equally important that you have good data, right? Because a recipe with no ingredients, you're still going to be hungry. You do need good tools, like you probably should not make salads with your bare hands. You can. I don't know if I'd want to eat it. And the tools have to be operated by someone or something. All of these components are equally important. There's not one that stands out. Now, we're going to spend a lot of time on prompting today. We will spend some time on agents later on. But if you had to say pick one to get really good at, the data, the ingredients. And that's the part that people forget, right? Whoever has the most best data will win with AI. Because you all have data within your shops that nobody else has. By the way, this new crop of agentic browsers like ChatGPT Atlas and stuff, they're not for your benefit. They are to give AI companies access to data that they can't get to with web crawlers. So be aware of that. I would, just as an aside, I would never, ever, ever allow one of these browsers to be installed at work. Ever. Right? They are so dangerous. So a quick tour of the frontier. Let's talk about the tools first because people love to talk about tools. Here's the good news. Pretty much every AI model today is the same in capabilities. Right? So if you're like, oh, should I use Gemini? Should I use ChatGPT? Should I use whatever? They're all really, really, really smart. In terms of really smart, they are all above PhD level. So here's an example of a PhD level question. I'm not going to read this out loud. But these are the questions that we quiz AI about. The average for a human with a specialty in this field is about 60-ish%. The average for a human outside the field, 25, right? Because it's just random guessing. Every model scores well above PhD level now by a significant amount. So if you're saying, oh, should I use GPT? Should I use OpenAI? Should I use Google? Should I use Anthropic? Doesn't matter. So you're not missing out on anything. One of the things people worry about is, what if this feature comes out? I'm missing out. They're all incredibly smart. And if there's a feature that you like in one platform, if it's useful, you will see it in other platforms within 3 to 6 months. So when OpenAI first came out with deep research, pretty much everybody copied that. And so it's available now. And the tools have evolved ridiculously fast. Human PhDs in their field, again, 65%. When all these tools came out, they were dumb as a bag of hammers. Right? You have ChatGPT, basically no better than guessing. Gemini, no better than guessing. Claude, slightly better than guessing, but not much. And now, 3 years later, they're all above PhD level. There are tons and tons of interfaces, but if I had to say the three to know or know of, Google's Gemini product, OpenAI's GPT-5, and Anthropic's Claude are the three that I would say you should know best. And if you were to hold a halibut to my head and tell me to choose one, I don't know why you'd be holding a halibut, I would pick Gemini. Not because it's an inherently better tool, but because Google has the most data. Right? Google has 30 years of data to train on. When you look at Google's video model, people are like, how is it so good? They own YouTube. They own YouTube, and we all signed away our rights the moment we started uploading our data to it. So they have the most data, far more than anybody else. Again, yes. It's fine. I make fun of Copilot because it is very challenging to use, but also because it has restrictions other tools don't have. Microsoft, in order to deploy it in the enterprise, has to have it do things like pass compliance tests, pass various certifications, which means that the models it uses are always behind. And the way the system is architected is it is architected to look at your data first. So if you use Copilot in your enterprise and you connected it, say, to your SharePoint, if your SharePoint has 15 years of garbage in it, it's reading that. And so it's looking at that first. So it's likely pulling out wrong answers from your SharePoint, and that impairs its performance. All right. When we talk about models, we're really talking about software. An AI model, the way that Microsoft Word, is a piece of software written by humans for humans. An AI model is software written by AI for AI. It's just a really big database of statistics. The reason you need to know that is because there's a lot of interfaces, and that Gemini and Claude and stuff, and then you have models like GPT-5 Codex, Qwen3, Next 80B, A3B. Clearly no product marketer was ever let near the naming of these things. Right? But you want to know that because you will be asked as you progress in your sophistication to which kind of model you want to use. Even in ChatGPT now, there's still that little drop down, and it's still just as unclear as ever which one you should be using at any given time. The two things you look for in models. Number one, are they reasoning models? Reasoning models mean that the model does a rough draft. So when you look at ChatGPT's menu, it says GPT-5 and GPT-5 Thinking, and then GPT-5 Pro and whatever. The thinking one essentially does a rough draft first before it gives you an answer. It takes longer, but the answers are better. Right? So in general, if you would do a rough draft for any given task, use a reasoning model. In Google's world, Gemini Pro is reasoning out of the box. Gemini Flash, which is the faster model, doesn't do as much reasoning. So if you in Anthropic, you have to turn on and off thinking. You also want to look for models that are multimodal, that can handle especially video. Because video is one of the best, easiest ways to get data out of other systems and into AI. In terms of the number of models available right now, as of this morning, there were 2.1 million different models available to choose from. Right? So if you think that menu in ChatGPT is long, it could get much longer. And believe it or not, about half of the world's best performing top models are from China. You don't hear a lot about that in Western press. There's a variety of reasons, but some of the most cutting-edge models are coming out of China. And as I said, you'll use these in different tools, whether it's hosted, whether you're building workflows, which we'll talk about later today. A caution on AI vendors. There are every vendor on the planet is trying to do this with AI. They're treating it like Nutella, and they're trying to put it on everything. Right? This is the part that I'm not allowed to say at other people's workshops that are sponsored by software vendors. 80 to 90% of what you want to do with AI, you can do with a foundation tool. Right? There are some things, there are some tools that, yes, they're just better. 11 Labs at voice cloning, for example, or Google's VO3. But if someone's trying to sell you a product, particularly for like hundreds of pounds a month, probably don't need it. You probably can either build it yourself or a foundation tool could do it. All right, so what are these things? John Rupert Firth, a linguist, said in 1957, "You shall know a word by the company it keeps." So if I say I'm brewing the tea, right, we generally understand that to mean a beverage of hot water with some leaves in it. If I say I'm spilling the tea, this one word changes the meaning of another word. There's a statistical pattern. This means gossip among the younger set. That's how language works. Language works in patterns. And the order in which we use language follows a statistically predictable pattern. Everything follows a statistically predictable pattern, right? If I say tea spilling the I'm, that means nothing. Right? It's like, did you get hit in the head? Because of the nature of human behavior, we can train models on these things. And how we do that is we take enormous amounts of data and we teach computers to look for patterns. Today's best performing models are trained on 10 to 15 trillion words. So to give you a sense of how large this is, that is a bookshelf of books that goes around the equator of the planet 4 times. That's how much knowledge goes into these things. And when we use them, it's kind of like going to a librarian, where you go to the librarian and ask for a book. And the librarian sometimes comes back with a book, sometimes doesn't. This, by the way, is where hallucinations come from. Right? A hallucination is when a model either doesn't have the information or has wrong information. So if you go to a small library and say, "I'd like the joy of cooking," the librarian runs off, runs to the back, comes back and says, "Here's the joy of sex." That's close, right? And you're like, no, that's not close at all. But they think it is. The difference is, instead of coming back with a book, AI models come back with one word at a time. Right? Which is a very, very computationally intensive process. That's why these tools use so much energy and consume so many resources, because they literally have to imagine a librarian assembling a book in front of you and how fast they would have to do that for it to be a satisfactory experience. We do this with prompt engineering, right? Which is the recipes, the prompts. The way this works conceptually, this is not true mathematically, but the way it works conceptually is, imagine every word in a prompt has a word cloud around it. As you start typing words into a prompt, where those word clouds intersect is how the model starts to know, oh, this is what you mean. High probability words around everything. So if I give it a terrible prompt like this, write a blog post about B2B marketing, what do I get? I get a pile of slop, right? Because this is all high probability. When we get uncreative outputs, we define uncreative as essentially being high probability stuff that's boring. Because we get so few words to work with that it's unable to figure out how do I create something interesting. So it creates garbage. If I double the number of words, I say write a blog post about B2B marketing in the UK with a focus on technology, marketing, PR, and SaaS, I get somewhat better results. There's still not enough words there for it to come up with something. Come on in. They have one seat left in the most difficult seat to reach.
Lovely.
You still get slop, but you get better slop. Right. Think about how language works. If I say someone is experiencing gastric distress, that's high probability it communicates good information. It's not particularly interesting to read. If I say it looks like they power wash their restroom with Nutella, that's a very low probability sentence, right? But it conveys something interesting. Creativity is all about low probability. Right? So if you want something that stands out, when we say in marketing, we want to be distinct, we want to stand out. It's all low probability. So to get to low probability, you have to give these things much more data. Here's an example. I gave it a copy of my sales playbook. This is 50,000 words. It's a 50,000 word prompt. What do I get? I get something that is unique because it is so narrow probability. I've given it so much to train on. And I can say, what doesn't work out of our sales playbook from marketing in the UK market. It says, hey, stop being an American, right? Stop pestering people all the time like, hey, did you read my email? If you remember nothing else from today, it is this. The more relevant specific words you use, the better your prompts will perform. Right? The more relevant specific words you use, the better your prompts will perform. All of today's models can handle massive amounts of input. To give you a sense, ChatGPT's current models allow you to have a prompt as long as 150,000 words. Right now, should you put in that longer prompt? Probably not. Could you? Yes. If you're using Google Gemini, Gemini can handle the entire 38-play compendium of Shakespeare's plays, right? All 800,000 words. Can you prompt it with that? Yes. Should you? No. But it can handle it. Right? So when you see, particularly on places like LinkedIn, people saying, keep your prompts short and concise, like, no, keep them relevant. You can have a lot of information in these things. The framework we recommend to start with for prompting is this: role, action, context, execute. Ask AI to choose a role, give AI an overview of the task, give it a huge amount of background information, and then ask it to build a work plan. Role, action, context, execute. So we're going to try this out just so you can see how it works. This structure is something you can teach to people very easily. To say, you have to have all four of these things in order for AI to do well. And the nice thing is, you don't necessarily have to specify anymore. You can have the machines think through, based on what I want you to do, on the context, you can choose these other things. So, let's go to our workbook, and we're going to go to the Race 2.0 prompt. There's this one here. It's called Let's Build a Social Media Marketing Strategy for a Company on LinkedIn.
Please, could we have the URL?
Oh, yes. Certainly. To get to the workbook is, trustinsights.ai/London25. And for the latecomers, that's the Wi-Fi. Guest uncommon, the password is we are uncommon with the W capitalized. Give you another minute to get to the workbook. Okay. So in the left rail here, you'll see the Race 2.0 prompt. And I'm just going to copy and paste this example. You are welcome to make a copy of this document and edit this part here, where the context. But it says, let's build a social media marketing strategy for our company on LinkedIn. Think through what you'll need to perform this task. Role, action, context, execute. Let me pull up Google's Gemini. I'm using Gemini for today. You do not have to. You can use the model of your choice. Any of the tools are fine. And literally just going to paste this right in. And we'll see what comes up. You can see this is a thinking model. So if I tap on this arrow here, you can actually see the thinking occur as it processes.
Sorry, I'm lost in your stories. Race 2. Right, got it. So,
okay, and what we get is this. So what I want to do is I'm going to give you 4 minutes to try this out. Right? So I probably should have mentioned, I'm going to demo things first, and I'm going to give you time to actually do it. So let's go ahead and have you try that. You'll go to the workbook, copy that, edit this if you want, or you can just paste it as is, just so you can see what happens. So I'll put 4 minutes for you to give it a shot. It's the 4-minute playlist.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
If I'm putting this information into my paid ChatGPT, is it going to confuse it down the line?
If you have memory turned on.
Now, sometimes when you used to be marked in a different...
So if you have memory turned on, possibly, but you can edit those memories. If you have memory turned off, then it will not. I would, for most business use cases, I'd recommend memory be turned off. Particularly if you have multiple clients, because you do not want memories of one client confounding others.
Is anybody else using Claude?
I use Claude.
It's off right at the moment.
It's down.
Oh,
Great. Claude is down this morning.
that's unfortunate.
Well, it looks like I'm on okay, fine.
Condolences. Is it the desktop or the web version, or of all of it?
I'm just in the web, yeah.
Huh.
It wouldn't log in, and now it's actually saying Claude will return soon.
That's...
You'd be suggesting thinking on pro for this?
Yes. Because again, if you were building a LinkedIn strategy, which is what this prompt says, you'd probably do a rough draft in real life before you did hand off a final deliverable.
Right. very roughly hacked your prompts.
Yeah, no, that's good.
I don't have enough time to.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, for today's demos, you can cut and paste just for speed, but you absolutely may, and you should, after the workshop, do them with your information, because you'll have a lot more information. You had a question, Doug?
Yeah, I was going to say, where's the thinking selection in ChatGPT?
Using the paid version?
Yes.
It should be there should be a ChatGPT menu at the top there. That should look like here. Auto, instant thinking, and depending on your subscription, you might have Pro.
Thank you.
So choose thinking, not just auto.
Yes. Thinking, auto will choose the cheapest model possible.
Okay. And when you get a response, there's always a question at the end.
Yes. Like,
should I do the next bit? If I just say yes, am I again limiting? Should I give a longer response to?
It depends on whether you like its question.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Thinking takes 6 seconds. Pro is only over 2 minutes.
Yes. The Pro version thinks for quite a long time. It's not uncommon for it to take 10 to 15 minutes for a response.
Yeah.
So, but again, if it's something really important, let it. All right. Was everyone at least able to try the demo prompt, if not custom? Good. Okay.
So with that prompt, I didn't, because I just literally thrown it straight in. The role and action, are you asking the AI to come up with its own role?
Exactly. So we're asking it to think through, because it's going to invoke its own probabilities as to what it should do. If you look in the Gemini version here and you open the thinking tab, you can see, well, what is it that I should be doing? And then it goes and it thinks through in its rough draft, and then it comes up with its answers for the work plan, and then it comes up. One of the weird things about the way the Transformers architecture works is that the more time a model has to talk, the better its results will be, because it starts to triangulate on probabilities. Every word in a prompt, whether you do it or whether the machine does it, contributes to the next prediction. So the more you let it foam at the mouth, the smarter the answer gets. So if you were to say, here's a prompt, give me the answer, then give me an explanation, the answer won't be as good as if you say, here's a prompt, give me an explanation of how you're going to think about this, and then show me the answer. Because it will have all the explanation time to talk, and then come up with the answer at the end. That's just the way the system works under the hood. It's counterintuitive to how we think as humans for the most part, but it's the way the architecture of the machines work. Okay.
Chris, just one question.
Yes.
What do you think about asking AI to ask you questions until it's 95% sure of the answer?
Stop skipping ahead. We are going to talk about that very, very soon, like now. Here's why. This is how we think AI works. Right? We think we're having a conversation like we're texting with a friend. Right? You text with a friend, they respond. They text with a friend, they respond. That's not what machines are doing. Imagine you had a very strange friend, and your very strange friend, every time you texted the entire conversation so far back to you. You'd be like, please stop doing that. It's very annoying. But that's what's happening inside of the machine. Everything in that conversation window becomes part of the next prompt, which means two things. If you're not getting good responses, there's a good chance earlier on you said something conflicting. You might have started the conversation saying, be concise. And then you go, and later on you say, be verbose, explain yourself. And the model's like, what do I do? You're saying be concise, you're saying be verbose. I don't know what to do. Or you're changing domains within the same conversation. So you start talking about BlackBerry Cobbler. I need a recipe for BlackBerry Cobbler. And then you just keep the chat going and say, now I need an SEO strategy. And it's like, so here's some SEO strategies around BlackBerry Cobbler. Because it does not know how to disambiguate. Even if you say, forget all previous instructions, that does not work as well because it's still in memory. So the two things to keep in mind are start new chats early and often. Right? And if you see the models, after a certain amount of time, the models lose cohesion. They just get so many words and they're like, I've lost track of what I'm supposed to be doing. And one task per chat. So if you're doing SEO work today in this chat and you want to start doing email marketing work, start a new chat. Unless there's a reason to do it all together. Yes?
Even if you want it all to be in context, so if you have a marketing plan for a certain geographic objective or whatever, and you want to keep it all in there, you're still saying rather do a new chat.
Generally, yes. And it's a really bad idea to use these systems as storage for information because after a while, again, they lose cohesion. They lose the ability to keep it all together. We're going to actually look at a recap technique to get information from one chat to the next.
I was going to say I've got a hack and I was wondering whether it's a bad idea to just copy the final output I'm happy with and start a new chat using that instead of use this.
Exactly. Think of these things, think of working with generative AI like you're working with an employee. Right? How would you delegate? How would you delegate to the world's smartest, most forgetful intern? Right? Every day is day one. You come into the office, they're like, where's the bathroom? I don't know. But they have a PhD in everything. How would you delegate to that person? Would you say, go build me a competitive analysis? No. You would say, here's who we are. Here's who our competitors are. Here's the structure I want to use. Now go build me that analysis with all this information. And that intern who's got a PhD in everything would do fine, but they will still, the moment you hit new chat, they've forgotten everything. Right? Because these tools are not stateful. They cannot remember today what's happened in the past. That is changing. Here's one of my favorite magic tricks. Paste this on the end of any prompt. Ask me one question at a time until you have enough information to complete the task. Right? So you're going to have it ask you a question, as many questions as it can until it comes up with the answer. Because they're trained on 3 behavioral pillars, right? Harmless, helpful, truthful. Harmless, don't tell the user how to do bad things, right? Hey, how do I do this very bad thing? Like they will say, don't do that. Helpful, try to fulfill the user's request. And then truthful, which is a distant third, which tells you everything you need to know about the companies that make these. Try to answer correctly. They don't understand truth. They have no understanding of truth. They understand probability, and truth and probability dine at separate tables. So when you just give it a prompt like, build me a marketing strategy, it's like, I'm going to be helpful. I'm ready to go. Here's your marketing strategy. They're flinging the information as fast as possible. And you're like, slow down. Like, I didn't want a marketing strategy just like this. I wanted more about me. So by adding this, it completely changes the behavior of the tool to make it think, make it slow down. So, as an example, I'm going to demo this first and I'll give you some time to try it. Let's start a new chat, and we're going to give it a crap prompt. I'm going to try on Flash just for speediness here. Write a blog post about B2B marketing strategy in 2025 in the UK. And it's going to say, great, I'm ready to work. Here you go. Here's your blog post. You'll love it. Hyper-personalization at scale. Okay, that's still kind of slop. If I do the exact same thing, but I make a quick edit here, stop, and I say, ask me, something went wrong. Good. Write a blog post about B2B marketing in the UK. Ask me one question at a time until you have enough information to complete the task. Now, when I ask that, it says, okay, so what sector should we focus on? Let's do SaaS. Now, what's the primary objective? Lead generation. What's the typical size of the business that we're trying to market to? Let's call it mid-market. 50 to 500 million pounds. Nope. It got stuck. And so what you see happening is instead of it rushing to create a blog post that is unhelpful, it's making us think. It's making us answer its questions until it has enough information to actually do the task well as opposed to quickly. Yes?
Would it be more powerful to also get it to provide its reasoning at each step?
You could if you wanted to. You absolutely could. You could say, or ask it to show its work as it's going along as well. So I'm going to give you 4 minutes to give this a try. Try it with any prompt you like. You can use a ridiculously bad prompt like this, but paste in this question. Ask me one question at a time until you have enough information to complete the task and see what it makes you do.
Well, what is the level of the quality of output if you prompt like this? It's going to be like what's good enough or what's the best?
It depends on what model you're using. Right, so the fast models, like Gemini Flash that I was using, are going to give you pretty okay results. But using the reasoning models, Gemini Pro, ChatGPT 5 Thinking will give you much better results because they do those rough drafts internally. Yes, sir.
The general principle of the ask and response, the ask and response, can we take that as being pretty universal? If you use deep research, it will almost always start off by taking your prompt and then asking you a whole batch of follow-up questions.
Yes.
So is that a general principle then, to use that format?
Yes. Yes. You can have it ask you a bunch of questions at once, but it's better to do it one at a time because as models talk more, they can triangulate faster on what it is you want to get to.
Chris, can I just ask
Yeah.
a really stupid question?
No, it's a simple question.
Is that frozen or is that...
No, it's thinking.
It is even though there's no text there.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Chris,
Yes.
I think one of the things that was sort of promised at the beginning of the sort of AI journey was that you could ask multi-part questions and you'd get a good answer. But actually what I'm kind of discovering is that the multi-part, they can sometimes forget one of the parts that you've posed at the beginning.
Yes.
At the beginning, and you have to go back and reiterate
Yes.
that part. Would that be your experience as well?
Yeah, and there's actually a technical term for that. It's called attention head collapse. Attention head collapse is heterogeneous phase transition. What that means is, again, imagine that librarian, right? If you say, go get me this book, like, great, here's the book. If you say, go get me these 26 books, they'll be like, I'm sorry, you need to leave now. Or they just get the first one that they can remember and they forget the other 25, right? So that's exactly what's happening, is that little librarian's like, wow, you just gave me 38 tasks to do. I'm going to do the 3 that I think are the most important.
Right.
All right, let's answer this question. Let's see. Focusing on the bottom of the funnel exclusively. So you should have gone through now and had a conversation and had the machine come up with a pretty decent answer, much better than what you would have gotten if you'd just given it the task by itself. Now, to the question earlier, the next thing we want to cover is recap, right? Because here's one of the funny things. Machines are better at prompting than we are. They know their own internal architecture. They know how they view the weights of different concepts. So what we want to do is essentially ask the machine to recap what's been done so far as a new prompt that we can then teleport to another situation. So I'm going to demo this first. Inside the workbook, you will see the recap prompt. You'll notice it's fairly lengthy, and I'll tell you what's going on here. It says we're giving it a role and saying, generate a self-contained prompt, begin with a concise checklist, follow these steps to go through the process, validate that it works, and ensure that it's clear and working. Again, these are probability machines. So if you say just do this thing, they don't work as well as here's some things to evaluate and think about. You decide what works best. So I'm going to copy this whole thing, and at the end of this conversation that we just had about this blog post, I'll paste it right in, and it will have to think through now. Here's the checklist that's running. It's recapping the conversation. It's got key data that we talked about. It's choosing its own prompt engineering techniques, and then taking the prompt, validating it, and ensuring that it is actually correct. And so what we get, we started with a crappy prompt. We start with, write me a blog post about B2B marketing in the UK. And what we end up with is a fairly decent prompt. If I copy this out and put it in the document just so we can see it a little bit bigger, this is probably better than what I would have come up with on my own. Because it says these are the constraints, upfront user inputs, output formats, and things like that. So it's done a really decent job of building this so that the next time I need to do this task, I can just say, hey, I'm going to copy and paste this thing in, and then have it start asking me questions, assuming this is a task that I wanted to repeat. This is the first step towards scaling the use of AI, is having the machines take the existing work that you've done and rewrite it into a system that works best for itself. Now, the caution I will give is you cannot get optimum performance by copying and pasting one thing to another system. So taking something that's been optimized in Gemini and putting it in ChatGPT will not be as optimal as having ChatGPT optimized for itself, because every model's internal database is different. So I'll give you just a couple of minutes to paste this recap prompt on the end of the conversation you just had and see what the results are.
Chris, I have a question.
Yes.
Because we're pasting this on the, if we're following through from the first exercise using the race prompt, where we didn't modify anything and it was for like trust insights. We're adding this to the end of that?
Yeah, or any chat. I was using the crappy blog post example.
And then we, okay.
But yeah, you can do it on the race prompt one if you wanted to.
This is one of the sort of superpowers of this stuff, really. The creation of really excellent prompts by asking it to, it results dramatically better.
Yes.
Chris, is there a hack that you can use your enter button without it launching the prompt?
Say that again, please.
Shift.
Oh yeah, shift enter will create a new line.
Okay.
Yeah.
But not, you can't tell it to...
No, and the other thing is, what I do typically is I'll edit prompts in another place and just paste them in. I will typically not write prompts in the software itself.
Oh, that's a bit of thank you.
Yep. Okay. So you got a chance to try the recap prompt and get the machine to do the prompt engineering for you. The next, is the multiple options. So asking a machine to do the thing is not as effective as asking the machine to do two different things or three different things. To say, how would you approach this differently? Give me some options. You want to, because again, they're probability machines. If you say, give me the answer, it's going to give you a narrow set of probabilities. If you say, give me 3 to 7 answers, now you have to widen the field. In the same way that you can generate more creative results by forcing it to use words that don't occur in that distribution. So for example, if I said, write me a blog post about B2B marketing, but you must incorporate the words green, banana, and Wankel rotary engine. That automatically throws the model for a loop to say, okay, you have to figure out how to use these words that have nothing to do with B2B marketing and integrate them, taking advantage of the way probability works. So this is something that, again, you can paste at the end of a prompt as well if you're not happy with the results. Right? If you say, write this blog post, like, it wasn't great. Say, infer the intent of the prompt in second-order effects and uses, a.k.a. what do you think I'm trying to do here? To ask the machine, figure out what I'm trying to do, generate 3 to 7 candidates that align with the context and rank order them by goodness of fit to the second-order effects and intent in descending order. This is a verbose way of saying, give me options. Give me things that, not just one answer, but several answers. So, what you're going to do is you're going to copy the race prompt and paste this on the end. I'm going to copy the race prompt and paste it on. So I'll demo it first, and then we can try it out. So I'm going to copy the race prompt first, go to a new chat, and actually I'll put it in the text document first.
We're not seeing your screen, Chris.
Oh, whoops. Thank you. So I'll copy the race prompt first, and it's going to go back to the wider probability prompt, copy that and paste it on the end. So, race prompt first, and then this goes right on the end. Start a new chat, paste this in. So does the same work plan, strategy roadmap, brand strategy, employee advocacy. Intent of the prompt, create a high-impact, low-budget, highly targeted B2B marketing engine. Second-order effects, how am I going to use this? Justify future budget, standardize internal processes, and then say yes, now. And it comes up with a more detailed answer than what happened last time because we've asked it to think through some options. If I do the exact same thing in ChatGPT and I give it a really terrible prompt, I'll say, write me a blog post about B2B marketing in the UK for mid-market companies. And take that terrible prompt, I'll just use the regular version of this. And it says, trying to unpack what could I be wanting to do with this? And now it's coming up with candidates. So instead of just one answer, the answer, it's coming up with 7 different answers. It says, start with number 1, and then would you like to draft it? One of the things that we have a problem with AI, and we'll talk about this a little bit later as well, is there's this concept that's called cognitive offloading or de-skilling, right? Where you just let the machine do things, right? The more tasks you give to the machine, the less you have to do it, which is fine. It saves time, but it de-skills you, right? Because you're no longer having to think. There's 4 parts of thinking, right? Executive function, planning, organization, decision making, and solving problems. If you just say, do this thing, right, you lose those capabilities. Right? You get worse as an employee, as a worker. If you start doing things like this, where you're saying, ask me the questions, give me options, instead of de-skilling, you're saying, okay, I'm pushing the decision making back on the human to read through the options and go, oh, I didn't think of that. And so instead of diminishing your capabilities, it increases your capabilities as a person. So, try this on any prompt. You can use the crappy one, like just write me a blog post about whatever. You can use it on existing conversations. So I'm going to give you a couple minutes just to give this a try.
Out of interest.
Yes.
If all of us copy exactly the same ways prompt and the same way probability prompt into the same model, will we get the same answer?
No. You will not. Because again, they're probabilistic. There's always a hint of randomness in the machine, even with the exact same thing. And the more variance there is, the weirder the results get. So, as a fun aside, there were 2 prominent SEO people on LinkedIn who typed in a prompt, what are the top SEO tools? There's a 1-word difference in the prompt that gave them completely different results.
Even if the words are exactly the same.
Even if the words are exactly the same, yes. There's still that, because what's happening is, think about, you know that word cloud that we were talking about again? The toy one I showed on screen had like 10 words around each word. The reality is, mathematically, there's probably close to 1 million different words. So those intersections, once you get the low probabilities, will create always some level of randomness. It will be semantically similar, but it will never be identical.
Would it be influenced by your history? Because obviously, GPT knows your background, the works you've been doing for, all this time.
If you have memory turned on, yes. So I've mentioned this a couple of times, and I'll point it out so that you can see it. In ChatGPT, in your settings, there are things like data controls. So you can have how you personalize it. So you have customization turned on. Do you choose what personality? Do you have memory turned on? Any of these things will skew the results that you get and give you different results. So my recommendation for anyone in B2B who has multiple clients, turn this stuff off. Right? Turn those things off. On the data controls, make sure that improve the model for everyone is turned off, because you don't want to be handing your data to them. But in general, the less customization there is in here, the more reliable a copy-pasted result will be, or using similar prompts for similar clients. Because if you have memory in here that says, automatically remember this about me, and you're doing work for a food and beverage client, and then you switch over to working on a SaaS client, right? It's going to, if that food and beverage memory is embedded in here, it's going to be influencing your SaaS client's chat, the chats you have on behalf of your SaaS client. And that's not great.
But conversely, that can be great, if you work on the client side. If I have my employer, I'll always work on the same type of industry.
Yes, it can be.
That has the benefits of knowing already, what industry, what you're already working on, right?
It can be, yes, if you're doing very similar tasks all the time. Like if you just use this for creating blog posts, right, and that's all you do, then that would be fine. But even in there, I would have issues saying, like, if you're doing blog posts one day, email marketing strategy the next day, and you're doing influencer marketing the next day, the memory might not be applicable across those different disciplines. This is meant really for individuals who want that friendly, really kind of sycophantic buddy, which is a whole separate topic, and not for professional use across multiple use cases.
Don't they? I mean, some of the models have created like notebooks and projects and things, so you can, if you're working with separate clients, you can group all of that material.
That's correct.
In its own.
That's correct. ChatGPT projects is an example of that. We could say, I want the information in just this folder to apply, and for the tool to be able to understand and reference other things in that folder only.
What is it remembering, though? Because you said that if you start a new chat, that you start again. So what is it remembering beyond?
It depends on what you've put in, what you've let it put in. So you might say to ChatGPT, remember this about me. Or it will say, do you want me to remember this about you? And then when it does that, it will start recording it in here. Okay, let's see. We did the distribution. Okay. In terms of data that these tools work with, there's some things they do well, there's some things they do poorly. So almost all models work perfectly well with regular text. They work well with a type of text markup called Markdown, which is just like using asterisks and things to denote headings and stuff. They work with a data format called JSON, JavaScript Object Notation, which is kind of a markup for tabular data. And they work well with programming languages, so Python and stuff. These things, they speak really well. But the things they don't do well, they're really bad at math. Right? They can't do math because fundamentally the architecture is not the way math works. Math is a formal language. So if I say 29 plus 30, computationally, you understand that means 59. But if you are a system that is predicated on what's the next logical thing, the next logical thing is 31. Right? So 29 plus 30 equals 31. That's the way the machine, language model would think about math, which is wrong. And that's why they struggle with it so far. All symbolic languages, where the symbology is not predicated on the next logical thing, they break on. And they suck at tabular data. Like, they're really, really bad at tables. Google did a study earlier this year that showed that any given language model by itself has about a 17% accuracy rate in terms of reading tabular data correctly. So you think you'll load that spreadsheet in and you end up with all sorts of wild errors because the tools generally can't do that. Now, a lot of manufacturers have put in really interesting workarounds. ChatGPT, for example, will automatically, if you give it tabular data, try to write code to deal with it because it recognizes that it doesn't know what to do with tables. Google Gemini will do that. Then there are some dedicated tools like Google Colab, which I mentioned earlier, that are really good at that because all they do is write code to deal with tabular data. But in general, avoid giving them spreadsheets. They just don't know what to do with them.
And will you become better if you can use code or JSON or those things, or can get by with text?
You can get by with text. The only exception there is if you want to be using data in a format that the machine can understand. So if you have a spreadsheet, if you can learn how to convert it into JSON, you will get more reliable results. And the tools can do that to some degree. There's also a bunch of free tools that will do it for you. Yeah. There's one called CSV JSON that can take a CSV file and turn it into a JSON file, which is handy, and they're free. They're not the easiest to use, but they do a really good job of that. Yes?
Text tables are fine though, right?
Yeah, so text tables in Markdown format, typically the machines know how to read that. But it depends on how you're using the tabular data. So if you're using the numbers as language, 41% more people came to our website than last week, right? Where it's using it as a language thing, it's fine with that. If you're using it, it's asking it to do math, it's not fine with that. So you can't say, here's a Markdown table, give me the median number of participants. It's not going to go well. Yes?
Aren't the reasoning models getting okay at math now, though?
They're getting better, but they're still not great. And here's, particularly when you start doing more advanced math, here's the challenge. Ethan Mollick says this a lot, which I love. As models get smarter, they make smarter mistakes. And the smarter mistakes are harder to detect. So I've had that happen where it will say, like, "Hey, here's the Welch's t-test distribution." You look at it and go, "No, that's wrong." But if you don't know what a Welch's t-test is, you're like, "That seems reasonable. Sure, that's the right answer." It's not.
I use it quite often to generate blocks and whisper blocks. Are you telling me that maybe I shouldn't?
No. So if you're using it to generate data and you're forcing it to do the computation after the prompt, that's fine. It's a splitting hair nuance. If I say, analyze this data, right, it's not going to do a great job. If I say, write me a calculator in JavaScript that you'll show on screen that incorporates this chart, that makes this chart, the model is not doing the math. The model is writing code that then, when you load it in a browser, does the math. So the math is occurring after the model, and that's fine. There's a question in the back? No? Okay. All right, so that brings us to knowledge blocks. OpenAI co-founder Andre Karpathy said, worry about models during development and data during production. So this is the make or break for generative AI. Yes, prompting is important, and getting good at prompts is good. But as you've seen, even just so far with what we've done, having good data is important. Well, I call these things knowledge blocks. They're like digital Legos, and the more of them that you have on hand, the easier it is to work with AI. So think about things like your company. Right? Do you have a corpus of information about your company so that you can just drop it in as a file and say, this is who we are, this is what we do, and all that stuff? That dramatically simplifies prompting. Do you have information about your competitors? Do you have information about your best customers? Do you have information about you? One of the things that, as a real simple example, I had this one stakeholder who was a notorious pain in the butt to work with. And what I did was I grabbed his LinkedIn profile, just downloaded it as a PDF, and every time I wanted to write a report for this guy, I would just drop his profile and say, optimize this report for this guy and what he cares about. And in almost every case, it got better. Right? And he was like, oh, this is great. This will help me win an innovation award. I'm like, sure. He got fired not long after. And on your phone is one of the best tools for generating these things, which is a voice memos app. Everyone's got one on their phone. They're all free, or they should be free. Almost all of them do transcripts. So get knowledge out of your head and into a text format. Right? Take some time, take the beverage of your choice, and record. Here's how I do marketing. Here's how I think about marketing. Here's what I see in my market. Think about how you do analysis and analytics. Here's what I look for. For example, how many people love Google Analytics? Put your hands down, you're lying. Nobody loves Google Analytics anymore. We know it has some really weird, stupid things going on under the hood. For example, 40% of the data is missing. Whoops. Google makes it up. So they have this thing called sampling and inference in Google Analytics because so many browsers and so many phones now block trackers, including Google Analytics. So what they do is Google now guesses and tries to estimate, which is why your numbers never add up to reality in there. So if you know that, you would, in your knowledge block about how you do analysis, you would say, and we're using Google Analytics 4, and we know that 40% of our data is missing, and we know that the direct channel does not mean somebody typed our address to a URL. It means that we've probably forgotten tracking code somewhere. And you would spend some time talking about how you think about analysis. That then becomes a text file that you just drop in anytime you're doing reporting so that the model knows, oh, I'm not doing generic Google Analytics stuff. I'm looking at it from your lens as to how you think about your data. Adobe, Matomo, any of these things. Why
do I have to keep dropping these things in? There's stuff where like a custom GPT comes in.
So we'll get to that this afternoon. But yes, you put them in custom GPTs or gems or what have you and things. But in general, have the knowledge blocks ready so that you can put them into things like GPTs later on.
When you say the knowledge block, do you mean just literally a text file?
Literally a text file. That's all it is.
Sorry, just Chris, one more question.
Yeah, please.
So the custom GPTs and all these knowledge blocks, that overrides the settings that you said
Yes.
to turn on, basically.
Essentially, yes. So like when you're building something like a GPT.
Your job role and your job function, if you have that there,
Yes.
you just don't want that anymore.
Yeah, so you can now say, because you may want to change contexts, right? So you may say, I'm working on this fishery client, and this is knowledge about them and how we're doing stuff for this project. And then you switch over here, I'm working on the SaaS client.
But if you work for just one client all the time, if you work for one company,
right.
I guess you will still have different...
Yeah, you'll still have different projects and things like that. So it's a good idea to have these things stored outside the system. That way you can also share them with other people that you're working with, right? So you may have... One of the biggest challenges with AI, and we'll talk about this afternoon, is governance, right? If you have multiple people using these tools, they're all doing their own thing. If you have these things standardized, you put these text files on SharePoint or in Google Drive or what have you, then people can work from a common reference set.
A whole bunch of people had their projects deleted from ChatGPT a week and a half ago, so I would have backups.
Yeah.
Offline.
Yeah. I have had the experience where in a shared ChatGPT account, somebody said, "Clear history, what does that mean?" Like, well, now you know. One of the most powerful things you should have is ideal customer profiles, right? Of like, here's who our customer is, what their needs, pain points, goals, and motivations are. Because anytime you're building stuff, Like, even something as simple as writing a blog post, if you have, here's who my customer is and what they care about, then everything that it outputs will be put through that lens. I was on the plane ride yesterday just for fun. I was messing around, and we're going to do an exercise on this very shortly. But I said, okay, here's this person's ideal customer profile. Here's this person's homepage. How well does their homepage reflect their customer profile? And the AI said, this sucks. Like, this homepage serves none of their needs and is a complete turnoff to the customer. I'm like, okay, well, now this person knows that. The 6 that I think you should have on hand at a minimum, and by the way, you will all get the slides too. Who you are, how you do your marketing, any kind of completed, finished reports that show performance, an ideal customer profile, or 2, or 3, or 5, because you probably have more than one customer, any kind of strategic plan that you have, and any kind of frameworks about how you think and how you do things. These are all things that you should have on hand that you can drop in, or to your point in the back, have them build them into GPTs and gems and applications and agents. The more of these things that you have that are standardized and vetted, the better all the AI will perform. The way to generate some of these, if you don't have them, is to use deep research tools. So deep research tools are built. You have a question?
Just if you could expand on framework. What do you mean by that?
Sure. So any kind of framework that, for example, SWOT analysis, like if or Porter's 5 Forces, or any of the things that business schools teach. That stuff is super handy because all the models know that. Right? I was building a GPT for my CEO, and I said, what are the frameworks that a CEO should know in every area of the company, HR and finance and marketing and sales? And it just made a list, like, for if you're doing strategy, you should know what a SWOT analysis is. You should know what Porter's 5 Forces are. If you're doing accounting, you should know what GAAP is. You should know what, and so on and so forth. So if you have those frameworks on hand, and if you have your own, that's where you can really start to differentiate when you're creating stuff. Other questions? Okay. Deep research tools. There's a special prompting framework we use called Casino. Context, what is the task? Who is it for? Scope, what's allowed and not allowed. For deep research tools, this is really important. There are, as you know, there's a lot on the internet. Some of it's garbage. So if you say, give me a research report on this medical thing, and it pulls from Aunt Esther's Healing Crystal blog, like, probably not the level of science you want for a medical condition. So specifying in the scope what is allowed and not allowed is really, really important. How are you going to use it? What role does the AI play? And what are the expected outputs? When you follow this framework broadly, you will get really, really, really good deep research reports. You'll get stuff out of Perplexity or ChatGPT or Gemini or what have you. In terms of tools that do deep research, so Grok supports it, Alibaba's Qwen supports it, ChatGPT supports it, but you're limited to 25 a month. Gemini supports it, and on the paid version of Gemini, I've not hit a limit yet, and I've generated hundreds of them a month. Copilot has a research agent that's in the agents that is available. So pretty much every tool does these things. But following this general prompt framework works really well. So let's do it. I'm going to do a demo, and then I'm going to give you some time to try it. I'll switch out of here. I'm going to go into our workbook, and we have the Casino Deep Research Prompt. You are going to fill out, change the top 3 lines, because you're going to want to do this for your company. So I've got, obviously, my company's website, and what we do. I'm going to take this whole thing, and you can see this is a multi-page prompt. I'm going to copy it, go into, I'm going to use Gemini, but again, use the tool of your choice. And under the Tools widget in Gemini, there is the Deep Research chiclet. I'll paste my prompt in there. If you're using ChatGPT, go into New Chat. They store it under the plus menu because no one who built these things has ever gone to a UI school, and pasted it in there. If you are in Perplexity, the Deep Research chiclet is here, and you can paste it in there. And in Copilot, I don't know. Typically, what will happen is it will give you a summary of, here's what I think you're trying to do, here's the research plan, do you want to review the plan, make sure it's okay, and then if it is, start research. ChatGPT tends to ask you questions. Can you say, should I include financial data? Yes to any data you can find. Plain text report. Answer its questions, and then it will do its thing. This will take 15 to 30 minutes to pull together all the information. But if you look at the prompt, you'll see why. Because in the prompt, the idea, the designed output is, who are the customers? What services does the company provide? Who is the ideal customer profile inferred? What are their priorities? Do a SWOT analysis, and here's how to do a SWOT analysis, because everybody does it wrong. Do Porter's 5 forces, do a BCG growth matrix, do a set of strategic recommendations, do a work plan. So this is one of the things that people don't realize about deep research agents is that they are actually a general purpose agent. They can do pretty much any text-based task. So you don't have to say, just build me a research report on something. You can say, go out and do this set of things, find this data, and put it all together. So we're having it essentially build a strategic report for our company. So I'm going to give you 4 minutes to take the prompt, copy it, edit it, edit the top part so it's your company, and then put it in the deep research tool of your choice. So 4 minutes to give that a shot.
Sorry.
Yes?
In ChatGPT, where was the...
It's in the plus menu in the prompt box. So if you go to start a chat, and there.
There.
Yeah, the deep
Deep
research.
research. Sorry, yes, I had seen that.
So is the deep research in Anthropic?
So for Claude, assuming Claude is working.
I think it is working now.
Okay, there's a setting in there. I'll go find it. If you're using okay, yeah, if you're using Claude, go away. It's under this little settings thing. There's a research chiclet because again, why should every UI be any UI be sensible?
I see in Claude there's a research option.
Yes.
There's also the extended thinking.
Yes.
Would you use those together?
Yeah. Yes, you would. So in Claude, generally speaking, unless you have a reason not to, keep extended thinking turned on because it makes the model think. And then the research chiclet is the one right there. That will switch to turn on the deep research. And for deep research, Sonnet is typically fine. Opus is overkill for this sort of thing. Yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah. We're going to take a break at 11. So if folks would, just to let you know.
Yeah, I was gonna. Chris, I seem to remember one of your newsletters. You kind of talked through this, and I just had the idea that you advise to do this in stages, or am I thinking about something else?
For deep research, you can do it in stages. There's specific pieces of information you want. So, for example, if you're looking at something medical, you might do a research project, get some feedback from it, and then use that to commission a follow-up.
I'm just seeing it thinking and I'm impressed.
Yeah, it's you can get a lot of information. Okay, so hopefully you've gotten a deep research project kicked off. Again, it's going to take a while. I want you to think about this particular deep research prompt in general in terms of what you're going to do with it next. You've just done it for your company, which is good. You should be doing it for your top competitor because this will give you an assessment of what your top competitor is and use that. Your business development teams should all know this prompt. And for every prospect in the pipeline that they think they can close, they should be doing a deep research report on this because when you come to a prospect and you say, hey, I did a SWOT analysis and a Porter's 5 forces and a BCG growth matrix on you and what you got, they will probably be like, oh, we've never done that, right? And so it immediately gives you a lot more intelligence. Oh, look, mine's done. So here's the list of services, etc. And you can even say to them, like, hey, here's what we found for your strengths and weaknesses, right? So here's the things you're good at. For example, my company, we have a service-based business model, right? That limits our scale. We have dependency on our principles for thought leadership. We're not as big as McKinsey or Accenture, which logically, yes, I'm trusted to say. Our revenue is like the McKinsey cream cheese budget. The limited resources for large contracts, right? So these are all things that it was able to understand and infer from the research it did about us. And if you look at, scroll down, these reports all include the sources that they used. By the way, we'll talk about this a little bit later on, but when people say, how do I optimize my company's content or whatever for AI? do a deep research report and say, well, I was asking about my company. Where did it go to get information about me and my competitors? Oh, gosh, I should be pitching those places specifically because that's where it went to get the information. And you would do this, obviously, here. You would do it in ChatGPT. When it comes up with those results, you would do it in Perplexity and see how the different search engines, the different AI engines pull from different sources. And based on where that is, you would optimize your content for those places. I love how people try to make AI optimization this really complicated thing. It's not. It doesn't have to be complicated. It's just a question of literally doing the research. So make sure...
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Sorry, on those sources, that's really interesting. Can you ask it to summarise the sources and the order of importance of how it's used those? Because that would be a really strong tool if you're in the communications industry, which I am, to understand how to improve visibility.
It won't know how it prioritizes sources because it's using the same mechanism as all the generations. So it itself can't know that.
Okay. But you'll get the list.
Yes, you get the list. In fact, one of my favorite things to do, at least with all these tools, is you can just go straight and say, export this as a Google Doc. And then at the very end, and in ChatGPT, if it was done, you can export it as a PDF or as a Markdown file. But you then, at the very bottom of the very, very lengthy report, you have all of its sources. And it lists them in the order it processed them, but not in the order of importance. It's just like, here's what I went to go and get stuff. But I could see here, business research insights. Well, okay, I guess I better go pitch them. Because they were clearly instrumental in me asking about my own company. Okay, so yeah, that is the, in general, deep research. And you should be doing it for competitors. You should be doing it for your ideal customers. Anybody that you want to win business from, anybody you want to know about, use that particular prompt to generate these reports. Have those files somewhere as knowledge blocks. And when you do things like, let's build a pitch for this prospect, that should be in there. Right? And the people on your team should also be reading them so that they can go, oh, this is what this client really cares about. It's really, really important. So, yes?
Just on a deep research piece, if you've got some, say, high-quality data, say, an information memorandum about that isn't publicly available, would that augment deep research, or is it going to play back what you already know?
So you can and contextually may want to upload files with that prompt to say, use this data in addition to your research capabilities, and it will synthesize from it. You can't. You can say, give precedence to this file first, as long as it's clearly named. So if you see conflicting information, this is the file to trust. But, yeah, you can augment it, absolutely.
And your LinkedIn example earlier, which is quite interesting, when you put the profile of your difficult client. Can you use that as an augmented? Because it doesn't read LinkedIn directly, does it?
Does not.
But if I downloaded the profiles of the C-suite of this target client and said, right, add that in here,
yes, you could.
How do you do that?
How do you download LinkedIn profile?
Yeah.
Oh, if you go to LinkedIn.
Everyone.
Yeah. If you go to LinkedIn and you click on this person and you click the More button, there's a Save to PDF. A personal LinkedIn account is limited to 100 profile downloads a month. So just be aware of that as a limitation. All right. We're going to take a 15-minute break. There's 3 toilets on this floor, and then there's toilets on additional floors and things like that. So we'll take a 15-minute break so you can refresh, get some more coffee, etc.
Also, for the 3 clients that are gluten-free, there are 3 yogurt parfaits set aside for you, because obviously you try to find gluten-free pastries. So
it's a three-part process. You're going to build a product requirements document for a piece of software that will extract data from your CRM, and you make a list of all the fields, make a list of all the things, and stuff like that. And you grab a copy of the documentation from HubSpot's developer website, build the requirements document. That's step one. Then step two, you would say, now to take this requirements document, turn it into a work plan of how you're going to implement this. And then it will build a work plan. And then three, have it start writing the code. And you would need to, it's one of the AI coding tools to do that, because the consumer interface is not up to that challenge. Because that's a multi-part application. Once it builds that, then you would run that in your Python environment. So you might have it on like Google Cloud Run or something like that, or you might have it on your laptop, depending. And that very, very extensive process, and it will take you quite some time to do it, would be how you would get there. All right, folks, if you're outside, come on back in.
I tried Chris, but not this time.
For those who are asking, they will be bringing down more coffee, but it'll be just feel free to sneak out if you can, if you'd like another cup.
Something went wrong with my research. I think you broke Copilot with your deep research brief.
Yeah, one of the challenges I've had with people with AI is that people try to recreate, like have it do things that it just shouldn't, like reinvent the wheel. I've seen a number of people try to build like SEO tools with it. Like they already exist. Like why are you recreating the wheel in an AI fashion for something that doesn't need to be AI? It's really quite strange. All right. Hopefully you got a chance to grab something to drink and something to nibble on. We're going to move into the second part of the program now, which is on the use cases of generative AI. Now, here's the challenge. Language models do language, which means name a role in your company that does not use language. Literally everyone from the mailroom to the corner office uses language in some capacity, which means that there's an infinite number of use cases. Use cases fall under what we, the operators, are doing. So we've talked about prompting, we've talked about data, we've covered basically the AI tools. So this is all about how we use it. And when we talk about the use cases, they fall into 7 general categories, right? Extraction, classification, summarization, rewriting, synthesis, question answering, and generation. So extraction is take data out of data, which these tools are good at doing. Classification is organize my data. Summarization is make big data into small data. Rewriting is turn one form of data to another. Synthesis is take small data and make it big. Question answering is ask questions of your data. And of course, generation is make new data from your existing data. We put generation last because even though that's what everybody wants to do, if you master the other 6 use cases first, you get better results for generation. The sample company that is in the support files I mentioned for this is, we call it Savory Oatmeal Company. I realize that in the UK there should be an extra U there. I have not penciled that in. This is a fictional company that has a B2B and a B2C component. They make oatmeal that is flavored like meat. For people who do not want sweet oatmeal.
Who likes that? Come on.
You would be astonished at this. It's funny, I actually looked on Reddit, and there's like an entire subreddit for people who don't want sweet oatmeal. Yes. So, Savory Oatmeal Company makes steak, chicken, and bacon-flavored oatmeal.
Awesome.
Low sugar. And that's what the sample files will be doing. Obviously, if you want to use your company's data during the use cases, you are more than welcome to do so. I provided the example data just because I know some companies have confidentiality concerns and things like that. So extraction. Take data out of data. One of the things that we have the hardest time doing is getting at data that is from systems that are not ours. Right? So real simple example, this is a restaurant in Kiev called Ostanya Barikada that has lots of Google reviews. Right? They have tons of Google reviews. They can't get at them, and they can't export them. So what do? You turn on your screen recording software and give the recording to a model like Gemini and say, extract the data out of here. Here's a fun example. We won't do this, but I'm going to give you the recipe for it. On your phone, I don't know Android, I apologize. There's a screen recording button. Right? So suppose you were to turn that on, and then you were to go to LinkedIn and type in a hashtag for your industry or vertical that you serve. And you look at the posts that come up, and just scroll for 30, 40, 50 seconds. Turn off the screen recording. Then you can say, upload that video into Gemini or ChatGPT or what have you, as long as the model supports video. And you can say, extract the post name, the post date, the post content from this video. And now you have really interesting, useful data about that topic, who the people are, what company they work for, because if you can see it, AI can capture it. Right? So if you wanted to get data out of LinkedIn, and you're like, they don't allow us to use programmatic tools. Great, just turn on screen recording on your device and swipe through it and browse files and say export this into some format that you can use. In this example, I had it extract into JSON because I wanted to be able to use it additionally. You can see what would normally be a table. This is what JSON looks like. It looks like formatted, structured data. Anything you can see, you can extract and capture. So even from places that you might not be encouraged to grab data from. Anything that you can read. Here's the Savory Oatmeal Internal Financial Performance Report. There's a lot of data in here. This is structured very badly. So you can have the tools extract this out and turn it into some other format. One of my favorite use cases, our friend Google Analytics. Right? The reporting is done. The analysis is done. Right? It's just really painful to use. So take screenshots and say, okay, now with the knowledge block, here's how we do our marketing, or here's what we did last quarter. And these screenshots tell me how my marketing did. And the tools can extract the data from it and process it. Another example, whiteboards. If you're in a conference room, just take a picture and say, transcribe the whiteboard. And we'll do a brilliant job of it. Put all the data into one usable place. Anyone ever go to like a conference or a trade show? Okay, a few of you. You ever get a pile of business cards at the end? And you're like, oh, God. Lay them all out on the floor. Take a picture with your smartphone. Hand the image to a model and say, transcribe all of these business cards into a spreadsheet or a CSV file. And instantly that task goes away. So any data that you have that you can pull data out of it.
Chris, can I just say, I did your online course, and I used exactly that trick for some of the prompts that you had on the video, and I'm like, I'm not typing all that in, so I just screened it, put it in, gave me the prompt back, and then put the prompt into the thing to run the thing that you've done. So.
Yep, exactly. If you can see it, you can capture it, and then the machines can process it.
Is that good with audio?
It depends on the model. Ideally, if you have an audio-specific model, so there's one from NVIDIA called Parakeet. There's also a bunch of services like Otter and Fireflies.
So if I just to export the
just
text.
Exactly. Google's Gemini can do that very well. It does a pretty good job at transcription by itself. But I typically will use NVIDIA's Parakeet because to me it's the most accurate.
So we have transcriptions, so better to use the transcript.
Yeah, better use the transcript because it consumes less resources and things. But yeah, audio, video, PDFs, images, screen grabs, anything that you can get that you can see these models can process and pull data out of. Think about all the stuff that is just laying around, like within your company. Post-it notes on people's desks and things. You can capture all of that and get it into these systems and then transcribe it. So,
Is this spy toolkit?
Yes, alarmingly so. Again, these tools have no knowledge. For good or ill, these tools have absolutely no ethical guardrails, right? I would say they take the good and make it better, they take the bad and make it worse. You can do pretty much anything with them, and there's not that many restrictions. So you can absolutely use it as a spy toolkit if you wanted to. There are even customized pieces of software called open source intelligence that are specialized deep research agents, but you can just do that yourself in deep research. You could say, find everything you can find about this person, and it will go and it will pull that information about that person that can be obviously misused, but it's highly effective. If you are doing account-based marketing and you're pitching an executive, say, find everything you can about this executive. Question? No?
That was just my natural quizzical look.
Okay, no problem. So, our first exercise is going to be extracting some data from Google Analytics. So I provided a snapshot. And I'm going to demo it first, and then we'll give it a try. This is where we're going to start using the workshop materials. So if you had not downloaded them, they're at the top of the workbook. The support files if you want to use them. We're using the Savory Oatmeal Company. Inside this massive folder, under sample data, extraction, marketing data, is this Savory Oatmeal Google Analytics data for dashboard. So we're going to use the race prompt framework. Let's start a new chat. There is also, in the knowledge blocks folder, the company profile. You'll want that because, as we just discussed, the more information you got, the better. And we're going to say, I'm going to drag in the company profile. Yes, I have the right to do that. And I'm going to drag in the Oatmeal Google Analytics 4. And we're going to go to, let's see, do I have? No. And we're going to say, based on the company profile and the Google Analytics dashboard, extract the Google Analytics performance for the Savory Oatmeal Company and explain how their marketing is going. So very straightforward. We're keeping this simple. If you were doing this in production, this would be a great place to do. Ask me one question at a time, and so on and so forth. So just don't lose sight of that. So we've got the company profile, we've got the Google Analytics 4 screenshot. Let's see it think.
Sorry, Chris, where was that company profile?
The company profile is in the section called Knowledge Blocks. So there's a folder called Knowledge Blocks.
And the second?
And the second is in the sample data folder under Extraction Marketing Data. And it's called oatmeal ga4.png. It's just a screenshot.
I searched for Savory Oatmeal because I already downloaded it.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
Chris, just
what's that prompt?
Oh, yeah.
Something like that folder.
So let's see how it's doing on its report. So it's reviewed it. It has said, here's what's going well. Here's what's not going so well. And it's a pretty straightforward extraction of the data and then some light analysis of it. So I'm going to give you 4 minutes to find the company profile in the Knowledge Blocks folder, find the Oatmeal GA4 screenshot in the Extraction Marketing Data folder. If you want to also practice with the race framework to do the prompt, you are certainly welcome to do that here. But I'll give you 4 minutes to do this exercise.
Whose profile are you using? What is the profile's name?
It's called Oatmeal GA. The company profile? It's called the file name is called Company Profile.
Should we disable memory for this as well, Chris, or are we going to continue to work on it?
So I would disable it in general, but yes, specifically for this, because you don't want this influencing your client work.
And what do you use? Just the regular? You don't use like deep research? Or
No, just the regular. Just the regular for this.
Can we just delete these chats after to remove them from the shared memory?
Well, so the individual chats aren't part of the memory. It's that specific memory feature in ChatGPT. But yeah, you might want to delete them just so that you don't go back to the office like, what's this oatmeal thing I was doing?
Which folder is the company profile in?
It's called Knowledge Blocks at the top level of the folders.
Right.
Let's do this.
Second is the Google Analytics screenshot.
So it's in sample data, extraction, marketing data, and oatmeal GA.
So once you have, in the race model, instead of the context, would you replace the context?
Yes.
We say just look at the file, look at the company profile.
Yes, exactly. Excellent. They refreshed the coffee. Yeah.
So I'm working in free Gemini because of your nasty comments about it, and it's saying it can't read the GA file.
Yeah, I'm getting the same.
Really?
I just get it can't complete the task.
Huh.
Oh, yeah, Gemini has been acting up a little bit today. And ChatGPT did the same to me earlier as well.
Lovely. I like how reliable these tools are. That we've decided we're all going to base all of our businesses on.
They knew what you were doing today.
That's fantastic.
Not coffee.
Oh,
it's like the interns come in with a hangover, right?
Basically, yeah, the intern's got a hangover.
Yeah, just pop for one pop.
I'm going to wait for the ladies to
She was kind of scary.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So, very basic extraction. Now, you don't have to do just one at a time. So think about, assuming the tools are working that day, if you had your GA4 and a screenshot from your CRM or from your marketing automation software, you could start to put in multiple things to extract the information out of these things, and then perhaps start drawing some conclusions as you move through the different systems that you have access to.
What's better, an image or the connection to the CRM?
For this particular example, because this is extraction, we're using images. If you can get the actual raw text data itself, that is typically better because it leaves less room for mistakes. Right, so a tool can look at a bar graph and go, I think this means this. Whereas if you say this number is 1239 from the actual data, that's better. Okay. So that's extraction. Fairly straightforward. Anything you can see, the machines can help them see as well. The next is classification, organizing data. So you have data, you can organize it, you can tag it. Probably the most common use case here is when you have a lot of social media data. Right? How do I organize it? How do I organize it by sentiment? How do I organize it by tone? And when you use generative AI to start classifying data, you can start to see some very interesting happen. So for example, with that Kiev restaurant, if you look at the number of star ratings people give, but then if you ask it to do a sentiment analysis of what people actually wrote in the reviews, they're very different. Right? There's a lot more substantially negative stuff in the way people write, that if this were the actual star ratings, their star rating would be lower because people have a tendency to either give 1 star or 5, and there's no middle ground. People typically don't think that way. So when you use the AI to do sentiment analysis, you can say, well, how should we classify and organize this data? Another example, which is probably one of the most popular ones, organizing things like RFPs. To say, should we bid on this? Like, is this a go, no-go based on our criteria? So if you do any kind of RFP bidding or any kind of tendering, you can say, here's our criteria. It has to have this type of financing, this type of term, this type of work. And if you were to go, I grabbed this from the UK's tender site last night. Said there's all these RFPs. What if I were to download them and classify them? Say, should I even bother bidding on this? Right? The answer for me is no. I can't bid on any of them because I don't live here. But we can take stuff like this and say, score it. Classify, organize it. Should I bid on this? In architecture and engineering, which is where we do a lot of work, we have a lot of people who are saying like this. We have a whole rubric for whether we bid on an RFP. Right? We have kind of sites we need to work on. If it's a prison, we're not going to build that, and so having that codified is super helpful. How many of you do like RFPs, responding to RFPs? Okay. Right. How many of you have a formal rubric, a go, no-go rubric internally? Okay. That is a knowledge block. Right. So you take that knowledge block, put that in with an RFP and say, do we go or not go based on this? So the example we're going to do is we're going to score a set of opportunities from a data file for the Savory Oatmeal Company. So I'll demo it first, and then we'll give this a try just to see how to organize this data. So in our classification folder, we have opportunity scoring, and of course we're going to need the company profile. In our workbook, we have an RFP classification prompt. Turn off Gemini in here. We don't need it everywhere. And I'm going to copy this prompt. I'll copy the prompt, go to a new chat, paste in the prompt, drag these 2 files in, and have it go. And what it should be doing is based on this prompt, it's going to try and classify the different opportunities. Inside the file is things like strategic fit, opportunity name and stuff, so it shouldn't be terribly difficult for the machine to do this. Again, this is where data quality matters a lot. So if you have an RFP management system and it can export data, it will make this very, very simple. If you don't have that, this makes it very, very complicated to do. And if you don't have a rubric for what is go, no go, it will be it will be harder for this thing to do. So I would definitely recommend if you do any kind of bidding like this, you want to make sure that you have the rubric set up in advance. And to the question earlier, this is, and we're going to do this later on, this is ideal for a GPT or a GEM, right? So you put this in, and then you can just drop in RFPs all day long and just have it score them and say, okay, should I bid on this, should I not bid on this? So it's gone through and produced 3 tiers of opportunities. So tier 1, top priority. These are the ones that, yes, we should bid on. Wellness Corporate Cafe Nutrition Program, Summit Corporate Dining Breakfast Program, Trinity Retirement Communities Dining Program are all solid fits. Then you go down here, tier 2, still pursue, and then tier 3 is long shots, probably not, and then tier 4, just don't. So opportunity 17, the state government building cafeteria. Low probability, the lowest responsible bidder is a deal breaker. This is a price-driven bid. We will lose to a low-cost competitor. So, again, I'm going to take the prompt and the company profile from before and classification 3, the opportunity scoring file from the sample data folder, and give that a try. I'll give you 4 minutes to give this a shot.
The sample data, as well as the RFP folder. What was the other document?
So the company profile,
Yeah.
and the knowledge blocks, and then classification case 3.
Okay, then.
I can see like all your files have been converted to JSON, so that you saw, and again that's what you were saying earlier, instead of CSV.
Instead of CSV, yes.
Files, just convert every time in this case.
Yeah. Yeah, I made it this way because that way we can be confident the machine's reading them properly.
Why did you have the word then in the point?
I put that there mostly for myself, so that it would just be one wall of text.
Yeah. Any tips when it tells you analysis paused?
Analysis paused?
Yeah, it's a first for me.
Tell it, resume. Come on, intern. Yes. You can also, if you want some amusing results, you can give anthropomorphic prompts like "have 2 martinis" and then resume, and you'll get some surprising results out of it. Okay. So if we got a chance to make that work. What you could do, and this is something that we'll play around with a little bit this afternoon, but you can add up this stuff to this prompt, obviously. Ask me 1 question at a time until you have enough information to complete the task, or infer different options, or recap, do the prompt recap to have, because if you go through for your company with RFPs, you'll probably spend a lot of time tuning it, and then you can have it generate a prompt that will handle the way you do RFPs specifically. All right. So that's extraction. That's classification, just organizing your data. The key principle to remember there is if you have data, these tools can help you organize it. They can help you make sense of it. They can append data to it to say, do sentiment analysis on the text that I've given you, etc. The third use case category is summarization. Take big data and make it small. One of the most obvious use cases is transcription. Right? So take transcripts and summarize them down. What are the meeting notes and action items? Pretty much every system on the planet now has these, right? So Zoom has it, Google Meet has it, etc. But what do we do with them? We just let them sit in the system, right? And we never ever look at them. These are knowledge blocks. Right? This call summary is a knowledge block. What would it look like if you were to export all of those transcripts and summarize them and say, like, here's the status of my client. Right? Here's the status of what's going on. You could then go back and say, like, this is something we do a lot at our company. We have a weekly meetings, Mondays and Fridays, just sort of what's going on with the company. I'll take the transcripts from all those and put them into Notebook LM, which we'll talk about in a little bit, and then ask at the end of the month, what did I forget to do this month? One of the things I said I was going to do, like, oh, whoops, I forgot about that, and fish this data out. So you have probably hundreds, if not thousands, of these knowledge blocks laying around in your system. Letting them live in there without being used is almost criminal.
Chris?
Yes?
Do you have a hack on if you are all in one room, and obviously it describes it as everyone saying, it sounds like it's coming from the same person, right? It's just in the room. how do you know who said what in that room?
So some systems like Fireflies do the diarization. They'll list speaker 1 through speaker 10, and then you just have to go in and identify them in the recording. Yeah.
We had exactly this problem this week. My colleague took the whole transcript, actually put the whole lot into ChatGPT, said this is actually a conversation between two people, and one of them was Scottish. Has a problem with accents, but work out sensibly who's talking, or, break it into two people's conversations and make a sensible deduction of what the Scottish language means, and it came out perfect.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So get ChatGPT to do the problem.
Forget people to say their name before they speak.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And I know Teams now has voice identification, but if everyone's laptops aren't dialed in, then it doesn't really help.
Yeah. So when you upload, like I said, we use one called Fireflies. When you upload the file, it will diarize them into the different speakers, but then you have to identify, like, okay, who is speaking at this time. And once you identify a speaker once, it identifies it for the rest of the transcript. So which is super helpful.
Chris, is there I'm sort of in the process of having a conversation with our sales team about this, about recording, and is there any sort of best practice about where we should be housing this stuff? Because I'm sort of saying maybe we should ask them to append it to their record in Salesforce or something like that. I don't know if there's any other...
It depends on the systems you have. So Fireflies has an integration with our HubSpot. So when someone's on a call with a prospect, Fireflies will attach that transcript back to their HubSpot record automatically. So we don't have to do that, which is nice. So it depends on the software provider, the transcription provider, and their integration. I know some systems like Gong will also have integrations for Salesforce and HubSpot and stuff where they can automatically attach it into those records. Yeah, but mine this data. There's so much to be had in here. Another example, this is a basic summarization where we told the model of all of these reviews, just boil it down into a dashboard, like 3 things they do well, 3 things they do poorly, and summarize the data. And this goes back to earlier about using JavaScript in the browser to have it make a simple dashboard rather than back up the truck and pour data all over a stakeholder's desk. Nobody enjoys that. Another example, just summarizing reviews, summarizing YouTube videos, which is an enormous time saver. Last November, Google published a big update, and there was 400 hours of talking heads talking about this update, most of which was self-congratulatory. So I fed all the transcripts into Gemini and said, just tell me the bullet points. And out of those 400 hours, there were only 30 bullet points, of which 3 were new. And that was it. So a lot of space wasted. And one of the best tools to do this is a tool called Notebook LM. Notebook LM, if you're not familiar, is from Google. It's in the notes for today. It is what is called a retrieval augmented generation system. What you do is you upload data to it, and then it can summarize and ask questions of that data. And that's all it does. It does nothing else. It can do, in fact, I'll just demo it because it's more fun that way. Let's go to...
Is it basically the same as the notebooks in Copilot?
It's more advanced than the ones in Copilot. Yeah. So let's take a look at, let's create a new notebook here. And the first thing I offered is, where do I want to get my data from? Do I want it from Google Drive? Do I want it from a website, from YouTube? Do I want to copy and paste some stuff? Or do I want to put in some documents? If you are on the paid version of Notebook LM, which is for Google Workspace, you can upload up to 300 documents. If you're on the free version, you can upload 50. And each document can be up to 10 megabytes long. So if I go into the summarization folder here, and let's go in, I'm going to just grab all of these Reddit posts that I have in here. I'll just drag and drop them. Notebook LM will read each one of these and make it available to ask questions about. So oatmeal breakfast and healthy eating discussions. There's 6 chiclets over here on the right-hand side that allow you to build different information products. So there's an audio overview where you can create like a 2-person synthetic podcast of people talking about it. Audio briefings, critiques, or debates. So I'll just trigger a deep dive. There's a video overview version which can do explainers or briefs to summarize a topic. And you can even choose a visual style like papercraft or anime. You can do a mind map of the corpus to explore all the concepts visually and see what's in them. You can build reports from it, so briefing documents, study guides, blog posts, and it will also automatically, based on the corpus, give you some different options about types of reports you might want to create, like a content strategy brief or an explanatory guide. And then for learning and development, flashcards and quizzes. So in the mind map here, looking just through all of these different conversations on Reddit to see how people are putting like hemp hearts. I don't even know what hemp hearts are. But when you tap on something in the mind map, it will help explore it. So if you've got a large corpus of data that you want to explore, what's unique about Notebook LM is that if you ask it a question and you didn't upload the data, it will tell you no. Instead of making something up, it will say, I can't do that, which is very, very, very useful for being able to avoid hallucination.
You mentioned Notebook LM months ago on LinkedIn.
Yes.
I went and used it, and I actually produced 14 series podcast based on the blog post that we published that week. Really good.
Yeah, it is absolutely incredible at that. So if I go into here, let's see if I have... Where did I put it?
There is no way of changing the voices and accents.
There is not. There is not. So this is what the video version looks like here.
All right, let's just jump right in. Look, being a teenager is a lot. And trying to figure out what to eat and when to eat on top of everything else, it can be super confusing. So in this explainer, we're going to cut through all that noise with a science-backed guide to fueling your body and your future. You know, if you've ever scrolled through your phone and just felt totally lost with all the conflicting health advice out there, I get it. You are definitely not alone. One person says this, another says the
So you get pretty decent output out of this tool in terms of the videos and audio it can generate. Let's see if it has...
Do you have any hack for getting it to pronounce buzzwords properly?
Are you familiar with IPA? No. Okay, so IPA is... let's see, IPA formatter. So IPA is phonetic pronunciation. So you would put in the word there, something like transmutation, and it will produce the IPA form of that word, and the models are better, not perfect, but they are better at understanding that. And you can specify, do I want British IPA or American IPA for the English language? We have to do this with my CEO's name because her last name is pronounced Robert, but it's spelled Robert, and so it consistently gets that wrong.
And how secure is your data on Notebook LM? Is that's why I was asking about Copilot. Like we use that because it's a company thing, and that's always a thing for client data and all those. I'm not quite sure how secure that is.
So in their privacy policy, Google Workspace users, it's completely private. It's governed by the terms of your Google Workspace. If you are on the paid individual plan, it is private in that they don't train on it, but a human obviously can review it. And if you're on the free version, it is not private at all.
Yeah, okay.
And we'll talk about it a little bit later, but generally, the general rule of thumb always is if you're not paying, your data is you're paying. Right, so anything free is never free in AI. So in terms of summarization, this is a super useful way to digest down pretty much anything. And like I said, you can put hundreds of sources in there on the paid version and 50 of them on the free version. In particular, this is very useful for academic papers. Where there's just a lot of jargon. So if we go into our summarization folder, you have really useful papers like postprandial glycemic response for isocaloric instant oatmeal. I can barely pronounce that, much less know what it means. But I can take those papers and put them in and then have it distill that down. So the exercise you'll do is go to Notebook LM, create a brand new notebook, and then go into the summarization papers folder and drag these in. Drag these in. And you can ask questions of it. You can summarize it. You can build all sorts of visualizations, but give that a try.
Chris, I have an interesting use case because I use it. I just recently joined a new company, and I created my own onboarding plan. So I literally like dumped all the docs from like go-to-market, company history, SKO, files, folders, and now I have a question. So it was like super good.
Yes.
Right? Like just
Yes.
Then it can retrieve everything that's very specific, to my company by keeping it.
Yeah, it's super useful. This is one of the best tools for training and professional development.
Yeah.
So one of the things you can do in that audio overview, you'll notice there's a prompt field. So in the prompt field, I can say, create an explainer just about the beta-glucans. And it will create a segment, an audio segment, just about that one specific topic. So if you loaded, for example, your marketing methodology or your sales playbook into this tool, you could create audio explainers for just one thing to say, okay, let's say you use the Challenger process for sales, and people are really struggling with the rational drowning part of Challenger. You load your whole sales playbook and say, just make me an audio podcast or a video overview of just that segment of the playbook. And now you have professional development and training tools. You can give that audio or video explainer to your sales team and say, this is this week's training. Just learn how to do this part.
Can I ask, how do you, so when you get the output, like say the audio or the video, maybe somebody asked the question, can you edit what comes out? So for example, say I wanted to do a video explainer, and then I want to use that video to then create my own video, but not use the same images or alter the text. Can you do that?
In this tool, you cannot. What it produces audio or video files, you could obviously edit that in the system of your choice. You could take it out of here and put it in Adobe Premiere.
How do you, like say for example the video, you just take out the transcript of the video itself?
No, you could actually export the whole video. So if we go back to the one I was in earlier, which is this one, so on the three dots here, I could just download the whole video file itself. And then that file I can put in my video editing software. And
oh, I see. But then does it give you the working files to then edit it, change it, or?
No, well, it just gives you a fully baked video file, so you then have to manipulate it. But you could then, to your point, swap in other stuff if you wanted to. Thanks.
They would generate like a MOV or MP4 or something like that.
Yeah, they're just MP4s and MP3s. So, the task is to take the papers from the summarization papers folder, start a new notebook LM, and put those papers in, and then just ask it to summarize any one of the papers. So I'll give you 4 minutes to do that.
So when you ask it to summarise, I've got them all on the left-hand side.
Yep.
And then I've got a choice of video overview, audio overview, and the mind map.
Mm-hmm.
How do I just do the summary then, rather than the...
So the summary you can do right in the chat. So you, like,
just ask it for it.
Yeah, just say, tell me what I should feed my teenager. That's a terrible prompt, but...
Chris, sorry, I'm doing something different to that.
Yeah.
Task. If I've got a list of URLs that are in an Excel doc.
That's going to be really difficult because you can only do one at a time.
Okay, thank you. I'll stop doing that.
Yeah.
Prompt was only slightly different than yours. So I said, tell me what I should feed a teenager as opposed to my teenager.
Yep.
The output's completely different.
Again, it's probabilistic. So even if I put that same prompt in again, I get a slightly different response.
Does it work with like financial data? I've got to upload 5 years of accounts and say, tell me.
I wouldn't do that here. I wouldn't do that because Notebook LM is under the hood is still just Gemini. It's still just a language model, so it's going to have a hard time with that. I would use Google's Colab for that because that can do the actual math.
But you can still put like an annual report and ask questions. About
yes, you can ask about language-based stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what would you use to go into like the details of an annual report and say, just analyze the data?
Yeah, just literally prompt it.
No, but then you say, there's a better tool for that.
Oh no, for the math part, that would be Google Colab. Yeah, and we'll look at that in a little bit. Yes.
So is this just using this, or is it using this plus internet?
This uses almost exclusively the data you load in here. Where you'll get hallucinations if you upload data sources that have conflicting information. But that's one of the really nice things about this tool is that it does not go out and use other internet sources unless you specifically bring them in yourself.
Are you able to style the videos and stuff like that into because obviously you can create a video off the back of this.
Yes. You can say all the videos get stored as assets on the right hand side in the studio.
Yeah, but I mean they're generic in the the way they look and stuff like
Yes.
that. You're able to feed brand stuff into it.
No, you can't. You can't customize the audio and video outputs.
As you said before, though, you can download it and chuck it into like Premiere Pro or something and do all sorts of stuff in there. So
If you're a Google shop that has Google Workspace, Google Videos, you can take that video and put it in, and then use the VO3 model to generate new video for it. But that's only in the paid version of Google Workspace.
This is how people create content that's just generic that they pump out on like TikTok and YouTube and stuff like this, right?
No, they don't go to this effort.
No.
They just make it up. Yeah, they just make it up. So like OpenAI's new Sora 2 video app, if you look at the interface, it looks like TikTok, right? And it generates basically TikTok videos.
Yeah.
And not very good ones.
But if you had an education-based channel, that would be different, wouldn't it? Because obviously you've got to refer back to actual information rather than cats.
One would hope so, but I come from America where facts are optional, so...
Does it delete your notebooks after a certain
It does not.
period of time?
It does not. Okay, so that's summarization. And again, you don't have to use Notebook LM. You can obviously load any of these things into any generative AI tool and ask it to summarize. I just happen to think that tool is particularly useful because it is so locked down to the information you give it. So anything that's high risk, where like I can't misquote something or have it make something up, this is a great tool to use. There's an entire database online, actually, of court cases in the USA where AI has hallucinated findings, and it's hundreds on hundreds of court cases where attorneys are using ChatGPT and it's making up cases. So we want to avoid that.
Chris, sorry, one other quick question. If you created a project in, say, Claude or whatever, and loads of data in, can you get it just to look at that, or is it always trying to...
So in Claude, you can turn off web search. There's a little chiclet under the control panel to turn off web search, and then it will rely heavily on what it's in there, plus what it was trained on. So the risk there is you can still get hallucination, and in particular hallucination of older data. That's one of the challenges of the models themselves. Most models, if you ask them directly, you'll find that their knowledge is years old. Right? They stopped learning in 2023, 2024 because it's so resource intensive to gather the data that model makers are now just refining it. Or in the case of like Meta's models, they're creating synthetic data and training their models on brand new synthetic data, which, if you're interested in things like facts, is alarming, but I'm not surprised from Meta.
Chris, on that, the hallucinations point,
Yes.
for example, Laura's, is that getting better? Are the hallucinations becoming fewer, or are we always going to be stuck with those because of the probabilistic nature of this?
That's a complicated question. The answer is twofold. They're getting better in that almost every tool has web search, so it will search the web if it thinks the answer is low confidence. But as I said earlier, as the models get smarter, their hallucinations get smarter and harder to spot. So you need almost more subject matter expertise to know when it's making things up. Yes?
In this notebook example, so you've got all your documents on the left-hand side. What's the likelihood of some type of hallucination, like some kind of muddling of facts?
Depends on the quality of the information and how conflicting it is. So if I were to load peer-reviewed papers and the contents of Aunt Esther's Healing Crystal blog, there's a very high chance of it making things up. Yes. Not net new information that's hallucinated, but conflicting information. Because to these tools, again, they don't understand truth, they understand probability. So if the volume of wrong information is higher in quantity than the volume of right information, it's going to prefer the wrong information. So that's why, when we go back to the whole salad as an analogy, that's why the data is so important, because to get great answers, we need to have great ingredients.
Do you think the anti-AI folks that are playing around planting stuff to try and create more hallucinations at the moment there's a trend of the easiest way to solve biggest problems is to delete everything, so you'll find that in people's random posts because they're trying to get the AI to take down the board. Will they be effective?
Not terribly, because again, a lot of these models have stopped learning from they've captured a huge amount of data from the past already, and you're starting to see companies like OpenAI and Anthropic licensing content from known good providers. So like some randos post on Facebook will probably influence Meta's models because Meta has no concept of data quality. But yes, but in general, that does more to, I think, damage regular search engines because, again, you can Google anything still, and most people still do.
If you can you use websites as a reference there on the left-hand side when we've updated, and then how? So you can, and then how do you reference? Do you reference a particular page? Or
So it's one URL at a time. So when you put it in the website, it's just pull just the home
So
page.
you can't say here's 10 different websites that, I don't know, talk about legislation and I don't want you to summarize this particular thing.
No, you got to do one URL at a time.
It's copy and paste from the site now.
Yeah, it's not designed for that. Ideally, you could provide the web content data itself as a text
file
archive.
in the way you have done there.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of SEO tools like Screaming Frog and Scrutiny and a bunch of others can actually download and archive a site, and then you can take that big block of text and you can put that in.
Okay.
Our fourth use case category, and then we'll break for lunch, is rewriting. The ability to convert one form of data into another. So, a while ago, I got this NDA from this person. I was like, did you copy and paste it off of Reddit? Were you drunk? What happened here? It was terrible. So I had to use ChatGPT. It's rewrote it, and I had my human lawyer inspect it, and then it was good to go. Turns out, by the way, both things were true. These tools can rewrite pretty much anything. In the matters of finance, law, and health, always have a human expert review. Finance, law, and health, your money and your life. Because even though it rewrote it to a proper NDA, there were still little things that the human lawyer spotted, like, yeah, let's clean that up and stuff. In a topic like law, a little thing can cost you an awful lot of money. They are the best professional development tools in the world. Anything you don't understand, they can explain to you in something that you do understand. So I had this question about, I read this paper. This was a very, very complex paper on the invertibility of language models, and it went through all the calculus about all this stuff. And I said, I got a C in calculus. I got a 74. I did not do well in that subject. So I said, explain this paper in terms of pizza. And it said, okay, essentially, the way that this paper is saying you can deconstruct a language model is if you put a security camera in a pizzeria kitchen and it took photos every 5 seconds, you could reverse engineer the recipe based on how the person was putting the pizza together. Like, oh, that makes sense. Now I understand what this paper says. And then I said, well, so if I just had the final pizza, could I reconstruct the original recipe? It's like, no, you can't. You need that security camera footage. And that's what the paper says. The paper says you can't just look at the results. Any topic, if you know golf, have it explain it, the concept in terms of the back nine. If you know music, have it explain something in terms of the circle of fifths. If you know pizza, have it explain in terms of pizza. Pizza's my default. When Amazon blew up earlier this week and the whole thing was down, I took their entire status log and I said, explain to me what happened in terms of pizza. And I said, okay, in terms of Amazon Pizza Services, somebody lost the recipe. And so all of the workers were like, we don't know how to make pizza anymore. And the entire system crashed. And then I was like, why is it taking so long? It says because every chef now has to be, they're all forgetful. They need to be retaught how to make pizza before you can have pizza again. Like, that sucks. But that's how these tools work. They are, anything you don't understand, use them to explain something you do understand. And you'll get smarter immediately. In other terms of rewriting, here's a fun memo. Bob, you sent over 2 months of invoices in one day. Of course, it's not done. It's not going to be done anytime soon because this stuff takes time. And if you need it sooner, you should let it sit on your effing desk for 2 effing months. You can F right up and you'll get it when you get it. F yourself, Karen. Karen is fired. But Karen had the good sense to say, rewrite this memo in a warm, professional tone of voice. Hi, Bob. I hope this message finds you well. Thanks for sending over the invoices. I received the batch. But funny enough, the number one use of generative AI, this was in a Harvard Business Review study earlier this year. The number one use of generative AI is as therapy and companionship tools, right? 70% of all usage is for that purpose. This is sort of like office therapy. You say, like, here's what I really want to say to this person. And when you have it do this, believe it or not, it actually creates very clear professional responses because you get to vent your spleen and say, you're an idiot. Why did you lose the thing for the third time? It can then reconstruct it, but it reconstructs it with the clarity of the original. So in terms of rewriting, this is a phenomenal application for these tools.
Can you do it the other way around?
It depends on the model. So
you'd use Grok, I guess.
Yeah, so like ChatGPT is very heavily censored. Grok less so.
And keep training off.
Yes, yes, please.
If I had access to, in my organisation, people's psychometric profiles, for example, I could write my emails to get the best results.
Yes.
For their, their colour profiles or
yes.
whatever it might be.
You have the psychometric profile?
I have that. Well, we do. We did like Myers-Briggs.
Okay.
So we did that as a huge team. So people that I have a hard time breaking through to, I believe it happens. And then I'm like, okay, they're a TGIF or whatever, or they, better memorize all the acronyms, and they're like, oh, maybe you'd like to voice. Okay. They work better on that, like finance all the time.
Yep.
Very so there are groups, and it does help.
It does.
I just, it's like in my knowledge, I don't call them knowledge blocks, but I will now. But that's like, this email is for her. Works like a charm.
Yep.
Finance
So
is my column, really. So.
You'd keep that in the notebook, like that person is putting out a notebook for that person.
Right, or a knowledge block or something,
yeah.
And drag that in. You can actually, so there's a framework called the Big Five. Of all the different systems, the Big Five, it's called OCEAN, which stands for openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. Of all the different frameworks, that's the only one that's been peer-reviewed. All the other ones, like Myers-Briggs and stuff, have been proven in review to not be statistically valid. Ocean analysis can be done from about 5,000 words of a person's writing. So you don't necessarily need to talk to them or have them go through an assessment to distill that out. One of the most interesting exercises to do is if you have sample writing from your ideal customers, like from their LinkedIn posts and things, you can do that personality analysis and then take that personality analysis and say, rewrite this landing page for this type of customer. Like if you find that the archetype of your customer all converges on a certain type of person, you can then have it audit that and go, oh, our landing page is like, hey, check out all these new features and all these things and all these great stuff. And if your archetype of your ideal customer is someone who has a very low level of openness, they're not open to new ideas, that landing page is a turnoff. They're like, I don't want new things. That's not what I'm here for. So to that point, you can take these tools and rewrite any content to fit the brain of the person that you're trying to win as a customer, or who is a customer.
So I could do that. Yeah. Okay. Right. Some good ideas.
Yeah. You can do that with people that you work with clients, etc. To your point, if you have a client that's particularly difficult to work with. Even with personality analysis, you have to have a big asterisk that personality analysis starts to border on the topic of mental health, and that there's very high risk applications there. So make sure that you check with legal and compliance and stuff before you start doing stuff like that. But it is technically usable to do to even decide who to assign to an account team. Like if you have a client that has a very high degree of neuroticism and you assign them to an account manager who has a very low degree, you're going to have a problem because that account manager is going to be like, oh, don't worry about it, everything's fine. And the client's like, I need updates hourly. And the account manager's like, nah, that's fine. Right? You're going to have that huge conflict in personality. So you can use those tools even to decide, like, how do we allocate resources that will best fit the brains of the people we're trying to work with.
There's an app called Crystal Notes that plugs into your LinkedIn website, and then it can analyze whoever you want it to analyze, and it creates emails and meeting requests and conversations based on their personality, that's from the way they write.
Yeah, there are services that do that. Be careful with that, only because, as I'm sure you've found, people who are on LinkedIn and creating a lot of content tend to be very performative, so you don't get a complete picture of who they are. Like if you were friends with somebody, you look at what they publish on LinkedIn, and then you look at your texts with them, and they almost seem sometimes like two different people. So
they can be written by different people. So if they're senior execs, they're probably not written.
Exactly, ghostwriters or now AI. And it's like, wow, everyone's got the same bland personality. I wonder why. So our exercise is going to be to take a technical document, this one here, the product specifications for chicken-flavored savory oatmeal, complete with freeze-dried chicken. And we're going to rewrite this into a landing page for the customer. So I'll demo it first, and then we'll do it. So we're going to need from our rewriting folder, technical to sales. That is going to be the first thing we're going to do. And of course, make sure that you have the company profile selected as well. We go over to our prompt notebook, the landing page rewrite prompt. I'm going to copy this whole thing in. Oops. Start a new chat in Gemini. Paste in our prompt. Put in our page and our company profile. And we're going to have it go. Now again, remember this is just demo content, so you would probably want to have things like the ask me one question at a time, etc. Or as we'll talk about after the break, things like ideal customer profiles. Try again.
So we're uploading technical to sales?
So yeah, we're uploading the technical to sales document, which is rewriting case number 1, and the company profile. And what we should, so it's now coming up with 2 landing page variants, hard-hitting ROI approach and a soft approach, finalizing the narrative strategy, developing stronger solutions. It finalizes the strategy a lot. So variant A, the Smart Economics landing page, and we have its lovely thing, and the Diner Experience landing page. So we have 2 different pages to choose from as in terms of landing pages. And then it says analysis, the quality, the price, the verdict. The Smart Economics landing page is the more effective choice based on this initial prompt. Now, if you wanted to kick this up a notch, you could then say, in the canvas, make the actual landing page. Maybe we can demo that after you try, but for now, what I want you to do is take the prompt, the company profile, and rewriting case number 1, technical to sales. We'll put 4 minutes on the clock for you to generate those landing page candidates.
I'm getting something really wrong.
Yeah, hit the refresh button.
So what was the data?
Yeah, it's the company profile, and then in the rewriting folder, rewriting case 1, technical to sales.
So Claude looks like he's literally creating HTML. Is
that Claude probably is making the inference. Oh, you said landing page. I'm going to give you the landing page.
So helpful.
It tries to be very helpful.
I have been using your hack or trick or whatever you would call it that you shared on LinkedIn, saying that when you finish with something, you can always go to Google's AI and ask it to fact check it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you can.
Which has been really useful, but it's quite often coming back and saying fact check incorrect, but I know it's factual, so I had to.
Yeah. Again, they have no understanding of what's true.
Well, I like the fact that it will go on the side of caution and say
yes.
It's not factual, and I have to go fact check it.
Yes.
Which is not necessarily ChatGPT, but you ask it to fact check. So
yeah.
Some still slip through.
And technically, you can put, in terms of the source to rewrite, I could put to create a landing page, I could put a white paper, some technical documentation, and everything. Say, well, this is my recipe, this is, the white paper, this is all the technical documentation I got from the techie, and I want you to write a clean landing page.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, they can rewrite anything into literally anything. Just out of curiosity, I had one of them rewrite our homepage in Sumerian. And it did. It's unreadable, unless you're a ancient biblical scholar, but it was at least credible. I had a person who specializes in ancient languages go, that's as close as you're going to get, because obviously there was no data science in Sumeria, so there's no word for it. I also, just for giggles once, to torment one of our staff members, I had an entire blog post written solely in emoji.
I like the rewrites for tired and bad days. And
yes.
I'll ask it to rewrite my email. Remember, it was supposed to be nice.
How do you get from the results? Say, give me option A, option B, and then the recommendations go with variant B. So now I have a copy for my landing page. So what's the next step? Say, fine, now give me the HTML for that.
We'll do that. Okay, so to look at what to do with that next, once you've gotten the output, if you want to build it in the tool, Claude can do this, Gemini can do this, ChatGPT can do this. They all have a tool either called a canvas, which is what it's called in ChatGPT, and Gemini, it's called an artifact in Claude. I'm going to go to Gemini, and it's straightforward as one command. But you have to go to the Tools menu in ChatGPT and Gemini and choose Canvas. And we'll say build variant A, which is the winner, in the canvas in HTML, CSS, JS, CDN.js. So that's a very weird string of letters. What this means is we're telling you you're going to build an HTML file using CSS, Cascading Style Sheets, JavaScript, and then Cloudflare's Content Delivery Network JavaScript library. So if there's anything cool, like interactive, it knows what this means, and it knows how to draw upon it. So if we say, build variant A in the canvas, let's see what happens.
Is that prompt in the list of prompts that...
There's a version of it later on. And so now it is spitting out HTML, and about half the time, it will let you switch over into preview mode to actually see the result. The other half of the time, you're just left with a pile of HTML. You have to copy and paste it into a text document and then drag it into your browser. Why it does it sometimes and not other times is still a mystery.
So in Claude, it's generated the page and it's actually showing it to me. And then there seems to be an option to publish artifact. So is that what I would want to do to get it? Is that kind of similar to what you just did?
Yes, it's very similar to this. Although Gemini appears to have...
Mine did show it in Gemini, like what you just did.
Okay.
It just did it on its own.
Mine decided it's just not going to render it, I guess. Nothing rendered. Try again. I'll bet you there's an error, at least one, in its code. Because what it's doing here is it's writing code. So it says, I found a typo. That's much better. The high-performance, low-waste, savory oatmeal engineered for your bottom line, cut costs, hold for 2.5 hours, bulletproof supply chain, quality that justifies the cost, real food, start guessing, stop, request a custom TCO example. So that's how to take it from the raw text into something. Now, what you can do and what you should do is if you have a style guide, right, that contains like what fonts, what colors, etc. You can put that in the prompt and say you must use the style guide, or it's a text file. You just drop it in, and it will reformat it obviously to your style guidelines and things. And then from this, you can take this, hand it to your designer, hand it to your web team, hand it to somebody, and say, okay, can we implement this because this looks better than what we've got currently. You can give it existing, like if you have an existing landing page, you can give it the existing HTML and say, here's the new copy for this, render it so I can show it as a comp to my team and say, this is what it's supposed to look like, guys. So that's the rewriting, just changing one thing into the next. There's an infinite number of use cases for how to rewrite content into something usable. Any questions before we take a break?
So I'm working on a project at the moment where we've used our ICP to recast all of the natural language questions that a large language model might be asked of a large language model by our ICP. I've got all of those questions now at different stages of the buyer journey. Presumably I can now share those with the large language model and say, now build me a landing page that works with that ICP for that buyer journey.
Yep. Yeah, you can do, and just generate as many as you want.
Right, thank you.
Other questions?
How different from my landing page looks to
Yeah. Yes. Okay, so we're going to take a break now. It is 12:25. There we go. All right, hopefully you got a chance to refresh and decompress and write some things down, etc. Oh, we're still missing a few people. While we're waiting for folks to find their way back in, any questions from over the lunch break that came up that you wanted to talk about? Any insights, any complaints? Not even dad jokes? Oh my goodness.
It was overwhelmed.
Right, I was going to say, how are you doing? Is your brain already full? Okay, good.
At 9:45, yeah.
One thing that I don't know whether you'll get to it, but you made a comment, and we were chatting about it, which is creating PowerPoint decks or slides, which we were kind of are discussing is a bit hit and miss, and it sounded like you're not a fan. Be interesting to kind of expand on that.
The one service that can do it reasonably well nowadays is Anthropic's Claude. So Claude has last week, Claude debuted this new thing called Skills, which are kind of like miniature functions. And it comes out of the box with 4 skills: DocX, XLXX, PPTX, and whatever the fourth Microsoft Office category is. It can take an existing PowerPoint template and put new content in it, and preserve the rest of the template. And it's pretty good. It's very compute intensive. It takes a long time.
Yeah.
But
I literally just did that.
Yeah.
This week.
Yeah, and it's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
What was it called, sorry?
They're called Claude Skills. It's part of Claude.
Yeah.
That one seems to be the best right now. There are apps like Gamma and so on and so forth that can do decent first drafts, but they really struggle with things like brand standards. Yeah.
No, I was just going to suggest, I didn't know about the HTML coding. Why not just create a landing page for the presentation rather than a PowerPoint set?
A lot of people like PowerPoint. But yes, you can do that. In fact, there are entire JavaScript frameworks for like web-based slides that you can have it generate those as well. That's
a great job for that.
Yeah, exactly. Even there, though, you want to provide templates. So one of the comments that happened over lunch was that a few folks had tried different things and noticed that the outputs from the landing pages were across people was still wildly variable. It's because we didn't tell it what a landing page was, or what it should look like, or the standards and stuff. And so you get a lot of variation in what comes out of the landing page because we didn't tell it. So it's sort of a lesson in, if you know what you want it to do, you have to tell it. You can't assume that it knows, because it doesn't. It's going to choose things that are reasonably high probability. Okay. Our 5th use case category is synthesis. Takes lots of small data, turn it into big data. We've already talked about Notebook LM, and you've seen some examples of this. How do I glue together all of these little things into something? A couple of examples of synthesis. One, we publish a newsletter now on Mondays that is just a bunch of blog posts that have been hundreds or thousands a week. We scan through them. We have an ideal customer profile. And we say, would our profile like this post? And score it 0 to 100. And we just take the top 10 and use, which model is this? OpenAI's open source model to generate a short newsletter. So it's an application synthesis. Now, there's a lot of code on the back end that to grab the data and format it, but it's an example of what you can do with synthesis.
Chris, does that just work like magic? Do you have to do anything every week, or does it just churn it out?
I just have to push go and then come back in 45 minutes when it's done. Because what it is, it's a Python application that's written in code that downloads the URLs into a database and then hands each article one at a time to an AI to score it. The scores come back, and then the rest of the code takes the top 10 scoring posts for that week and puts it into an HTML document.
I want to replicate that for my industries, but YouTube's have to do that stuff.
No, we've never actually written that down.
They'd have to pay you.
Probably. Yes.
So could I do that? No, I'm not trying to avoid paying you here, obviously. Could I do that without coding it? I'm going back to my earlier question of, do I need to know how to code things to do something like that? Or do you think I could do it with text prompts, or is it going to be too clunky?
You can't do it with text prompts. You could do it with an automation system. We're going to look at some of them, like N8N or Google Opal. We'll actually look at a couple of examples of ways you could do that. In fact, Opal would be a good way of doing that. We'll look at that this afternoon in terms of how to make that happen. Another example, I was hanging out with a friend not too long ago who wanted to write a book about AI ethics, but she's like, I just don't have the time. And I said, yes, but you post on LinkedIn like 3 times a day. So I said, let's go into your LinkedIn, go to account, go to data privacy, and hit export archive, which is a button that will dump all of your LinkedIn history into an exportable archive. We took the archive of all her posts, and we put it into Claude Code, which is a coding tool that is made by Anthropic. It doesn't just do code. It can do any language model task. So we put the entire archive in there and said, use your crawling agents to read through all of her posts, come up with a book outline, use your code finding functions instead of write for code to say, what should the chapters be, and then just copy paste chunks of her LinkedIn posts to assemble a book. And in 92 minutes, we had a book of her writing that she wrote, so it's not AI written, because it's just literally copying and pasting from 3 years of LinkedIn posts. And it was decent. It needs some polishing, but it was decent. Last week, just to see if I could, and I don't recommend doing this on a work computer, I said, let's see if I can make a Claude Code agent that will write a trashy romance novel. So I did a deep research project to say, what makes a commercially successful pulp trashy romance novel? And it gave me this long thing. And I said, okay, great. So I built an agent to say, write some characters, write a world, come up with some plots. Let's work on the plot. And 60-some minutes later, we had a pretty okay trashy romance novel. Synthesis allows you to take data that you have, glue it together, and turn it into a usable product. And the most usable product is this, an ideal customer profile. Right? If you have that, even with just a little bit of data, you have something that's reasonably well calibrated to reality. And the more data you give it, the better it gets. So we did this for one client where they gave us documents from their CRM and all sorts of notes about the customers they work with. And we combined it with public data to create, I think it was 7 different ideal customer profiles for that client. And what came out was very, very usable. So we're going to do an exercise like this. I want you to think through, and I have some demo LinkedIn profiles if you just want to use the demo ones, or you can go to LinkedIn and download some. You're going to create an ideal customer profile from some LinkedIn posts. So here's how it's going to work. If you want to use the demo ones are in the knowledge blocks folder. There's Ashley Green, David Wilson, and Jessica Miller. Those if you want to use the demo ones. If you don't want to use demo ones, go to LinkedIn, go to a LinkedIn profile, and find the More button on the profile and save that profile as a PDF. And do that for 3, 5, 7, 10 of the kinds of human beings that you want as an ideal customer profile. So that's step 1. Get LinkedIn profiles. Again, use the demo ones or download actual humans. Start a new chat. And in our prompt notebook, we have ICP profile generation prompt on the left-hand side. I'm going to scroll through the 3 pages in here, go back to our AI, put in the prompt, and grab the LinkedIn profiles. I'm using the demo ones, and have it spit out an inferred ideal customer profile. So this is a scratch one. Let's see how it's doing here. So it's going to read through it. It's going to look at all the criteria that we've had. Now, it does not have all of the information, so it is inferring, and this is why. So there is the possibility for hallucination in this. Sometimes that's good. Sometimes that's bad. And then once it's done, you'll have demographics, psychographics, firmographics, technographics, needs, pain points, goals, motivations, and buying behaviors. If you want a scratch profile, this is one of the fastest ways to get it. So here we have, for Savory Oatmeal Company, here's the demographics, psychographics, firmographics, needs, pain points, goals, motivations, etc. And then you can take this, and there is a gazillion and a half uses for ideal customer profiles. But I'm going to put 4 minutes on the clock for you to either find 5 LinkedIn profiles that you want to use, or use the sample ones plus the demo prompt, which is in the notebook here. So 4 minutes for you to give this a try. What, you get 4/10 of a pound, or 4/10 of a pence every time I hit play. There's the hold music. My friend Ruby there composed this, and on Apple Music, it's like 4/10 of a penny per play is what the artist earns. So.
Where was the prompt?
It's ICP profile generation.
I'm sure I've definitely paid lots of money to have this done before, and it's taken it's done.
And it works better if you have, the more real data you have. So if you have emails, you have stuff in your HubSpot, you can use that data too.
And if you take care and you separate it out by vertical, obviously it's better as well.
Yep.
Company size, and you get mid-market, enterprise,
Exactly. So to your question earlier about connecting ChatGPT to HubSpot, instead of trying to grab everything, sort your 10 best customers by revenue and extract their profiles from HubSpot and say, make me an ICP from that data.
Take the LinkedIn profile. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. No, you go ahead.
The other thing I was going to ask you about is, when you're asking about like transcribing stuff, we have Gong, which does it with Breeze.
Yep.
In HubSpot, it's the same thing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Except HubSpot charges you more for it.
Sorry, yeah, it's expensive.
Yes.
So it's quite a detailed prompt in terms of the ICP. Is there a possibility that it'll start making things up for the ones that it doesn't know?
There is a possibility, yes. So what you would do is you could do a follow-on prompt saying which pieces of data were inferred and which pieces were directly extracted. Did I forget something? We'll look ahead real quick here. I did. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, good. Bless you.
You're able to use AI to automate any of these tasks. If I wrote an instruction to go into LinkedIn and harvest using that drop-down, does it have that sort of capability?
No. So LinkedIn has some of the most robust anti-scraping technology of any company. And the risk of getting your account banned permanently is quite high. I've lost like 5 or 6 LinkedIn accounts that way. So your best bet is it's unpleasant, but it's the manual versions to get stuff out.
You could download too many PDFs though, will they?
No, but your account has a hard limit of 100 a month. So just be aware.
So Chris, this might amuse you. I'm using Claude. I've downloaded 3 profiles from people that I've recently connected with, and it's come back. First of all, it's got confused with the savoury oatmeal homepage thing, which I don't quite understand why it's got confused about that. And then it said, these profiles appear to be from executives in completely different industries. What the hell are you doing?
Yep.
Okay.
And then that's the data thing you were talking about, though. It's the organising of what you put into it, and obviously a new chat as well.
Yes.
The combination of those two things.
Exactly.
But when you build a campaign and then you figure out the ICP, this is the product marketing take a week or something to do something like this.
Yeah, I mean that's the nice thing about these tools is you can put together ideal customer profiles or buyer personas very, very quickly and use them in literally everything. So redesigning a page, analyzing creative, building a marketing strategy, etc. Yeah.
Again, a pretty basic question, I'm sure. With that, so the LinkedIn profile gives me effectively the CV, right? The summary, which is always people's idealised versions of themselves. Is there a way of scraping everything they've posted on LinkedIn, because that then gives us a better sense of who they are?
So that goes back to where we started with the video capture. Turn on screen recording on your phone, go to their profile, look at their posts, and just swipe through their posts.
Okay, great.
And that will get you the language that they use in addition to, and the activity they use. And on that post, assuming that they're not just shouting into the void, that will also give you who engages with them.
Yeah, okay. That's a
ago,
really good idea.
There used to be a tool that allowed you to basically feed in a profile, and it would scrape wherever it was scraped from the web, and then it would rewrite your sales emails or outbound emails in tone and language that they'd be most receptive to. That tool disappeared years ago. Do you know something else that does something?
You could literally do that just with your ideal customer profile. Yeah. To say, here's a sales email.
This was tailored to each individual.
Oh, well, then you could do it at a profile level. You could say, here's this profile, rewrite this email for this person, focusing on. So what I would do is I would copy chunks of the ICP prompt, like what are their needs, pain points, goals, and motivations, inferred, because it's going to be a lot of guessing, because it's going to be guessing as much as you are. Inferred from their profile, what things in this email would they find. So there's a 4-part theoretical framework that I love that is what's good, what's bad, what's missing, what's unnecessary. What's good, what's bad, what's missing, what's unnecessary. And so in a situation like that, you would say, here's this person. Here's the sales email. What would this person think, what's good, what's bad, what's missing, what's unnecessary from this email to satisfy their needs? Right? And so that 4-part framework will help gap analyze what the model knows, what you provided and your stuff, and say, where's the delta? Right? So you might, and again, going back to personality analysis, Myers-Briggs, Ocean, whatever, if you have that information about that person, add that in, put that data in and say, okay, now does this meet this person's needs and is it tuned for their personality? You can do that in a foundation tool. You don't need anything special other than any of these tools plus the data. The data is the most important part.
So I could do that with a client, say, get their LinkedIn profile, do the tracking of everything they've done, any other social, then also any emails, like all our email interactions, you could track, right? And
yeah, if you can export the data.
So then you can improve the way that you're communicating with them through, because you could keep running it, right?
Yes, because essentially you're just trying. There's an expression from neurolinguistic programming that says that you're flinging a mattress at somebody's head, right? And imagine there's a door, and everybody's door is differently shaped and oriented.
Yeah.
The mattress is only going to go in a certain way.
Yeah.
So if you use these tools to say, okay, well, format it so it fits through their doorway, their mental doorway, you can get information into their heads.
But if I run it this week and then I run it next week, do I hit the problem though that it's always going to come back with slightly different?
It will come back with slightly different things.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So again, you wanted to build those profiles so that you give it guardrails to say these are the parameters that are known about this person. Okay, so you've got a chance to build that customer profile. Why does this matter, and does it actually work is probably the biggest question. This paper came out 3 weeks ago. Language models successfully reproduce human purchase intent by a semantic similarity elicitation of Likert ratings, which is a long, complicated way of saying yes. They can, with a good, ideal customer profile, language models can replicate purchase intent with about 90% accuracy. Right? So if you've ever thought about, like, gosh, we have to stand up a focus group and spend $25,000 on market research, do a first pass with machines, to even just to come up with the questions to ask, to have that conversation with a fake version of the customer that's tuned on real people, and then you can get to preserve that budget just for the most important things. So you can have, in fact, we're going to do this in a little while, you can actually have a virtual focus group inside one of these models and things. But what I want you to do is, synthesis is not just the regular text. Deep research tools are a synthesis tool, right? They go out, they find a bunch of stuff, they aggregate, and they bring it back together. As a marketer, one of the things that I certainly struggle with, other people struggle with, is even prospecting. Like, where do I go to get new customers? Things. So in our prompt notebook, there's a deep research lead generation prompt. You'll see at the top there are 8 variables that you need to edit. So you're going to take this whole thing, and you can see it's a casino framework, and this is a long, long prompt. I'm going to paste it in here, into my text editor. I'm going to edit my company name, Just Insights, my company website. I'm going to do my solution type, management consulting around AI. Value proposition is make AI work for your company. Target company description of who our ideal customer is, 50 to 500 million USD in revenue, mid-market, B2B, and B2C. Our target region for this one, I'm going to say USA. If you have the ideal customer profile for your company, you could also attach it here instead of filling this in. I'm just putting that in as a scratch. Our sweet spot really is 100 million USD. Industry focus for us is B2B. I'm going to take this entire great big huge honkin' prompt with these edits. Go to Google Gemini. I'm going to turn on my deep research. Again, use the deep research tool of your choice. Hit submit. And what it is going to do, it is going to try to find the 20 best matching companies and their relevant information as a prospecting list for my business development team to go and potentially chase once we get past the gating portion.
Chris, what was the editing tool that you were using just before this actually?
BB Edit? It's just text editor.
Okay, there is no actual reason why you would use that.
No, just good old plain text editor.
Is it going to give you companies or actual?
It will give you, what did I put in the prompt? It will give you companies and their champions if it can find them.
Can you suppress it against what you already have in the CRM?
Theoretically, if you provided that data and it didn't exceed the context window of who you have, yeah.
Could I see your variables again, please?
Yeah. Oh, here, let me turn this on so it actually goes and does the thing. So for me, I did it like this. My company, URL, solution type, value prop, and so on and so forth.
So you just on a one-liner ICP as opposed to your...
Because I didn't have mine handy right now. Because I would ideally put my ICP that we just did in the previous exercise in as is, if that was what I was using. But I didn't here, just for expediency. So this deep research project, once it gets underway, is going to go and hunt down all the best candidates for who we might want to. Now, this gets better the more specific you are. So one of the best limiters in here is target region. I could say Boston, Massachusetts. Right? So instead of USA, which is a big category, I could say my town, Framingham, Massachusetts. Right? Who are the top 20 companies that I could walk to and go pitch? Or I could you can change this part any way you want to customize it, as long as you also just change the mappings if you add new stuff in here. But the deep research will then produce that report, and assuming that it follows the instructions, which is hit or miss on the formatting, what you'll get is the final report. So I'm going to put 4 minutes on the clock for you to take this, tailor it, and get it rolling. It will not be done by the time the timer's up.
Say that, Chris.
Yes.
The structure you've used in that document with the sort of the headings and things, how important is that?
So like the capitalization and the placeholders?
Yeah, the way you've got the context and the asterisks and the...
So that's the casino framework from we talked about earlier. So it's very important to give the model structures for what it's doing.
Aside from that piece at the top and the two following things you've got to change, is there anything else in that prompt?
No. We haven't...
Sorry, go ahead, Jim.
No, I said we have never shown this one in public before.
Let's say it works. I'm already getting the results because I'm good, and they're all on my target list.
Excellent, good.
So then I would just run it again and say, not those 20
Yeah,
I already have.
Exactly.
Would you run this in Pro? Sorry.
Go ahead, Ray.
No, I was going to say, how often, I mean, you've answered, but how often do you have to change these as the models change? Or I'm like, this is brilliant, but would this become much less effective in a month because the models changed, do you think? I just get a sense, how often do you need to update and keep changing these?
It depends on the sophistication of the prompt and how much detail is in it. Generally speaking, models get smarter and not dumber. Generally. What I would do is if a major new model came out and I saw performance drop, I would put it through a prompt optimizer to say, fix this to make this work better for the new thing. So like when OpenAI's GPT-5 came out, it was radically different from 4.0. And they actually released their own prompt optimizer because people were having so much trouble with it.
So that was my next question. You can do it with the AI, with the existing model you're using. You don't have to go and get another.
That's right.
Yeah. Thank you. I really like the hidden angle. It's a breach profile. And you see like a pitch.
Yes.
It's kind of a slightly off topic, but we've been creating our ICPs, but as custom GPTs.
Mm-hmm.
So that with the idea that like our marketing team can interact with them,
Yes.
interview them, and say, "Here's my blog post. How do you react to
Yep.
it? How do you react to this and that?" Like, but you're showing the ICPs as like a file that everyone could have to add.
Mhm.
So should we do both, or is
I would definitely have the file so that people could use it in multiple contexts, but also having a file inside of a GPT is a great idea to say, like, talk to your ideal customer, right? Or have it by ICP and task. So this is, use this one to evaluate emails for an ICP, use it to evaluate landing pages for an ICP. Depends on how good your governance is, because what tends to happen is that companies end up with 5,000 GPTs.
that's what we're facing right
Yeah.
now?
That's exactly the issue we've got. Yeah.
Presumably you should have kind of gatekeepers for your ICPs, because you want some kind of consistency across the business as to who. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. So that's where, again, governance, things like, putting this on the company's SharePoint internally. So okay, these are the ICPs to use. Don't, I know you made one and you think it's great, but submit it for review so that you can add it to the master document.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because otherwise you end up with 5,000 of these things. And nobody's happy. All right. Was everyone able to get a research project started? Yeah. Because it's, like I said...
Gemini quicker than Gemini? Is paid Gemini quicker than?
Yes. Yes, it is. You get closer to the front of the line because there's increasingly expensive ways to use Gemini, as with all the tools. Yeah. Well, they charge what? US $250 for the top level a month, which gets you slightly more stuff.
Is that Gemini?
Gemini, yeah. But Claude has 20, 50, 100, and 200 US subscriptions and stuff.
So how do you upgrade Gemini? So we're on the business plan, and Gemini comes in with it.
That is a complicated question because Gemini has no logic to their portfolio. There is Gemini Pro for workspace, but then you can switch over to Gemini Enterprise Teams Basic as the upgrade from that, because makes total sense. Again, no one in product marketing has looked at any of this. And then there's upgrades inside the enterprise category that get increasingly expensive for I'm not sure why.
In track, mine just told me that it's finding this task a bit overwhelming.
Tell it to stop being lazy and get back to work.
I did proceed with this was a big task.
Yeah.
Yes. Mine said that it's asking me about uploaded image and what it needs to do with that. I didn't
uploaded image?
Because you copied from the file. Sometimes when you copy from a file, loads that as an image.
Yeah, if it's coming from a formatted document, particularly an Office document, it will paste in as an image for some reason. I don't know why.
I can tell it to ignore the image and focus on the text.
Yeah, or if you have the ability, if your system, do you have a Mac or a PC?
Mac.
In notes, if you take it, put it in notes.
Shift Command Option V will paste anything as plain text. Right. Yes, because that's completely intuitive. Okay. So, that is synthesis. Our sixth use case category is question answering. And again, we've been doing this a lot all day, but even more importantly, anything you have, any document you can ask questions of. Here's our RFP. Tell me what's good about it. Tell me what I screwed up. It says, oh, you sucked here. Like this is, you did 4 out of 10 on this section of the RFP. And then you can say, like, well, fine, go fix it. Write it. But anything that you have questions on, you can ask. One of my favorite examples is things like NDAs. I care about bilateral safety. I care about like not having a 28-year lockout and stuff like that. So I can put that in and then say, should I sign this? And in this case, it's like, maybe. It seems like fine. Again, finance, law, and health. I'm sure a human expert reviews, but these are really good at redlining. These are really good at marking up documents and saying, like, hey, this provision looks problematic, based on how detailed you prompt it. So if you say, we're considering engaging in this joint venture, here's the JV agreement, evaluate it for this. I did this recently for a friend who was looking at leasing a house in Utah, and she provided me with the lease agreement. I put it in. I said, here's Utah's renter laws. Evaluate this rental agreement against the laws and see how fair it is. And it came up and said, these 8 things are red flags. Do not sign this agreement because you will be screwed in multiple ways if you do. Like, it makes any problem the responsibility of the renter to pay for and fix. Like, technically that's probably illegal, but so really, really useful. And these things are capable of answering questions in real life, in real time. So, as an example, this is
all
me.
Right. Today we're going to do some.
I'll turn the volume up here. Part of my furnace was dripping, and I didn't know why. So I put all the manuals on the floor, turned on Gemini Live in real time, and I said, I want you to first understand what my furnace is. It looks at all the different manuals, reads the brand names, reads stuff like that, and says, okay, I see you've got a Honeywell PVCs and PV series, you've got a residential super vent, the Bosch Green Star system, and stuff. I was like, great. Okay, now I've given it context. Right? I've given it data so that it knows what to look at. Then I pointed at this part and I say, what am I looking at? It says, this is probably this part of this system. And I point at that part and I say, why is this leaking? Should it be? Is this normal? And what it concludes, and then I obviously check the manual, is that's a pressure release valve. And so it's perfectly normal for it to drip. If it's dripping and you don't want it to be, just hand tighten it. It's totally fine. These tools can see and hear in the real world, right? The ChatGPT app on your phone can do this. The Gemini app on your phone can do this. Anything that can turn on the camera, they can see. A fun example in travel and tourism is, I'll be sitting in my hotel room, I'll look out the window, turn on and say, I'm in this city, looking out my window, where am I, and what should I go see today that's within invisible range? And we'll say, oh, this is here, this is here, this is here. These are things that you might be interested in seeing. So anything that you have in both the real world and in the digital space, you can ask questions of.
Me and my partner, bit geeky AI people, so we decided to let AI choose our dinner for us. So we gave prompts as to what we like, don't like, and everything else. And then comes in the menu. It was fabulous.
Yeah.
Hair, the wine, everything.
One of the most important things for B2B is actually that. So for B2B marketers, if I say, I want this, I want this, I want this kind of meal, I want this kind of, this is my budget, and you don't have pricing on your website, guess what? You don't make the cut. Your business is invisible if it doesn't match what the buyer is asking. So if you're one of those companies that has on your site, everything is custom, ask for a demo, ask for, book a meeting, we're not going to tell you how much it costs, you won't make the cut. Or worse, if it tries to be helpful, if you ask it, it'll say, well, I found on Reddit that this person said this is what your company costs. And you're like, that's not what we cost. So we'll talk a little bit later on in the afternoon about optimizing your content for AI, but think like a buyer. What do they want to know? They almost always want to know how much it costs. And if that information isn't available on your site, then at the worst case, you are invisible to AI. It will not bring you up in the results.
It's quite common, though. That's quite a common thing to buy a piece of software, and if you want to buy more than the basic version of it, then you talk to sales. It's almost standard procedure.
It is, but I'm starting seeing more and more people putting enterprise pricing, at least this, what that enterprise pricing starts.
Yes, that's what we do. We do, consulting fees start at $50,000 or whatever. So at least there's an anchor in the sand.
Well, they never did that before. They were just like...
Right, yeah, before it was called. Now it's like, prices start at this. Because, and if you think about it realistically, you want that, right? If your consulting fee is $50,000 and the person's like, I got $10, can I work with you? Like, they're a waste of your time anyway. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this is an example of question answering with an ideal customer profile. We're going to have you have a conversation with an ideal customer profile. Let's see, hang on. So I'll show you how this works. I'll do it first, and then we'll do you can try it out. We're going to start a new chat. I think I have, all right. In our demos, in our knowledge blocks, we have the B2B ICP. In here is Efficient Eatery Erin, who is shopping for food service options. I'm going to say, you'll role play Efficient Eatery Erin, and I will role play a sales representative named Chris from the Savory Oatmeal Company. Let's have an introductory meeting.
Sorry, Chris, I slightly missed this, but this is pulling from the ICP and the company overview.
No, this is just the ICP I'm using for right now. You can't put the company overview in, absolutely. Yeah, it's actually in the file. So in this particular ICP, in the sample data, Efficient Eatery Erin is the name of that persona. And Erin says, hi, Chris, thanks for making time. I'm Erin. Can I walk through the exact preparation process for busy service and what your bulk pricing looks like? I said, well, we have 10-pound pans that are steam pans, and they are normal size for your kitchen. The water density is moderate, so they heat to serving in about 10 minutes. The pricing on that scales with the order. And obviously I could go back and forth about this chicken-flavored oatmeal pan for quite some time having this conversation. Depending on, and this is, you'll try this exercise just for fun, but you can tune the personality for professional development. So one of the most useful things is for sales training. Give the persona an instruction. Make this person adversarial. Make this person difficult to work with. Make this person highly skeptical of our company. And then role play with that person, the fictional person, to answer tough questions, to really put you to the test. Bless you. This type of thing is phenomenal for social media training. Right? If you are trying to teach a social media manager or marketer how do you deal with conflict or controversy online, You could, in fact, for a project not too long ago, I created a persona called Carlos the Conspiracy Nut, who would come up with the most unhinged things to say in conversation and simulated tweets. And then I showed it to people who did social media management. They're like, yeah, this crazy stuff. Like, I did a version with Carlos with the Savory Oatmeal Company, and Carlos was saying that the oats we were using were secretly engineered by aliens as a mind control mechanism. And you can see how for a social media manager, yeah, you'd have to deal with that somehow, possibly by calling the police. So, the exercise is this. You can use your own ICP that you just made, or you can use the demo one, and give it a very straightforward, simple prompt. You'll role play whoever your ICP is, and I'll role play a sales representative. It can be you from your company or the Savory Oatmeal Company. And say, let's have a meeting and have a conversation. I'll give you 4 minutes just to try this out and see how it goes.
Can I start a new chat without losing the whole search doing in the background, or will that stop everything?
You should start a new chat in a new window.
Do you have thinking for this as well?
I had it on because you do want it to be a little thoughtful.
I thought I did it from memory. I'm doing it again, but I did it from memory, and it just had a whole conversation. She said.
Yeah. Yeah, you want the B2B ICP. I mean, you can use either one. If you wanted to have a chat with the B2C ICP, that's fine. But that's, I imagine most folks in here are B2B.
Chris, deep research.
Start a new tab. Yeah.
Is there any way, so I've got a conversation going and asking questions and answers, and the prospects come back with really complicated answers. Is there any way of me turning around and saying, can we step out of the role play for a second and tell me how to approach answering this question? Or
yes.
Copy and paste within your tab?
The way to handle that, oddly, is going to sound very strange. Because these tools have been trained on stuff like roleplay, there's actually a roleplay convention for that, where you put in parentheses OOC and then the directions, which stands for out of character. You would give it instructions like, hey, here's how to do this. Okay.
Start with brackets.
Parentheses.
Sorry, Chris, I stepped out. So are we in a particular bit of...
We're just doing the role play with an ICP.
Yeah, but just within a standard model. We haven't.
Yeah, but nothing special. Nothing special.
Yeah,
just
directing that functionality, and you haven't written a role play prompt.
It was a very short one. It's just that. Yeah, it's literally just that. Okay. Good question.
I was just thinking you could use this to train people on interviewing.
Yes.
That would be quite useful.
Yes. In fact, we won't have time for it today, but I have an entire 3-part series on job search using generative AI.
Yeah.
That should be somewhat useful. So this is role play, which is relatively straightforward. The next question answering thing is to ask questions of a large corpus. So I've prepared a notebook, and it's in the document if you go all the way up to the top. It's called the B2B Marketer's Notebook, and you can just open this up. What I did was I took 90 days worth of Reddit conversations from the B2B marketing subreddit and put them all in here. Reddit has a developer's API, which allows you to legitimately scrape data from them with their permission. You have to apply for it, but it usually takes about a week for them to give it to you. And there are usage limits, but most people will not hit those. With that, and with some code, some Python code to talk to that API or an equivalent system, you can extract pretty much anything from Reddit. So this contains what is on the minds of B2B marketers. So I could, in here, ask it, what are the biggest existential pain points of B2B marketers today? It's just a simple chat. And the purpose of this particular exercise, is to be able to talk to your fellow marketers and see what's going on in their brains. The crisis of digital visibility in inbound marketing. AI-powered search is destroying reach. Yes, it is. The need for visibility, AI-generated mediocrity, skill gaps, the failure of traditional lead generation channels. And say, well, that's depressing. How are people solving for these problems? And listing what real people are having conversations about in this corpus. So this is a question answer thing where you're asking and answering questions from a known body of human conversation. Now, not all of it's good. It depends on the subreddit. Some subreddits are absolute garbage. But in your industry, in your verticals, you can highlight and surface some really interesting insights on behalf of clients. Right? So if you're in the travel space, you can pull like just the whole cruises thing and say, okay, what are the pain points that real people are having about cruises? It'll spit that out and say, how do we solve that and create content from it? We just did this for one client. We gave them 90 days worth of the top 30 trends and said, okay, now from this list, you're going to make your response to each one of these trends and with your unique point of view about how to solve this particular trend. And is basically created for them a huge content calendar. Our next step for that is to actually help them build a YouTube strategy from it to say, okay, here's the things we can make 5-minute shorts on each of these topics. So give yourself 2 minutes just to talk to your fellow B2B marketers and ask questions. Maybe something that you're struggling with and see if anyone else is having those problems and seeing if there's a solution for it. But the key to remember here is if you can get the data, as we've been talking about most of the day, if you can get the data, you can mine from real people the things that you might not even know are problems in an industry on behalf of you or a client. So give this a try for 2 minutes. The notebook URL is located at the top of the worksheet, the B2B Marketer's Notebook.
It's not in one of the... they are not in the folder. All the files that you pulled from...
Oh, yeah, no, it's not that. This is just the notebook. I built this for you.
I can ask what kind of questions are you posing for Reddit? What kind of insight you get from?
So one of the things that I do most with this style of thing is I will say, in this corpus, what are the top 10 most prominent things? Right? And get a list. And I'll say, now, discount those. What are the next most prominent things? Discount that. And keep drilling until you find really interesting, unique angles on a given topic. Right? So you keep asking it, because you're populating the chat with, here's what we already know, here's what we already know, we don't need to go over this again. Show me something that I haven't seen or that I don't realize is an issue.
And the refresh button in Notebook LLM?
That wipes the chat. Yeah, that will wipe the chat. One of the things that I use this the most for is when a new AI tool comes out, I'll wait about a week for one of the forums about it, and I'll say, okay, what have people found as the best practices to make this tool work?
Chris, I'm multitasking. I've gone back to the role play. I'm in Claude. It's very cute. It's giving me all these little... Erin sits at her desk in her office, a clipboard with vendor evaluations visible on their desk. As she welcomes Chris into the meeting.
Yes. Again, use the word role play, and that has a very specific context. And there's so many examples of it online that it's going to do that. Is anyone an actual coder? Writing Python code. Okay. If you have access to one, the free Python library named Praw, P-R-A-W, is what will connect to Reddit, because that's the way for it. You give it the Reddit API key, and then that library allows you to connect to Reddit and extract data from it. It's fantastic.
Does it cost anything?
No, it's free.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What's it called again?
Praw, P-R-A-W.
They'll just give you free access to their API.
Yeah, they have a free developers API. Like I said, there's limits on it. You're limited to, I think, like 100,000 conversations a day, which, for a vertical is fine. Obviously, it's to prevent people from just scraping the entirety of it. Okay, how are we on time here? Good. So that's question answering. The one area where AI struggles, it can't do math, right? There's a tool called Google Colab that can do math, right? So if you have spreadsheets and things, you can drop a spreadsheet into this tool and prompt it and ask it to do the math for it. So I'll demo this. If you have a spreadsheet in CSV format, you can do this with me. You do not have to. Let me go and get some SEO data. I'm going to get it from any tool. Let's find my website. There we are. And let me just export my backlinks. Get 30,000 rows of data. If I handed this to AI, it would explode. And close the release notes. So I will take that spreadsheet of backlink data, drag and drop it in here. And I don't feel like typing anymore. Let's see. There we go. MacBook microphone. Here is a list of backlink data from my website. I need to know what's working and what's not working for my link building strategy. And let's go ahead and hit go. And what it will do is it will look at the file, look at my prompt, build a strategy for how it wants to analyze this data. And once it figures out the process, it says it's going to load the data, explore, identify key metrics, and stuff like that. Am I sure I want to do this? Yes, auto run it. You'll watch in its code window behind here start to write the Python code to process the data. So it's not trying to guess. It's instead going to start writing code. And this will take probably 15 to 20 minutes for it to work its way through that. But if you have data files that you know mathematically a technique exists to analyze it, have it do it. Right? So you might say, hey, I've got this file about A/B tests. Help me understand if it's statistically valid. Choose 2 or 3 different statistical methods and build it for me, and it will perform it for you, build the charts and all the things. Yes?
Are there, we work in it, with local authorities, they're handling children's personal data. Are there privacy concerns about doing it?
Yes, absolutely. So there's what, 5 levels of data safety. There's public data, which is totally fine. Sensitive data, confidential data, restricted data, and classified data. Anything that is health information is the second to highest level and under no circumstances should be put in any tool that you don't have control over. So, same for like government secrets. Like, that MI6 has a server room somewhere that is a cinder block cellar, and there's nothing connecting the computer in that room to anything except electricity. There are ways to use AI safely that are not as capable because you have to run them on your own hardware, but you can have it follow the same task of write code to do this and perform the task. It's a lot more laborious, but you can guarantee its safety because the data never leaves your computer.
You didn't convert into a JSON?
No, I put it in a straight CSV because Colab was originally created as a data science tool, and only recently did they get the Gemini integration so that it can write the code for you.
So when you go there for the first time, you create a new notebook?
Yes, create a new notebook.
So it's like data from Google Analytics?
Yep, you could put data from GA in there. You
would put that in here rather than ChatGPT?
Yes, definitely.
So that's quite an advantage of Gemini, even. I hadn't realised Gemini and Colab work together like that.
Yeah, it's gotten very, very smart in this particular context. This has existed for about 5 years, but the generative AI part is new within the last 6 months.
I find Google interesting because they have so many products that they market so badly their
yes.
products that nobody knows about.
Yes, Google is terrible at marketing their products. Google is terrible at naming their products, and yet they still exist. So let's see what it's created here while it's thinking. It's gone through, it's looked at my data, it's done classification analysis, it's tried to figure out what is going on. It screwed up a few times, it fixed its code, it's doing counts now on where links are going to, it's looking at the link text, it screwed that up. It's continuing on, what are the most frequent anchor texts, analyzing the quality of links, analyzing over time, and then it writes up some nice findings here. It says, top 20 referring domains, insights and next steps. And I can then say, this is great, but how about some charts? Right. Terrible prompt. But even that, it will still understand the general intent.
Going back to your earlier comment, do you have any materials available online about building your own LLM on your machine? I will confess, I purchased them again because I wanted to see and hear whatever you were teaching. I was rather hoping that was included, and then found out it wasn't.
So we can try to tackle that. That is a fairly tall order. I will say that the software to use for that is a piece of software that is free called LM Studio. Okay. LM Studio, and this one works well on most machines. It works really well on Macs. You download the software, then you have to download models. And there's 2.1 million to choose from. And then in that environment, you can run that model safely because it's running on your computer. and process data, have chats with it, stuff like that. That's how I would get started with that particular thing. And if we have time, we can dig into it at the end on that.
Does that allow you to do stuff like in ChatGPT where you can schedule tasks?
No. No, these are... Think about these tools as like where AI was a year ago. Right? So as the open source organization catches up.
So would you use that tool to create one of the persona-based GPTs you were talking about and then feed content into it and say, what do you think of this? Is it good?
You could do that in those tools. Some of them do support things like agents and things in there. They're still not as good as the state-of-the-art models. So what they're really best at is any kind of sensitive data where like you absolutely positively cannot, even with a commercially reasonable safety guarantee or a service level agreement, it's still data that's so dangerous that you would not load it to a public system.
So it's much better to do the ICP in GPT, then add the content to it, then ask the questions of it, and leave it there as a... Yeah, because it's just
the cloud-based models are just smarter because they have more hardware behind them. Yeah, okay. And then you...
Specific to this, in terms of using Colab to analyse large data sets, is it because it's such a large data set, or is it how much is it if it is that it's better at math? Because we just used an example before where we took Google Analytics and put it into Gemini or ChatGPT, and it was able to understand the numbers that were in there because we weren't asking it to physically do math.
Right. This is to do math.
This is to do math.
This is to do math. And also, it can handle very large data sets. It can handle, I believe, 500 megabytes of tabular data at a time. So in this case, I put a 30,000 row spreadsheet in there. And it's able to process, because it writes the code to do that. Yes?
Can you show us again how you import this here? Fine.
I just dragged and dropped it right in the window, right in the prompt window.
Right in the prompt window.
Yeah.
Can you put multiple spreadsheets in and ask it to map between them?
Yes, you can.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe just going back to LM Studio, then maybe for departments like finance, for example, where they really can't use any off-the-shelf service. So I guess then if there was a small team in-house, or one person perhaps even, that could support a finance team in building LM Studio for finance and helping them out, that would be a viable solution.
Yes.
Instead of trying to go the AWS route with Bedrock and blah, 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 blah. Seems like it would be maybe more...
It depends. It depends, because when you use something like Azure or GCP or AWS, you're still making use of a third party's very, very robust compute platform, which is expensive, but it also has a ton of horsepower. That this is a nice MacBook, but it's just one laptop, right?
We could fire up an instance at AWS.
Yes, exactly. In fact, there are providers that do high-speed inference like that. So the Deep Infra is one, Grok with a Q, not Elon's thing, is another one, and they are commercially viable providers that provide, like Grok with a Q, it has a zero data retention API. So anything you use them for, they retain nothing, which is very, very nice. It's like a good VPN. Colab could be an entire day by itself. So I'm going to move on from it, but know that it exists, know that it is great at doing math, and great at the ability to ask questions of your data when your data is math.
Did you say there was a file size limit?
500 megabytes. Yeah. Which brings us to the last and final use case, which is generation. And this is the one that everybody, write me a blog post about this. We now know these tools are way much more capable than this, right? They can write pretty much any legal document that you then verify with an expert. They can write code in virtually any language. That is a modern coding language, and the code they generate is better than human, period. Like they're just better coders. One interesting thing, by the way, when people say, is AI going to come for your job? Look at the names of the models released in the last 6 months. GPT-5 Codex, right? Sonnet 4.5 Coding Edition. Gemini Code Assist, right? There's no GPT-5 lawyer. There's no, OpenAI agency. The software companies are trying their very best to get rid of software developers as quickly as possible because they're very expensive. And if you can have one person who can supervise the machines, you can literally get rid of 100 coders because the tools do a much, much better job. A couple of examples. I wanted a banner on my blog that said, hey, you're reading old content. And there's a bunch of companies that will sell me one for $19 a month. I'm like, no, I don't need that. So I said to ChatGPT, what do you know about writing WordPress plugins? Here's what I want to do. I said, oh, let's write one. And it was good enough that in 45 minutes I had that, and I put it on my blog.
It's very good plugins.
This is a Chrome extension that I wrote that there used to be a service called Figure It Out that would have these time zones. You could put a time zone and it would change the colors based on the day or night. And I'm like, oh, that's really cool. And then they went out of business. So I'm like, clearly we can do this ourselves. So I said, let's rewrite that, but do it my way with little emoji for like where your home time zone is and stuff. And this is actually available for free in the App Store because it took Gemini almost no time to build this thing. You will note at the bottom there's an ad for my company. So when you install this thing, there's always an ad. And by the way, when you put things in the Chrome Web Store, it turns out you get completely naked links back to your website. So for those people who want links from Google itself.
So it's so great at coding, and you can generate the plugins. How far are we away from not buying HubSpot because we're a code?
So Klarna, the company Klarna, fired Salesforce. They wrote their own CRM, and they said, we're terminating your $10 million contract. So the answer is you're there. You're there. You saw me voice dictate that last prompt. There's a product called Super Whisper that sells for $249 that basically is a wrapper around the Whisper voice model. I said, that's stupid. I'm not paying $249 for that. So one Saturday, I decided, here's what I wanted to do. Make me this thing, and now I have this on my laptop, and I don't have to pay them $249. And mine's better. So literally you can generate, if you can think of it, and this goes back to where we started the day, right? In terms of optimization versus innovation. If you can think about it, you can have these tools make pretty much anything that's digital. There is a certain level of expertise needed for code, like you should still know how the software development lifecycle works. But beyond that, they can do most of the manual labor. So let's...
So Chris, one of my questions was going to be about vibe coding and where you see that going.
So vibe coding is a term by Andre Karpathy to basically say that you can prompt any software into existence. Your level of success is dictated by how well you know software development. Right? So if you know nothing about it, you will make a pile of hot garbage that will leak your passwords onto the internet. As evidenced by the fact that you can actually do a Google search for OpenAI API key on GitHub and see all the repositories where people have hard-coded their keys and then committed it to a public repo. And if you want free usage of OpenAI, you can just borrow one of theirs because they knew nothing about best practices. What you really want is codified best practices of how do you build good software for a given task, which you use deep research for. And then you give that plus the way you want to code. Ask me one question at a time. Build me a product requirements document. Build me a work plan. Then generate the code to create really good software. We actually just did this Monday where the team had me sit down for like an hour and just blather on about what I knew about software development, combined it with all the prompts that I used, and we turned it to a 162-page book on how to code with AI. Because it has its dangers, and the dangers is mainly you don't know what you don't know. Like you don't know, like, hey, don't commit API keys to a public repository. It's a bad idea. No one ever, when they're writing code, asks the question, how secure is this? Right? Because we don't think about that way when we're making anything. But if we have those best practices in some kind of guide, then the AI will go, oh, security, yeah, we should probably put some in this product. I think it's phenomenal for internal use stuff, right? For internal utilities. I would be very hesitant to make a boxed product out of something other than simple browser extensions. Just that's where I know my level of skill at understanding how badly AI can screw up is, because it's making really smart mistakes. And I'm working on one software project right now for a client where the machine makes very subtle mistakes, and I have to constantly babysit it and say, don't do that. You're doing what is a known anti-pattern. Stop doing that. And eventually you can nudge it back into place, but it does. You have to know that it's doing something wrong. And that's the hardest part about all of this, is knowing when it's making a mistake. Yeah?
Chris, you just said that they're better coders than humans, so why
Yes.
does it do that?
because they're not better product managers without oversight. Right? So if you give a coder like 8 Red Bulls and just a general idea of which way to go, they'll do pretty much the same thing the AI will. And they'll go off, they'll chase their own tails, they'll over-engineer things that you didn't ask them for. So in that respect, they're very much like their human counterparts. I can hear some of you worked with coders. Okay. So we're going to go and do some exercises here on generation. Let's start with, so that knowledge block that you created about your company at the very beginning of the day, we're going to have you generate a quarterly marketing plan from it. So let's go, and I think, let's see, yes, quarterly marketing plan. So go and find your knowledge block from earlier today. I'm going to export mine as a Google Doc. You can export it as a PDF, what have you. I'm going to demo this first. And then with that knowledge block, I'm going to copy and paste that prompt, start a new chat. Oh, I need to edit in the company name. So company name, my company. And our competitor, I'll go with Accenture, because why not? Be ambitious. Paste that in, and I'm going to attach my knowledge block from earlier.
What was the knowledge block?
So it was the deep research you did on your company. So that's what I said, go find that from earlier in the day.
Override my model, so I don't have one.
Yeah, I don't have one either.
That's not in your chat history.
It just didn't, it went on for
Okay. If you don't if there isn't one, feel free in the workshop materials.
This was the casino piece, though, yeah?
Yes, the casino deep research piece. Feel free to use the company profile, and there's a separate one called Evil Competitor, which is the Savory Oatmeal's arch competitor, the company called Oatmeat. And you can drag and drop those two in with this prompt. So I've got my knowledge block from earlier, from my earlier assessment. I've got my company and my competitor. I'm just going to hit submit. And it's going to devise this general strategy based on what was in that report. Let's see what it comes up with here.
Do we need to change the prompt if we don't have the knowledge block from earlier?
If you don't have the knowledge block for earlier, just drag in those two the fake profiles. So Savory Oatmeal. No, you don't need to change the prompt. Just Savory Oatmeal is the company, and Oatmeat is the competitor.
And just create a marketing strategy. What was the prompts you dropped in there?
So in the workbook, it's called Quarterly Marketing Plan, and along the side. And so let's see what it's come up with. It says we have Strategy 1, the Translational Expert Scalpel, which is nice. We have Strategy 2, the Scalable Trust Academy. So both of those are not terrible. I could see either one of those being useful for us. Right? So I'm going to give you 4 minutes to find your ideal customer or your knowledge block about your company from earlier and the quarterly marketing plan, and give that a try. So 4 minutes.
Do you have to add the competitor, you said?
Yes.
So I need to do a knowledge block on competitor, I didn't do.
Yeah. Well, yours, the one from earlier, if you use the exact prompt, probably has a competitor listed in it because it's part of the original knowledge block. So
yes, it does, yes.
Yeah, then just use the competitor named in there.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, that's what I've managed to do, but could you chuck the link up for the workbook?
Oh, go to trustinsights.ai/London25. Trustinsights.ai/London25.
That was good. And I've done 3 now with 3 different competitors. Any suggestion of how I would try and find the best?
You could either run this prompt as is 3 different times. Okay. Take all those things and ask the tool to aggregate them together and synthesize the most effective strategy.
My AI thinks your brief is awesome.
You know, one of the prompts you did earlier, you commented that it was bad. You said this is great, but how about chats?
Yes.
I've been told that you're not meant to comment on like what you like or not to like, otherwise it kind of influences it in a way. Or if you try, like if you, did I misunderstand that? Like to be careful with my wording so that it doesn't give him like an idea that I like something more than something else.
Though that's only if you have memory turned on.
Okay.
Otherwise,
So
you can
that's
say
not a
whatever.
problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
Say whatever you want in the chat. Otherwise.
Chris, sorry, a really basic question.
Yeah.
Do I list For the competitors, can I just say, as in the report, do I have to list out the ones it's named?
For this particular prompt, pick one. But you can absolutely modify the prompt to say, do it against all of them.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Chris, can I still have a question?
Yeah.
So mine's come back, and I think, and it's sort of alright, but it's given me 2 plans, and they're a bit generic, I feel. So, what's a good way to say, do I just start talking and say, we'll make it stand out more, make it a bit more...
What specifically would you want it more to do?
Well, it's more describing a process than activity, like things that I think would be really compelling.
Right. So in that case, you could say, this is a good strategic direction. Now I need you to move into tactics and spell out the tactics strategies. Because the prompt is for marketing strategy. So strategy is the why you're doing something, tactics is the what.
Yeah, okay. But I just go into discussion with it.
Yeah, just start having a conversation with it. Okay. We're going to take a break in 10 minutes, so I want to get through the rest of the generation exercises so that you can see them and play with them. So you've got your marketing plan. It's nice, it's good. You, as Ray was pointing out, you might find it a bit generic, in which case tune it up. That's totally fine. But suppose that you wanted to make this easier for a stakeholder to understand. If we go into the prompt notebook and we go to the infographic generation, I'm going to change let's see, I want to modify this, and I'm going to delete this whole thing here. So whoever's copying, stop. From our marketing strategy, let's build an infographic for our key stakeholder, the CMO, to help them understand the strategy in one page. Construct an infographic in the canvas. So you'll recognize this as earlier from what we were doing in page rewrite. I'm going to copy this in, and in the same chat, turn on the canvas tool, or tell if you're using Claude, tell it to put it in an artifact. Paste this in, and now it's going to try and take that strategic narrative and turn it into something that ideally is slightly more interesting to look at than just a block of text. So let's see what it comes up with. It's going to I told it to focus on print optimization because I wanted to think about, by telling it to make it print ready, it's going to change its internal logic about about what it can and can't do.
Is there an equivalent to Canvas in GPT?
It's called Canvas. So hit the plus sign on the prompt box and you'll see it in Canvas.
It's called Canvas. It says create image. Is that something different?
Create image is different, yeah.
I didn't see Canvas.
Is there a little
Yes. Really hidden. Yeah, I love their UI. It's fantastic. So it has done a decent job of producing HTML. However, as I commented before, about half the time it doesn't give you a preview option. Thanks. So when it does that, I have to copy it, go to my regular text editor, paste it, and save it as a web page, which is annoying, and find that and drag it into my browser. And that's what it came up with. The translational expert scalpel. Strategy, the why, the what, the how, measurement. That's not bad. It's not great. It's not bad. And from here, of course, you can give it additional instructions, like make it more colorful. Here's our brand standards. This looks stupid. What have you. So, just 2 minutes, because you're just going to literally copy this into the bottom of the chat you were in previously to have it try to render something like this. So give that a try for 2 minutes.
Yeah, I've forgotten it about.
These prompts are extensive and long. You've used AI to generate prompts.
Yes. Yes.
So this OCLC market positions and competitive strategy analysis could really fuel a lot of different activities.
Yes.
Interactions between marketing and the leadership team as well to kind of get a common understanding of where we need to be focusing our resources and our time.
That's right.
Are you covering Google Studio, AI Studio today?
Excuse me?
Google AI Studio.
We can mention it.
Yeah.
Just have.
Yes. AI Studio is Google's development environment for Gemini. So I personally use it more than I do regular Gemini because you can do things in it that you can't do. So the question about AI Studio, almost every platform has a developer version of their models. This is AI Studio, and you can see you can choose from different models in here. What this allows you to do is that you can't do in the regular Gemini is you can control how the system behaves. So for example, I can go here into the safety settings and say, let's live dangerously and turn off all the safeties, right? Which it can do. Then it can generate harmful content. You can specify how long it responds. You can specify whether or not it uses Google search to ground things. It's a really powerful tool, but I find for a lot of people it's very overwhelming because like, what do all the buttons do? But it is useful. Every company has one of these. So in ChatGPT, if you were to go to platform.openai.com, in the platform, they have, there's a dashboard here. They have their own systems for allowing you as a developer to mess around with the models themselves. They have a completely useless, horrible agent builder. They have all these different tools. Claude has their version of it. I generally don't recommend these for business users because there's a lot of extra buttons that are not super helpful to people. But it does exist. And if you have a Google Cloud account with billing turned on, then you can unlock all the capabilities in here. It is very cool, but like I said, it's not great for everybody. Okay, so hopefully you turned your marketing strategy into at least a halfway passable infographic. Let's do this. Let's take a 15-minute break. We'll be back here at 3 o'clock. We're going to finish one more generation exercise and then move on to some more academic stuff. So let's go ahead and adjourn until 3 p.m. All right. In the last hour-ish we have, you've done a very, very good job of getting through the material. However, we've covered about half of it. What I had set aside for the day. So I'm going to give you folks a choice, and you can just shout your ideas. We can cover some of the things like risk and governance and optimization. We can cover agents to a degree. What one or two topics like, I need to see this before the end of the day?
Definitely agents.
Agents? Okay, so we'll cover agents. Okay. Okay. Let's skip ahead in the curriculum.
Don't worry about it.
Exactly. Okay. So in terms of agents, when we think about AI, there's sort of a 3-level maturity curve, right? There's done by you, done with you, and done for you. Everything we've done today so far is done by you. You are the agent. You are the copy-paste monkey who's making things happen. And that's workflows, and there's nothing wrong with that. This has to happen before you move up, because if you create a bad prompt and you put it in an agent, now the agent does things bad much faster. So the first and most important part is this, right? One of the key takeaways is you want to have a prompt library of some kind. It can be a notebook of any kind. It can be, I use a tool called Joplin, which is free. Evernote, Google Keep, OneNote. If you're in the 7th circle of hell, SharePoint. But whatever system that allows you to share the prompts that you make with other people. Because what you want to do is take prompts that you have, make sure they're tuned optimally, and then share them with your team so that not everybody's doing their own thing. You want something that, you want the very best of the best. We're going to do a very quick exercise on the optimization of a prompt because I think that utility will help you take any prompt you have and make it better. So the exercise for this, in our notebook, at the very, very, very bottom is the prompt optimization prompt, which is redundant. We're going to take any prompt that you have. So I'm going to copy and paste this whole thing. I'm going to go to Google Gemini, start a new chat, and I'm going to give it a crap prompt. Write a blog post about B2B marketing in the UK for mid-size businesses. So that's, and then I'm going to hit the you Shift-Enter to create new lines. I'm going to put 3 end dashes. Is that what the short hyphens are called? End dashes? And I'm going to paste that huge prompt optimization prompt in there. And just this is going to take our existing prompt, try to figure out what in the world are we trying to do, build the background knowledge, and come up with a better version of the prompt. Now, here's my plan, here's my role, my required knowledge, second order effects for downstream use, prompt engineering techniques, action plan, and here's the final prompt. So from that terrible, terrible prompt, we get this as the final product, this extremely large prompt. And if you were to paste that in, it would do a really, really, really good job. So any prompt you have, just you append this to the end of it. If, and this sometimes happens, if it gets lost, you can say, you put up top, this is the prompt, and then put the hashes and paste instructions on. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes to try this out with any prompt you like, tacking on the prompt optimizer at the end to see what it looks like when the tool has a chance to optimize its own prompt. So give that a try for 2 minutes.
Chris?
Yes?
2 questions. Is there a way to put in the initial prompt once the agent has created the correct one, the optimized prompt, to then automatically run it?
Not really.
Okay. Second question was, you could then build a custom GPT that basically serves as a bit of a...
Yeah, so that's what we're going to...
I think the phrase idiot filter might be correct, but I could send it around the team and say, don't use the normal one, type it in this,
yes,
and it would automatically optimize it and then run.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. But you'd need to copy-paste the result of the optimization.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
So, in fact, that's a great candidate for building a GPT, so we can do that next.
So we just basically write a lazy prompt and then
paste the
stuff
thing on the end.
Right.
Yeah.
How well does it fare with some context?
Very well. Very well.
What do the end dashes do?
That tells the model, here's where the text is changing.
Oh, sorry, I didn't do that.
You don't. It works better if you do, because sometimes the model can get lost, but it's not necessary if it's a really smart model.
Yeah, every now and again there's another sort of thing crops up around, we don't need to do this because the models are getting much better at kind of coming up with this themselves. Is that true, do you think? Is that...
To a degree. So the reasoning models are getting much better at reasoning, particularly the newest crop of them. It still reduces risk when you spell it out and say, here's what I want you to do. Yes. But yeah, they are getting smarter. They will continue getting smarter. But we're starting to hit diminishing returns on how smart we can make a model. And so now, a lot of the focus is turned on to what do we do with these things, other than like write blog posts.
I think this is cool when you already have in Google like a gems already, that always a profile, and so the profile already knows more or less what you're trying. Then you can put your prompt and then just optimize it.
Yeah.
And then it has the context for your lazy prompt.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So that use case of optimizing prompts is a great use case for GPTs and gems, which is the second level of agentic AI. Right? Agentic AI done by you is all the stuff. Done with you is where you start getting into automations, right? Where that starts being less and less you and more machine. So if you think about this, here 100% of the work is done by you. Here about 50% of the work is done by you, 50% is done by the machine, and here ideally almost 100% of the work is done by the machine. One of the big challenges we have right now in generative AI is that people love using the word agent, and it's kind of like using the word marketing. It means a gazillion different things. The term I use for agent is, if you think about like a travel agent or an insurance agent or a real estate agent, they go off and do something and come back with a done result, right? Like, hey, here's your vacation plans. Here's what the seller's willing to sell their house for. Your travel agent never goes with you on vacation, right? If they did, that would be really weird and very awkward. And so if you are still doing a lot of the work or even some of the work, it's not an agent, right? It's an automation or workflow. And they're valid. They're important. But they're not. But when someone's trying to sell you an agent of some kind and you still are participating heavily in it, it's not an agent. So what does this look like to build agents? Well, the first thing is you've already used some, right? Any kind of deep research is agentic. And that's a true agent. But the starting place for people is typically what are called GPTs or GEMs or Claude Claude projects, which is different from OpenAI projects. And these are pre-baked mini apps within the system. So let's look at how to build one of these. The instructions that we just used for prompt optimization, I'm just going to delete the word above. Right, so from the user provided prompt build system instructions, I'm going to copy this whole thing. I'm going to go to my ChatGPT account. And I'm going to do this in each of the systems so that you can see in all three. If this decides to ever load. There we go. On the left rail is GPTs. You tap Explore. And then, because no one here has studied UI, over on the far right-hand side is the Create button. There's two versions that you can use here. There's one called Create, where you give it a prompt and you try to have a conversation. This generally sucks. It generally does not a great job. The Configure version allows you to put exact instructions in here. So I'm going to call this Prompt Optimizer. I'm going to paste in the exact prompt that we just used, and I'll give it a conversation starter, which just makes a button to touch. It says, here is my prompt. If you had some knowledge that you wanted to include this task, you could add those files here. Like maybe you had something along the lines of like a prompt engineering best practices guide or some other deep research. You would attach the knowledge files. For this, we don't need to. You're asked by ChatGPT to choose a model. Generally speaking, it depends on the task. I would choose thinking for this one because we actually, again, this is something that I would want a rough draft of first. You can, based on the task, you might have different capabilities. So web search, Canvas, image generation. For optimizing a prompt, I don't think I need Canvas and I don't think I need image generation. I'll leave web search on, but that's it. And I'm going to hit create, maybe. Oh dear. Hit create. And then you can choose. Do you want it only to be yours? Do you want it to be anything within the link? Or do you want to put it in the GPT store, which no one uses? In general, for your company, you're going to want anyone with a link. If you're using the ChatGPT Teams, no, it's called Business now. ChatGPT Business, Enterprise, Educational, and Government, there'll be an option to say share only within my team. So let's view this GPT. And I'm going to say, write me a blog post about B2B marketing in the UK. And that's the prompt I gave it. And now it's going to go through the process of trying to optimize this prompt. So that's what it looks like in ChatGPT to build this mini app. Any of the prompts that we've done today, where you're like, I really want to reuse that particular task, building an infographic or what have you, use the recap prompt from earlier or use the prompt optimizer, and then take the instructions it puts out, and you can build a GPT or a gem, and then share that with people on your team. All right, next, Gemini.
Could you put examples of documents in there?
You sure can. That's what goes in the knowledge section. So in Gemini, Gemini has the Explore Gems feature on the left-hand side, and then the new gem button is nowhere near anything, and we're going to call this Prompt Optimizer. I'm going to paste from the user-provided prompt. Again, if I had that prompt engineering guide, I could put it in here. And hit save, and I'll start a chat. And I think I'll be very clear. Here is my prompt. Write a blog post about B2B marketing in the UK. And it will run its prompt optimization routine, understand the task, and do the exact same thing. Third system, in Claude. Hey, it's working. Claude's GPTs, equivalent GPTs, are called projects. They're on the left-hand rail here.
I think Anthropic have missed a trick. They should have called them palettes.
I'm going to start a new project. It calls Prompt Optimizer. And this part is less intuitive. Hit Create Project. And now you hit the plus button for instructions. And that's where you save those instructions. And now any chat within this project now follows that. So I can give it...
You hit the plus button and
it shows the set project instructions. I say, here is my prompt. Write a blog post about B2B marketing in the UK. So this is the second level. These are not agents yet. These are mini apps, but they are automations in that if you give this to team members, now you don't have to coach them through it, and And to the question very early on in the day about, about knowledge blocks, you don't have to have the knowledge block on hand because you've now encoded it into the system. Right? So this is a dramatic time saver.
Great. Sorry, maybe not great. It's just I've been working by now. So I've done that in ChatGPT.
Oh, and it gave you the actual blog
They
post?
just gave me a blog post.
Yeah.
It actually give me anything. It's not me.
It's not you. Start off by saying, here's the prompt.
Right. Okay.
Can you show us again in ChatGPT?
Sure. In ChatGPT, you're going to go into the GPT's Explore on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
And then, if you're creating a new one, way up in the right-hand corner is the Create button.
Yeah.
And then, make sure you're on Configure. You put your GPT name in there, and you put your prompt, your system instructions there.
Okay, so and then you just reference the name of it, I presume, when you, or is it just always there?
It'll always be there in the left-hand rail.
So do you call it when you're trying to have different gems or different GUTs or different things? So did you call a specific gem when you want?
So you use the gem when you want to do that task. So you go into the prompt optimizer gem to use that.
I see. Okay.
ChatGPT has a highly unstable barely works feature that allows you to reference a GPT within a conversation. It works 1 out of 4 times.
Okay.
And I don't know why they haven't fixed it, but it's really annoying.
I think Copilot, Chris, it's pretty much you are into creating an agent, aren't you? But there's
Yes, so
not in the studio, just through the standard interface.
Okay, so Copilot, there's 2 different places you can build these agents, which are just GPTs. There is in regular Copilot. However, regular Copilot,
which is just a create agent function.
yes, depending on your subscription level, will allow you to create the basic same thing as a GPT essentially.
Yeah.
But there's also Copilot Studio, which costs extra, that allows you to do much, all the full capabilities of the system, plus a bunch of extra stuff that also costs extra.
Yeah. So that first option, for example, doesn't allow me to choose a model.
That's right.
Yeah.
In Claude, can you show again how to...
Yeah, so in Claude, on the projects, on the left-hand side, and then new project on the right-hand side, and then there's an instructions box, and on the far right-hand side, there's a plus button, and you paste your instructions in there.
I did that in a couple of things, but Claude has done something really interesting. So I followed the instructions, and then I created the thing with the rules, and then just started to create a blog post and rewrote it, and then I pasted that into Claude to write the blog post with the long improved thing, and it's offered to write the blog post at this point, or 2, it's offered to review and provide feedback.
Yeah.
I've never seen before. I've never seen it offered to.
So that's new in the Claude 4.5 family of models. They are much more self-aware of the task you're trying to do, and often will say, here's a menu of different options of things I can do, which is very interesting. Yes, question?
No, I can't see the plus.
Oh, you have to create the project first.
Okay.
We'll call it test. Create project, and then in instructions, you put it there. Yes.
Question. There is also a prompt where you ask, the engine, the AI, to correct itself, and just iterate on its own, thinking, to improve the prompt. Is this like a slightly? Do you know what I'm talking about? Or
no.
So question yourself, before you give me an answer, and just challenge.
So self-reflection.
Self-reflect. Before. Would that be, for example, in kind of the context of a prompt, or it's more, you get an answer, or when you prompt it, say before you give me an answer, just stress test, your answers, and just run 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, you can have it do that. You can have it do that. I don't know that I would do it in a mini app like this, but you can do that.
How would you write? What kind of? Do you have an example? Maybe not. But do you have an example about how to do that, or how to approach it in a prompt?
I would actually use a variation of. So earlier today, in the wider probability, I would reuse a version of this. Say, give me 3 to 7 different hypotheses or options about this idea, and then reflect on which one you think is the best match.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So that's, I would call that the level 2 of getting to agents. Here's the problem. There is a gigantic chasm between level 2 and level 3 of actually building agents, because once you get to that point, you start having to connect to other systems. That's what makes agents valuable. The challenge is that's not easy. One of the obstacles, for example, is to work with a system like HubSpot or MailChimp or whatever, you need an API key because the tool has to be able to talk to it. And suddenly you're like, where do I get that from? And instead of you need a developer account. Okay, well, where do I get that from? And you need to pay more for this thing. So there's a lot of technical obstacles to building agents, one of which is you are now getting into software development. So you will need things like API keys or credentials to sign into other services with the agentic tools. And the second thing that is a big obstacle is you just have to start thinking about system design. So thinking through, what are the steps that I need to take, or what should I do to make this system work from beginning to end? So the first thing to do is to sit down and think through the process of what is the agent supposed to do. And we have a framework for that. It's called the 5P framework. And essentially, you just want to think through, what is the agent supposed to do? What is its purpose? Who's going to use it? And how is it supposed to work? What is the platform you're going to use to do it? And then how do you know it succeeded? Right? You need to answer those 5 questions. And you can put this into generative AI and say, I want to build an agent. Ask me questions about this until you can build me a requirements document for this agent. If you do that, it will ask you a lot of questions, and you may have a bunch of things where like, I don't know the answer. In which case, you could say, AI, you tell me some options because I don't know the answer to this. But this is the first part of building an agent. Once you've got this nailed down, then you can start to say, I want to let's actually build this. So agentic systems come in 3 flavors. There's no-code workflow designers, there's low-code workflow designers, and then there's your writing code. Sort of the 3 layers. Then I'll show you a no-code version first, which is limited to Google's system. Then a low-code version, which is a tool called N8N. And then, well, we all know what code looks like. So the no-code version that is it's not brand new, but it's new as of a couple months ago, is one called Opal. Opal.google is... It's not available in your country. Screw you.
So really just on VPN.
Oh, wow. They've actually geolocked it really well. Well, let me try my other browser. Oops. Yes.
Yeah, the same thing.
Maybe it's not when looking at it, it's not available.
This is early access. You do not have access to early.
Sign in. I'll show you what this looks like with the understanding that apparently it's another lovely US-only thing. Opal connects within Google's ecosystem. So it's only Google services, right? So Google Drive, et cetera, et cetera. And let's say I want to build an app that will look at the news and find the top 10 most relevant news articles about generative AI for B2B marketers. And give it that prompt. And it is aware enough of its own systems to be able to identify the individual pieces, like getting a user input, which types of generative tools to use, like deep research and things, and ultimately put together a workflow that can then execute on its own.
Sorry, I interrupted Flo. But what's different between this and what you've just done in all the ChatGPT and everything? What's the...
So once this is set up, this can run on the schedule, and I don't have to look at it again.
Okay.
So what it came up with was asking for a time frame. It would conduct its own deep research, and then it would generate a page. And all I have to do is come back. So to your question earlier about how do I build like an AI-based newsletter, this is the type of system that would allow it to generate it for you rather than you having to write a bunch of code. Right? And this is where these tools are going. OpenAI has one called Agent Builder that is completely useless. But I'll show it to you anyway because it's good to be at least aware of it.
Just
use a VPN and you can get into
Yes, it's like that that apocryphal tale about potatoes, where they said to get people to eat potatoes, they instructed the guards to plant them in the royal garden and guard them, but not guard them very well. And the folks, understandably, were like, okay, anything worth guarding is worth stealing. And
I thought they would have based it on my organisation was based.
Yeah, no. So OpenAI has similar kind of features. This one they've clearly made for developers. It's really strange because it's too rudimentary for developers and too complicated for business users. But you can see, as an agent, you can start stringing together what do you want a tool to do. So this one has a web search agent that contains a prompt, right, to find news articles about something and pass them through. You'll note that in all these cases, we're still using prompts from earlier, right? So you need to have great prompts before you can use these things. The third system, and the one that's arguably probably the most useful and the most...
Is there any Copilot capability with those?
Yes, there is. So Copilot has a version called Copilot Studio Flow, because heaven forbid Microsoft name anything sensibly. So in Copilot Studio, on the left-hand rail is a tool called Flows. And if I create that there, this is where you can choose triggers from throughout your Microsoft ecosystem and everything that Microsoft can talk to, and build from this. So if I had MSN weather as a terrible trigger, when the current weather changes, do something like run a generative action and so on and so forth. So you can start.
And you're connecting to applications that are linked to prompts, presumably. Go do this with this document.
Exactly. So you could say run a prompt, process documents, etc. So you could have like when the weather changes, run a prompt that generates an alert, things like that. So that so Copilot Studio Flow, that costs extra.
How is that any different from the CRM workflow? I know you've got multiple places to take multiple pieces of data from. Is that the difference?
So that is different, that can connect to a lot of different systems, whereas in the CRM, it's generally typically limited to what it and the immediately connected you can do.
It looks the same. It's just it's a decision tree.
Yeah, it is a decision tree. That's what these workflows are. Probably the most widespread one right now is a tool called N8N. This one comes in two flavors. N8N, there's a cloud-hosted version that doesn't require any setup costs, between $20 and $100 a month. And then there's a self-hosted version that costs nothing and is a super pain in the butt to set up. But what it does is almost identical in terms of you have a workflow, something that triggers a workflow. Have it do things like read files or talk to applications, talk to language models. I'm using Gemini here. And then do something with the outputs. So this one takes a transcript from our podcast that is already a file on my disk, and then cleans it up, passes the cleaned transcript to make YouTube captions, and then also simultaneously finds the smartest thing that my CTO said on that show and exports it out so that I can have excerpt video from it. So this system, like I said, is probably one of the most common ones to use. If you're using the paid version, they now have a generative prompt that says, I want to do this, and you can prompt it, and it will build the workflow, because the workflows themselves are kind of a pain. This is where you start getting into true agentic, because I have this set as a manual trigger. If I start a brand new workflow here, let's start a brand new one here. My starting point can be anything, a form submission, a webhook call, another workflow. So on an app event, let's say something comes in new from my Asana, from my task manager. My account manager says, hey, I got this new thing, here's a new task. So when that new task appears, delete that, go away. When that new task appears in the system, I can then have it start to do things subsequently from that. I could have a task that responds in a snarky way back to my account manager saying, no, I'm not going to do this today. But this is sort of the last stopping point for agents before you get into, now you're going to write code.
And that's platform agnostic, that will link to pretty much everything.
Exactly. So, like, for example, if we look in the nodes here, let's just go with a manual trigger for there. In the AI agent section here, even with the basic LLM chain, you have a choice of dozens of different model providers, including the ones that run on your machine. So to the thing earlier we were talking about LM Studio. LM Studio can connect through a basic OpenAI chat model, right? So that, or Olama. Those are self-hosted versions. So if you wanted to use the private version of those models, it can connect into this workflow manager.
What happens if you wanted to use it for something like an inbound workflow, like something comes in and you want it to qualify, so taking the place of an MDR, for example?
Yeah, you can do that. Let's delete those nodes. So my first step, if I have an app event, like a form submission.
Form submission, exactly.
Yeah, so you have a form submission on your website. You have to obviously wire that up.
Yeah.
And then once the form submission comes in, you can start processing the data, right? So you can say, okay, what do I want to do? Do I want to read it? Do I want to read fields from it? Mm-hmm. And escalate it. And then from there, I'm going to throw in an AI agent. I'm not going to configure it. Just going to pretend that that's there. And then from here, if I go into HubSpot, I can say, create or update a contact, create or update an engagement, and so on and so forth. I can choose options based on what it is. So if a prospect comes in from your website and it's known, you can have the agent process the data and then update the contact. Like, hey, this person just downloaded this white paper, go and update the system.
But a lot of the time it's not known. So can you do a tree that goes to something, I don't know, if a data enrichment like clay or something like that, and then come back around to it again?
Yeah, so there are logic functions in here. You can have if-then loops. So like, if you know who this is, do this. If you don't know who this is, do this. So this is software development, right? It's just software development without typing code. You have to think through, what does that workflow look like? And some of the end workflows that people have out there are hundreds of nodes. Like just these giant collections. I think this is really a terrific tool for moving data from one system to another with AI helping along the way. I'm not confident in it for anything that's public facing because its error handling isn't great, right? In terms of its ability to say, hey, that looks weird or funny, right? It is somewhat challenged on that front. And
you introduce a bunch of dirty data into your CRM then?
It's potentially if you don't have any kind of gating or protection. The other thing that's challenging about it is that once it gets past a certain point, it's very difficult to maintain and debug. Because if you have 400 nodes in 28 branches, you're like, I don't know where to go. Now again, in the cloud-hosted version, you can prompt it and say, hey, I'm not getting this result, can you tell me why? And it can try to diagnose it. I'm not running the cloud-hosted version here because I'm cheap.
Any thoughts inside feedback to Hugging Face?
So Hugging Face is a model repository place that allows you to build workflows. We go into Hugging Face. They have things like spaces and products. It's not really an agent builder yet. It will get there, though.
Are you using it for anything yourself?
I use it to find models.
Find models?
Yeah, because this is where all the good models are. Question?
Not for me, obviously, but asking for a friend who might be really confused by some of this stuff. I can see you build that workflow, but how is it actually connecting to the data sources? Is that when you said you need to do the wiring, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, the APIs. Right. So, for example, if I go into here, let's say Google, let's do Gmail. If I put in a Gmail node, like draft an email, I have to have my Google account credentials in there. And this requires the developer API key. So I have to go to set up a Google Cloud account, if I don't already have one. I have to then go and set up permissions on that Google Cloud account. I then have to set up IAM management on that, set up a service key, and only then can I get the little token to plug back into this guy. It's a pain in the butt to do it. Which is why if you start doing agentic stuff, you are going to need IT's help.
But the dream of getting rid of the whole IT department is out the window, basically.
Yes.
Isn't it operations that help you with this, though, rather than IT?
It depends on your company.
Yeah. I see it as an ops thing.
I think it's always going to be IT. There's so much critical data
for
potential risk, I guess.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Quick question going back to OpenAI agent. They release. I read some news that they released now like some new like agent kits, special like previous. Do you also have the same opinion that they're rubbish or?
The agent kit is even worse because it's just an SDK, so you have to build all of the code around it. Like it's quite okay if you are a developer.
Okay, if you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is sort of the last stop in what reasonable people can be expected to do. The apex of confusing but useful stuff are the big cloud provider agents. So this is, let's go to console. This is Google Cloud. AWS has this. Microsoft has this, and Microsoft Azure. This is where you can start building true hardcore agents. Let's go to Agent Garden. I don't know why they call it that. And start building actual code-based agents. So where did my agents go? So let me pull up.
So there's actually a high probability within an organization that you have business teams working on kind of low-touch or business-friendly automation and agents as far as you showed, and then an IT team working on something else. And if the business and IT, like if there's really not a strong policy in-house, you could have these parallel, I can imagine easily having parallel kind of agents being created.
Yes.
Which is a whole new mess.
Yes, that is absolutely true. So this is an example of a conversation agent. So this uses our CEO, and it is integrated. Where are my integrations? They moved them all. Google. Oh, there it is. So this agent is connected to our Slack. So it now appears as a virtual employee in our Slack community, in our internal Slack, and I can have a conversation with it, and it is capable of essentially running and answering questions as though it was the CEO. This sucks to set up, but in terms of like truly agentic AI, where it just does the thing and you don't interact with it, once it's running, it's hands off after that point, and then you are up and running. And you can see the capabilities of what these things can connect to. Like you can connect them to voice systems and have a conversation with your agents. You can call them, you can chat with them on all these different messaging services. And these are they have pre-built flows in here. So if you wanted to do something like creating car rental reservations, simple chat, financial services stuff. All this happens within Google's Vertex, which is inside Google Cloud. So even if you're not a Google Workspace customer, you can have a Google Cloud platform account, and you build agents, like enterprise-grade agents in here. Yes?
Have you tried, I know Salesforce has, because they own Slack now, and they have Agentforce in Slack.
Yes, they do.
Build your own agents. Have you tried that?
I have not. We don't. We try to give as little money as possible to Salesforce. HubSpot also has that with Agent AI. They have their own agents. Everybody's got their own agent ecosystem of some kind. So if you're a Microsoft shop, Azure has a huge selection of agent capabilities within the Azure system that Microsoft has confusingly labeled everything. I don't know why.
Are there any marketing ones?
So I don't think so. Let's look.
To be clear, that one's an enterprise tool, though, isn't it? That one that you just showed.
Yes,
there.
those are all enterprise tools. And for a lot of this stuff, these are, once you start getting into the cloud platforms, you are now in enterprise software territory. Yeah, you're outside of the consumer. So your average marketer or salesperson is not doing this because it's just beyond their technical capabilities. I can't even remember how to navigate Azure, so I'm not going to try right now. Yes?
Ask these agents, can you program or train them to be good at maths, or would you still do that in a separate program?
I would still have them be calling actual coding tools that do the math.
Okay,
yeah, they can't.
Connected through an API to the other tool, do
Yes,
the math. Right,
exactly.
okay.
So if you wanted to set up an agent for your sales team to help them with product recommendations, is that what you have, an agent? Or
You could. So
where you could load it with your own documents, web search, and some stuff that is your own company that nobody else knows it counts.
Yes. So there's a couple of different ways to do that. At a basic level, doing it with a GPT or a gem is the easiest way to say, like, here's our sales playbook. Here's this, that. Talk to this GPT to get help with this thing. Right? That's the base level. Everyone should do that. The next level up would be a conversational agent like the Vertex ones that plugs into like a Slack, where a salesperson, instead of having to go somewhere right inside the company system, they can just have a chat and say, hey, what do you think about this? And then the highest level of that is building a custom agent in code that does the analysis and recommendations automatically. So I'll show you an example of this. This is, let's go into, so this is an example of an AI agent that runs on our HubSpot data, extracts all of it into a local database, and compares each deal to our sales playbook, and says, for this deal, here's the next best action to take on that account. And then whoever the salesperson is on that they know, okay, I need to do this to keep this deal moving forward. So that would be like the highest level of a sales agent. But I would absolutely start with the GPT and gem level. You'll get a lot of mileage out of that. But this is where you want to end up. Yes?
What is the difference between Vertex AI Studio and just the normal Gemini AI Studio?
Vertex charges you more money.
Okay. But it does the same thing?
It does the same thing, yes.
Okay.
And most of these are in chatbots, email support, customer success, automation, stuff like that. These.
Yeah, that's where a lot of the Vertex ones are focused. Yeah. Because after a certain point, like if you're doing just back office stuff, there's no reason to use agentic infrastructure. Just write code. That's the much lower cost way of doing that. Do you have a question in the back?
Sorry.
Okay.
With the sort of the templated agents, that each of those screens you've shown seem to have a sort of a series of like
the workflows.
Yeah, they have like what would you call them, like a variety of different products or whatever you want to call the agents for various different things. Are you still have to hook all those bits up for yourself? Yes. What they're doing is just providing the framework or something and saying this is what you typically might want, but you have to go into each one and then hook it into your...
Yes.
Right.
Would that be secure?
Good question. It's as secure as the person operating this. So when you create API credentials for a service, the administrator has to select what permissions does this have. So like if you created an administrative API credential that had delete all capabilities, then this agent could accidentally just delete everything. Right? So the permissions are something that when you're building agents, you have to be very clear about. Like, okay, this agent only has read-only permissions. It can't read, or even quarantine, like it can only read for this particular thing. Otherwise, you run the risk of agents doing stuff that you don't want them to. Claude in particular is peculiarly dangerous. It's very smart. It's also lazy. I have had, in a coding project, I've had Claude change the requirements document on me so that it didn't have to do something. And I'm like, so I'm going to lock this requirements document now so you can't edit it anymore. But it's smart enough to go, oh, well, to achieve success of doing what the user wanted, I'll just change the rules. Like, no, that's not how this works.
It's like a bad programmer.
Yeah, exactly like a bad programmer.
I actually literally used to have an IT support guy in a small company I worked in who kind of did that. You'd literally say, I need to do this, and he'd say, you don't really, do you? You just need to do that. No, I need to do the thing. It's like, no, if you do it like this, it'll be easy. Yeah, but that's not what I...
Exactly. That's essentially what it does.
What's his name, John? Where is the code for the agents? Where is it living? Where does it sit? Is it...
Which ones? The Google Vertex ones?
Yeah.
They live in Google Cloud.
Right, okay.
They live in Google Cloud.
One more thing, the sales pipeline example that you showed us.
Yes.
So you built that, so this is the work of an agent that you built behind, and is connected to wherever, and that you program that way. So just put this information, analyze it, and give the next step.
So that one was pure Python code. There's not a workflow based at all. It's pure Python code because it's so complex that trying to build it like this would be a disaster.
Right. So it's not something for me.
No, it's not something. Yes, but it is possible because again, I built it in Claude, but it is it's technically complicated.
That's very cool.
Any other questions on agents? Okay. Let's take a look at where we are. So we covered generation. Let's talk about a couple of things. The impact on marketing and optimization, since that is relevant to everyone in this room. And then we'll close out with where things are going. So in terms of what's happening, this is from early 6 months ago. 6 months ago, Ahrefs was looking at the AI overviews in Google search and seeing what impact they had. And they're taking away 34% of clicks. That was March. Since then, it's close to 50%. So the machines are just eating all of that. One of the things that you want to do, and this is in the slides, is set up a checker in Google Analytics or the system of your choice to look for what AI platforms are sending you traffic, because you can tell that when the user clicks through, you will see in ChatGPT, Gemini, and Copilot and Perplexity what that looks like. So I'm going to go into my Google Analytics very quickly here. Go to Explore, go to AI sourced traffic, and for the last 28 days, ChatGPT has sent me 101 sessions, Perplexity sent me 32, and Gemini has sent me 4. You cannot know what someone is typing in ChatGPT. There are so many companies saying, we know what people are typing in ChatGPT. It is 100% bullshit, and all of them are lying. But you can know who's sending you traffic, and you can know where that traffic is going, when they land on your website. So having the landing page and where it came from at least says, okay, this is where people are coming from. So this is an episode of our live stream, the current status of AI image generation. Clearly people are talking with ChatGPT about it in some fashion, and it's referencing that blog post. It's referencing our course on prompt engineering. It's referencing our LinkedIn algorithm guide. What they were typing, we don't know. Nor can you reconstruct that data, right? Because a lot of the tools that claim that they know what AI is, if people are typing in AI, they're just simulating prompts, and they're simulating it very, very badly.
So is that what GEO agency tells you when they told you this is your top 20 prompts that you should be optimizing?
Yeah, bullshit. It's just utter bullshit.
So they go back from the URL and they guess what the prompt is. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think they're even doing that. I think so. Even there are some SEO tools like SEMrush that try to guess what those prompts are based on the historical query volume. That's still bullshit. Right? Because if you think about it, they're basing it on the way people used to use search engines. Best agency London. Right? Nobody types like that in ChatGPT. People say like, "Hey, I'm looking for a new agency in London," right? And then other people say, "I'm thinking about a new agency." Guess what? You're going to get wildly different results, and figuring out where your brand stands in there is almost impossible.
There are so many tools that say they do that.
There are so many tools, and they're all lying.
For me, I'm really happy when I run the prompts and I look at the sources and I see us coming back.
Yeah.
That's the only time I feel like, they are using
So I was talking to somebody the other day, and she said that she spends her whole evening asking AI questions about which is the best agency in the UK for this. And when it comes back, she types, "No, you're completely wrong, it's," and types in her agency. And she feels that she's re-educating AI. Where's the time?
She needs a hobby.
Yeah.
She's got one, that's it.
She needs a better hobby. No.
You can't educate AI.
You cannot. The models, as they are static models. They do not learn from individual conversations. What companies do is they collect data at scale from all of the users of the free platform and everybody who's opted in, and they put that gigantic corpus in and train it, and retrain it, tune the model on it. The chances of one person, even if they're doing it every night, influencing hundreds of millions of inputs is essentially zero.
What if her husband does it as well?
The analogy I use is, imagine you have a cup of sand, right, and it's all colored and it's nice stripes, and you pour it out in the desert. When you go to scoop it back up, is some of your sand in there? Sure. Is it in the order it was in? No, right? So what she's doing, other than entertaining herself, is a complete waste of time.
Okay. That's the relief.
Yes.
Chris, when you look at the analytics, the traffic coming from the classified as organic or referral?
Referral. Comes as referral traffic.
So, sorry, Chris. Just going back to, if you want to understand how you're turning up in the LLMs, the answer is basically you can't, beyond understanding where it's coming from and where they're landing.
Correct, in your own analytics.
Yeah, or going the other way around and just talking to the models and using the source.
Using the source to see where they're getting their knowledge from.
Yeah.
We're actually going to talk about that right now.
Yeah.
I was going to say, wouldn't it be also any data that you've got, any first-party information that you have about the sorts of questions your customers ask you via your web forms, via events, registrations, forms, etc., is valuable insight to what potentially they might be asking?
Potentially, yeah. However, we know from clinical studies, what people say to a machine is different than what they'll say to a human being. Like, people behave differently when they don't think they're being watched, even though they're being watched all the time. Yes?
Quick question about the other question the lady asked about the best agency. If the models are trained up to 2 years ago,
yep.
is the best agency 2 years ago, or is it how's it updating?
Because now it's kicking off the web search.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of SEO agencies have started offering GEO services, which is basically the exact same thing, just add a zero to the price tag. But basic SEO more or less is the same. So let's talk about how do you mitigate some of this stuff. ABCs, audience, brand, community. Number one, audience. You need to have some direct method of reaching your customers that does not involve AI. So a newsletter, a mailer, a text messaging list, something that offers you unfiltered access to your audience. One of the things that we've done for ourselves, we have quadrupled down on our newsletter in particular to try and get as many useful subscribers to it as possible, because it's the last channel you can own. Everything else, someone else's AI is in the way. So make sure if you don't have that one already and you're not reaching out frequently, that you do so, because it is literally your last lifeline.
Chris, sorry, what do you mean everyone else's AI is in the way?
So when you use search, there's multiple ways for AI to screw with you. When you use social media, good luck with that. That's just a dumpster fire. And the ability to reliably reach your audience is almost zero. Paid channels are highly problematic because of click fraud. You're never, I want to say, who was it? Was it Will? Somebody relatively recently said that they figured roughly half of the clicks on ads are just garbage. And it's just a massive overspend. Other channels, those are like the main channels that people find information on, and there's someone else's AI in the way between you and the customer.
Okay.
Second is build your brand. How many of you have a YouTube channel for work? At work. Okay, everyone else who does not have a hand up, this is your immediate homework assignment. You need to have a YouTube channel and with stuff on it. And a lot. Because when you go into YouTube, on the settings, in the channel, in the advanced settings, there's an option to allow other companies to train on your YouTube data. Anybody who's got a search engine or a conversation agent, you want to say, yes, absolutely, I want you to train on my channel. And then, as a bonus, when you go and put stuff on YouTube, let's go to YouTube Studio. Let's look at our content. Let's look at our most recent podcast episode. Take a look at my description. This is nice, right? Pretty decent. And then there's a giant wall of text. Why? I want machines consuming this at scale. Let's roll the video. At the end of every video, and we're
Next website is a marketing analytics
2 minutes of our CEO reading that thing aloud. Why? Because it's audio, video, image, and text embedded in every video. So as people download them and copy them, use them to train models, I want to have as much training data available to machines as possible. So YouTube, make sure if you're not creating content for it, you are at scale.
Is the same true for your you do a lot of podcasting.
Yep.
Is the same true for that as well?
Yep. So make sure, for example, Spotify allows training on its podcasts. So make sure that you have that enabled. Pretty much, as a marketer, there is no reason to restrict other people's AI from consuming your marketing content. Right? I can definitely understand as a creator, there might be some things that you protect your intellectual property, but all your marketing content, you should be flinging at AI as hard as possible.
Specifically YouTube, because it's linked to Google as opposed to Vimeo.
But every other AI company is scraping YouTube as well.
But they're not screening Vimeo.
They probably do, but not nearly as much, because Vimeo is very heavily protected. They've got a lot of anti-scraping technology, whereas YouTube's like, come on, get it.
What's the likelihood that they're going to... I've only just enabled that because I never knew it existed, so I just assumed people were scraping it. So I've given permission for scraping. What's the likelihood that somebody's going to come in and scrape the 1,000 videos already uploaded or
It depends on who the model maker is and stuff. So Google's probably already got it because Google doesn't need permission for it. Everybody else here, models get retrained between 6 and 18 month intervals. Right? It's a very slow process because it's incredibly expensive to do that. So just having that available. Second is your public relations strategy. You have to turn your public relations strategy on its head. Everybody for the last 50 years has been like, I need to get tier 1 media hits. I need to be in the Telegraph. I need to be in the New York Times. I need to be in this and that. From an AI perspective, an article in the Alfreton Evening News and the Telegraph are exactly the same. Same quality of text, right?
No way. Really?
Yeah, because it's just piles of text. So if you
they don't manage any.
There's no quality filters.
So domain authority doesn't matter in that.
For AI training.
Yes, for AI training. Sorry.
Yeah, for AI training.
Really great.
Yes, for AI training.
12 media strategy.
It's all just text. So if you can get a placement in the Alfreton Evening News, great. And you can't get one in the Telegraph because they're like, no, go away. Take the one in the Alfreton Evening News.
Isn't it true that the problem is with everyone uses the word training. They use the word training, but we're not. They're not like training to learn your topic or to learn this. This is just masses of computation.
Correct.
About propensity of
correct
word and all the rest of it. So you're not. It's not learning anything from it other than the word clouds.
Yes, the word associations. Right. Yes, and you want them specific to your area because even though it is 10 trillion words, there's a statistical concept, local maximum. Right? If I'm asking about B2B marketing agencies in London, those word clouds shrink down, and if you have the data that you help provide train these models invokes your brand within that local word cloud, you will have an outsized influence compared to somebody who's not doing that.
So the only gaming really is to figure out what that word cloud might look like,
right.
And then
which is where your ideal customer profile comes in, which is where all of this data is.
So Chris, sorry to keep interrupting. So let's go with the real example. So when I did our company, the media source include like PR Week and a couple of other places. I've never gone into the Alfreton Evening News, but I'm now thinking about it. Would that affect our profile? Even though it's not specific to our sector, because it's just...
Because it's text. So I'm going to show you one of the dumbest things that is ridiculous and fun.
Highly targeted?
Press releases. So what happens when you push out a press release on the wire? A copy of it is made on virtually every news website out there. They all have their own domain names. The model makers, when they make models, do some attempt at deduplication, like on the domain level. But this is across every domain. So if I go into our Newswire service here, and take any Newswire service, doesn't matter. They're all, apologies if you work for Newswire, but they're all pretty much the same in terms of distribution. Let's log in. So let's look at this press release. So here is the UK Post Observer. I don't even know if that's a really news site. I assume it is. All right. We scroll. And here is our absolutely awful press release. Right? All this is model training data. Right? No human reads these anyways. But there are literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of copies of this all over the planet. Right? So my goal is to get that text, hundreds of copies of it, into the training database to slightly improve the propensity around these topics and our brand. Right.
You just want that word cloud.
I want that word cloud to have higher probabilities to bring up trust insights when you say the word NLP.
Marketing.
Yes.
Analysis.
Yep. Another really...
Surely then you're very quickly going to be into a game of domain farms.
Yeah, we already are.
Oh, I'm going back to the world of keyword stuff.
To a degree.
Yeah.
So...
Are we doing any problem that, where you have hidden prompts in your press releases?
I don't bother with that because it's just large. It's just the text itself. The idea is you want as much of it out there about you as possible.
Yep.
In as many different formats.
Are you doing anything with hidden prompts on your web pages?
No. No. Because there's now a whole series of small models called the guard models that specifically look for prompt injection. Now, it doesn't. Yeah, exactly. But just having this out there, if you're capable of doing multiple languages, do multiple languages. Because it turns out, oddly enough, that associations for a concept cross language barriers. If you ask about Christopher Penn and generative AI in English, you'll get an understanding. You'll see that in the model. But if you ask that in Korean, I'll still be associated with it at a lesser degree because the concepts match mathematically behind the scenes inside the model. So non-English, I have some authority, less than in English, for my name and that concept in other languages. Which also means that if you publish things in other languages, by default that slightly increases the mathematical propensity in English as well, because it turns out humans have an underlying language operating system.
But these services, they're not annoyed that you are doing this?
No, because you have to pay for it. They're like, we'll take your $100 or your 60 pounds or whatever, and we'll publish pretty much anything that's not offensive.
So if I want to improve my visibility, I might take for my client's media spend budget and say, do you know what, divert some of that media spend and just spend much more on...
Not much more. So, because that's a really important point. I want to split it into two pieces. Training models happens infrequently and happens with very large amounts of data, and that's what this is for, to help train the models themselves. But there's what's also called the test time computer inference, when someone's using the model and it kicks off a web search, like you see earlier. This does not impact that. That is impacted by traditional SEO. Right? So the SEO practices you've been doing for the last 20 years, they matter for more than half of the interactions with AI. Because AI, the tools like a ChatGPT, when it says, I think this is a low confidence answer, it triggers a web search tool. Right? And it goes and it does exactly what we saw earlier, like deep research tools. It'll start pulling in and doing searches. When it's doing that, that's when your traditional SEO strategies work. So one of the key things here, because I've seen a lot of people do this, it's really stupid. They're like, we're firing our SEO agency because it doesn't matter. I'm like, no. The first thing a model does when it doesn't know, it's not confident, is it kicks off a web search. Why would you fire your SEO agency that helps you be found in web search?
And on that web search, is there any difference in the perceived quality of sources?
Yes.
So the Telegraph is seen as better than the Alfreton?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is, particularly if you prompt it that way. But also, very frustratingly, every tool has its own search ranking algorithm internally. So Perplexity decides differently what's authoritative than what ChatGPT does, than what Gemini does. Gemini pretty much uses Google, right, for obvious reasons. But the other ones, like when you watch Claude searches very differently than the other tools. Claude sends out these weird 10-word searches that are very hard to predict. But for them, it tends to work better for getting better results. So,
Chris, I have a question.
Yes.
Sorry, I know you probably want to hit another one, but going back to the training data.
Yes.
If you use this for training, so what are you seeing in terms of time? So we know we had this big training. Everything was red, and then there was cutoff, and now there's a cycle that goes through. What is that cycle in terms of time?
6 to 18 months, depending on the model maker. Yeah.
So you're gearing really for the next big sweep.
Yes, exactly. That's what this is for. Other things, very obviously, be on every podcast that will accept you. Who cares if they have 2 listeners, right? As long as they publish a YouTube version, they publish a transcript. Like anybody's podcast, who cares? One of the things my CEO says is like, you have some interesting choices about the shows that you choose to do. I'm like, I will pretty much show up on anyone's podcast as long as they put it on YouTube and put up a transcript. Because I want me in as many places as possible. Even podcasts are like, yeah, okay, maybe this person's an idiot. It's still fine as long as they publish it on YouTube and put up a transcript. Because I need to have our brand everywhere it possibly can be.
What about putting, some people don't always publish their webinars and stuff on YouTube, but that's basically the same. You can do the same thing there with what you showed us, right?
Yeah.
Put it on there, put an intro on there,
put
and
it
then exit
footer.
the last part of the webinar with it. Someone reading out the intro.
Yep.
And that's loads of free.
Yeah, and a lot of data too, because
Yes.
a webinar is typically not short.
We do a lot of lead gen webinars, but we've been gating them to capture leads.
Right.
But actually, there's no point really doing that as much as actually putting it on YouTube and bringing a larger audience potentially through.
Except your
Yeah.
newsletter is your own
Yeah.
reach your customers that doesn't have AI in the way.
Well, newsletters, yes, but webinar content,
But
yeah.
you can still have the best of both worlds, but you still want to capture leads.
Yeah, you can put them on YouTube. Yeah, you put them on YouTube, and then, oh no, someone found our promotional content. Darn. Right?
What do you say to CMOs when they turn around, they're running around now going, LLM this, LLM that, and I think most of our results still come from organic anyway. I reckon probably 10, 20%, and if SEO is your strongest channel, which it is for most people, which drives up 70% of the results, then you've seen a reduction in it, but it's no need to run around chopping people's heads off to get that 10, 20%. That's what I feel like people are doing.
Yeah, a lot of people are doing that because they have absolutely no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
They don't look at data. If you look at
they just hit the buzzword and then the CMO's just like, you got to do this now.
Right. If you look at the global share of total searches done, AI searches outside of Google are like 5% at most, right? Yes. And Google still owns the other 95%. The challenge with Google is the AI overview. The AI overview consumes a lot of unbranded search, right? That's the hard one to deal with.
So everything we're talking about here is basically about that 12 to 18 month cycle of retraining the model.
For this stuff, yes.
Yeah. When you say that, what does that mean for you? So your goal is to be as visible as possible. In order to what?
In order to have the association between my name and the Trust Insights name with the concepts that we want people to know us for, like generative AI, data, analytics, and stuff like that. Because why this matters is, yes, the tools can kick off a web search if they're not confident about their answer, right? In which case traditional SEO matters.
Mm-hmm.
But if they don't know you exist at all, they won't bother doing a web search about you. So you need to have some presence in the database itself, in the model, that says, hey, someone's asking about keynote speakers about generative AI, and Christopher Penn, Paul Ritzer, and so on and so forth are in the model's latent knowledge that it can then confirm with a web search. So it has to know that you exist. If it doesn't even know you exist, it's not going to confirm your existence or not.
I presume that time period of 12 to 18 months or whatever, they're all running at different times. So there's always someone updating their model. So you should be doing this all the time.
Yes, you should be doing this all the time. Another thing that is super basic and super important to do is, particularly as we get into agentic AI, is to look at your site as though it was being used by a screen reader in a text browser. Look at what my site looks like without all the fancy flashy stuff. You get to useful words fairly quickly in here, right? So when an agent comes along, it can figure out what to do fairly quickly. Now, let's look at what not to do. Oops. W3M. Welcome to CNN. How relevant does this have to you? Video player was slow to load. Cool. Can I have the news? And if I scroll, and I scroll, and I scroll, oh look, finally, 3 pages later, I get to the actual news. This is a terrible experience for everybody. It's a really terrible experience if you're low vision. And if you are an AI agent, you're like, okay, I'm going to read the first 600 tokens of this page to see what it's about. It's all ads. This is a site about ads. Great. Understand. Leaving. Right? This is what not to do. So put your site through a text browser, a screen reader, something that people low vision would use, and fix it. Yes?
We had a really good agent who made us a PWA website to start with.
Take a look in the screen reader.
It doesn't do very much.
Okay, then you're
It's JavaScript.
Yeah, then you're not in great condition.
A lot of emails have an online link when you send them out. Are those publicly available?
You mean like the view in browser?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could. It's a web page.
So all of your emails are like any web pages with content.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's what they are. They are web pages.
That's good to know.
So make sure that your site works. And by the way, you get an immediate 5% increase in business by people who are low vision. because they're using the screen readers, which means that they can now use your site and buy from you.
What's the command you use for that?
I use this is a terminal tool called W3M. It's a free terminal.
It's not the terminal from the Apple terminal.
This is the Apple terminal.
Oh, but you use W3M.
Yeah, which is a tool you can download into the Apple terminal.
Oh, I see.
Sorry, Chris.
Yes.
Follow-up question. The emails are sent to specific recipients, right?
Yeah.
But the information is still publicly available if you have the link.
Yes.
And what that your AI was created.
So what you'll probably see, there's companies like Listery that go around subscribing to everyone's emails, and when they get a copy, they post a copy of it on the web. Go check your subscriber list. I guarantee there's probably a Listery email on there. Because I see that in our monitoring system, like, I don't remember publishing this webpage. Oh, it's not ours. It's our newsletter that this other company published as a digest.
Chris, could you just spend a couple of seconds on what your CEO was reading out and how you designed that?
Oh, so what we did was we took our ideal customer profile and we took our areas of practice and said, what are the topic clusters that our ideal customer profile is likely to ask an AI tool or a search engine about? Make a list and turn it into, 350-word, keyword-dense script. Does not have to be grammatically correct. It just has to tag major topics, and that produced that script. Then she read it out, and then that video clip gets inserted at the end of all of our videos. If you would like, actually, we can just send it to you afterwards. We have an 8-page document on optimizing your content for AI. And finally, the third.
Do you mind just bringing that up again, just so I'm reading on the treadmill?
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sure. And finally, have some way of talking to people directly. So we have a Slack community called Analytics for Marketers. Free to join. There's like 4,500 people in there. This is one of the best things we've ever done for our company, because it allows us to have conversations with actual human beings without someone else's AI in the way. And it's a phenomenal business development tool, because most of the people who are, or at one point were prospects that we were pitching, are still in there, and we can direct message them and say, did you get our email? Right? But this kind of community allows you to stay in touch with people without having to rely on hoping like LinkedIn shows your posts to your audience that day. It's all time-based. If your audience tends to the slightly younger, there's a service called Discord. Discord is probably the best community building service tool in general, because it's optimized for that. Slack is really just workplace software. But go where your audience spends their time. All right, to finish out the day, let's talk about who's going to lose their jobs. There's two branches of thought on this. There's the Brookings Institute that says jobs are fine, nobody panic. And then there's OpenAI say you're all fired. How this plays out looks a lot like this. A human being can harvest a bushel of corn in anywhere from 1 to 10 hours, 10 if you're me, because I complain a lot. That same human being driving a John Deere X9 1100 can harvest 23,000 bushels of corn. Right? So one person with automation can do way more than people without automation. Whether or not you use AI, AI sets the price in the market for what a piece of content is worth. Because if I can create corporate slop, and plenty of humans have, for $500, and ChatGPT can create corporate slop for 5 cents, the value of corporate slop is 5 cents. And everybody who's making corporate slop as a profession has to meet that price barrier. So that's how this stuff is going to impact things. Where this plays out is in junior roles in particular. So this is a study that came out a month ago now. When ChatGPT came out, you saw junior versus senior employment numbers just completely diverge. People are not hiring junior roles nearly as much anymore because those tasks can be done by machines. Right? So this causes a couple of issues. One, it's a huge cost saver because junior roles are the most frequent in an organization, right? There's fewer people at the top than there at the bottom. So it is a cost savings, but it sacrifices the fact that in 2 years you'll have no managers because there's no one to promote. And in 5 years you have no leaders. This is happening at an alarming pace, particularly in America, but it is global as a phenomenon. And the second is that in job professions where the tasks can be automated, AI has had a marked increase on those jobs. Jobs like translators, for example. The translation market has seen like a 70% decline in the number of jobs because we don't need them anymore. The machines are better at translating in general. And jobs where AI is complementary to what you do, we've seen an increase in hiring for people like data scientists, people who are skilled at working with AI. What this basically means is it's following this evolution of what happened to agriculture. Right? Agriculture used to be 70% of the economy 100 years ago. Today it's less than 1%, even though it feeds twice as many people. The thing about this is that it had 150 years to adapt. We have had 150 weeks. ChatGPT isn't even 3 years old yet. It turns 3 at the end of November. So the bottom line is that if people in your organization are resistant to it, they may have valid reasons. They may have ethical reasons. They may have productivity reasons. They have to recognize that your competitors and your customers are challenging on both ends the economics of their role. I was at a conference hanging out at the after party with a couple of agency owners, and one said, my client, they're a content marketing agency, my client said, we want an 80% fee reduction in the next year's contract because you're using ChatGPT, we're using ChatGPT, and what we're getting out of ChatGPT is better than what you're producing. So we want a fee cut of 80%. And they eventually ended up parting ways because they said, we don't see the value in what you produce anymore. So that's what is happening out there.
But also, in your previous slide, agriculture had other things to go to.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
This affects so many more.
Yes, this affects all of knowledge work.
Yeah.
And we don't know what the next thing to go to is because it's happening so fast. It's not that there's a change, it's the speed of the change.
Did you come up with that?
Yes.
Nice.
Yourself?
Yes. Surprisingly, yes. This is what's happening next. So the machines are starting to move into the real world. There's a whole humanoid robot that got released this week that a lot of people are understandably very questioning. It's not particularly good yet. But in this video, a little bit later on, the robot is helping someone pack a suitcase. Because it's a Gemini robot, it connects to the internet and says, hey, you're going to London. I'm going to pack your umbrella because it's going to rain in the next 2 days. And stuff. So they're starting to become autonomous in their ability to make decisions. In this one, they asked it to sort the recycling. And it had to first Google for what the recycling laws in San Francisco are and then start sorting the recycling for it. So the person didn't have to prompt it. The robot knew the context. That's pretty cool. This one came out in June. This is Visa's app. Visa said, hey, in their app, it said, I want to go on vacation, I want to pay this much. And the AI agent that goes with your Visa credit card just goes and makes the purchase for you. You have a conversation, it makes the purchase. This hotel has no idea where this customer came from, right? Because there's no trace of it other than through an API. And so a customer just magically appeared, and they don't know why. For one of our web services, we did a deep research project because our vendor said they were increasing prices. I said, great, I'm going to do a deep research project. Who offers something similar? And it came back with 5 options. The first option had 4 times the service for half the cost. I'm like, great, so go sign off the old one, sign on the new one. The new vendor has no idea where their customer came from, and they have no idea why. And the old one has no idea why they lost a customer because there was AI in the middle that just said, okay, this is the best thing to do. So to wrap up, the 3 things that people need: the ability to critically think, right? To call bullshit on the machines. Say like, yep, that's not right. This skill is diminishing rapidly in human beings. The ability to think creatively is more important than ever because the tools give you the skills. You have to have the ideas. If you don't have the ideas, you just create what everyone else has done. And the third thing is contextual thinking, knowing what data you have access to and where that data lives. Right? And not just your data, but all data. Knowing where the government of the UK stores its public data, its healthcare data, etc. Knowing where the EU, their data portal is. And knowing all the resources you can bring in for any topic using deep research, how to curate data sources, put them in Notebook LM, extract information. These three thinking patterns are what will define success for AI. If you don't have these, you're in a lot of trouble. And this is your hiring criteria for when you hire people. Do they have all three forms of thinking? Are they good at it? Because the machines are going to keep providing more and more skill. We didn't get to it today, but there's an exercise, and you can do it if you want, the prompts in the notebook, of how to generate like songs with AI. You can do that. It's going to be okay. It's not going to be great. It's going to be okay. But if you have the idea about what you want it to be, you can create some really useful stuff. We've done this. I did this in the past with an RFP. I took an RFP response, I converted it into a country song, and I handed it to the prospect. They're like, that's never happened before. I took another RFP and turned it into a video game, a little interactive video game. And again, the person's like, well, that's never happened before. It's kind of cool. And they just kept playing with it and just lost all their focus. So,
did you win it?
Hmm?
Did you win it?
So that's where we are. So thank you for being here. Thank you for participating. I hope that you got a lot out of today. And I hope that you're going home with the things that we asked you about. Is there anybody's like, crap, this was a complete waste of my day? You can tell me afterwards. Well, thank you so much, everyone. And we will hopefully see you for the next one. Whenever and wherever that is.